All right, so welcome everyone to the March 19th, 2024 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission's Marine Resources Committee. Callers have been placed on mute, and when it's time for members of the public to speak, they will receive instructions on how to indicate they'd like to speak to an agenda item. Speakers will be unmuted individually. We've got some technical notes on this hybrid meeting that we're having, and our Executive Director, Melissa Miller-Henson, is going to get us started on those.
Great. Thank you very much, Co-Chair Murray. Good morning, Co-Chair Sklar, members of the public, department staff. For those of you who are here in the meeting room, as you heard, please make sure if you have your computer or a cell phone that you mute that device so that it doesn't interfere with the audio for the meeting. And excuse me. And especially Zoom, if you're connected to the webinar, again, please make sure that you've muted other devices. If you are participating in the Zoom webinar and you also called in by phone, please make sure that your phone number and your Zoom webinar are linked. If you logged into Zoom first and used the call me option, that will happen automatically. Please note that if you're joining by phone only and wish to speak to an agenda item, staff will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. That, David? Yeah. Thank you. If you are having technical difficulties with the meeting, please contact fgc@fgc.ca.gov. That's FGC as in Frank George Charlie at fgc.ca.gov. Or if necessary, 916-902-9286. Zoom's chat feature is disabled other than to communicate with the host.
Thanks for that, Melissa. So let's formally call to order the March 2024 meeting of the California Fish and Game Commission, MRC. I do want to welcome my fellow commissioner and co-chair, Eric Sklar. Welcome, Eric. And next, I'll say good morning to everyone in the room. Welcome. We have some information to share with you once we get started, but for now, we have some acknowledgements, introductions, and housekeeping to share first. So we are meeting here today on ancestral traditional lands of both the Liseño and Juaneño people. So I do want to acknowledge all California Native American communities who have inhabited California lands for thousands of years and continue to do so today. We do honor and respect the diverse indigenous people who are deeply connected to the fish, the wildlife, the habitats that we manage. And we take seriously our trust relationship with these sovereign tribal governments and do our work together with and with much respect and gratitude for those who have lived in California since time immemorial, including the Liseño and Juaneño people. Together with the best available science that includes indigenous and traditional knowledge, we carry out the Commission's mission to hold the fish and wildlife and their habitats in the public trust, to enhance and restore California's native fish and wildlife in their natural habitats, and to secure a rich and sustainable outdoor heritage for all Californians. So Susan is going to introduce Commission staff and department leadership that are participating today.
Great. Thank you, Co-Chair Murray. Today for Commission staff, Executive Director Melissa Miller-Henson is here. I am the Marine Advisor. Kelsey Laird is Staff Services Analyst. David Haug, Regulatory Analyst. Kinsey Matthews, our Sea Grant State Fellow, that this is her last meeting and actually her last week of her tenure, with gratitude. And our new Sea Grant State Fellow who just began is Devin Rossi. Welcome. Kimmy Rogers, our environmental scientist, and Jen Bacon, and regulatory analyst, are supporting us via Zoom. For the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Assistant Chief Eric Cord is here representing the Marine Enforcement Division. Dr. Craig Schumann, Regional Manager for the Marine Region. Kirsten Ramey, Environmental Program Manager for State Managed Finch and Nearshore Ecosystem Program is joining us online. In the room, we have Joanna Grable, who's the Environmental Program Manager for the Invertebrate Program of the Marine Region, and Becky Oda, the Environmental Program Manager for Marine Habitat Conservation Program, is in the room. Thank you to the additional law enforcement division staff that are here supporting the meeting. I'd also like to welcome Mike Escrow from the California Ocean Protection Council. He serves as the senior where is he? Oh, there you are. Hi. He serves as the senior biodiversity program manager and tribal liaison. And we also have Stephen Lewis online, who's the new MPA program manager for Ocean Protection Council. So there are also other department staff that will be giving presentations that I will introduce as we get to those individual items. So Co-Chair Murray, is it all right if I give a couple more overview statements for the meeting?
Sure.
Sure, great.
Mm.
So
Are related to the agenda and,
it's the overview. Yeah, just a general
It's just the
overview.
agenda.
yeah, sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Please.
We do welcome you to this meeting of the Marine Resources Committee. The committee is comprised of 2 commissioners that co-chair each meeting, and members of the committee are assigned each year by the commission. Our goal today is informed discussion to guide future decision-making by the commission, and we need your cooperation to ensure a lively and comprehensive dialogue. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. It is important to note, though, that this committee cannot take action independent of the full commission. Instead, the committee makes recommendations to the commission during the commission's regularly scheduled meetings. These proceedings are being recorded and will be posted to the commission's website and YouTube page for reference in the future. Items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination of the committee chair or co-chairs. As a general rule, any new requests for regulation changes need to be directed to the commission and submitted on the petition form FGC1. However, at the committee's discretion, it may be possible that they request staff to follow up on items of interest to the committee and possible recommendation to the commission. Committee meetings are really intended to operate informally and provide an opportunity for everyone to contribute to a discussion about agenda items. If you wish to contribute to an agenda item that's scheduled for discussion, please follow these guidelines. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please share your name and affiliation if you have a specific one. I just want to emphasize time is limited, so we encourage you to be as precise as possible to give others time to speak. If several speakers have the same concern or ideas to express, we encourage you to appoint a group spokesperson or to confirm that you agree with the person that's already spoken. If speaking during the general public comment agenda item, the subject matter you present is not related to any other items on the current agenda. So public comment on agenda items will be taken up by the committee as we come along to discuss those items. As you can see, there are multiple exits should there be an emergency. And for those joining us in the room, the one restroom is located there. If you're joining by Zoom or either visually or by phone, just please reminder to keep your phone or your computer on mute until you are called upon to speak. And input is generally taken in the meeting space first and is followed then by comments online. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. So before we start the first agenda item, I do want to ask that elected officials and tribal council members or their representatives raise your hand using the Zoom raise hand feature in order to introduce yourself and indicate on which agenda item or items you'd like to speak. You may need to unmute yourself by pressing *6. Similarly, if we have anyone in the room who is an elected official or an elected official's representative or a tribal council member or tribal council member's representative, please identify yourself. I don't see anyone in the room. Dave or Kelsey, do we have anyone online raising their hand?
We have 2 folks who have raised their hands.
Great. If we, and again, this is just for folks who are elected officials or speaking on behalf of elected officials or tribal council members or their representatives. So if you could allow the first person to speak.
Yes, please. Jamie Diamond, go ahead.
Good morning. I am Jamie Diamond, board president for Carpinteria Unified School District. And I plan on commenting on agenda item 6.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Appreciate that.
And Sandy Brown, go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. I am Sandy Brown here representing Supervisor Justin Cummings of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors on item 6.
Thank you so much for being here, Sandy. We appreciate that. And it looks like that's it. Is that right, Dave?
That's it.
Okay. All right, so our last bit of housekeeping before we get started on the agenda. I just want to take a moment again to welcome everyone in the room and online. I see we have around 140 people or so on Zoom. We see you here. We're grateful that you've decided to join us. We know many of you have traveled to be here, so that's terrific. Thanks for being here. I suspect, if I had to guess, that many of you are here to speak on agenda item number 6, which is the MPA petition proposed evaluation process. And I think you know this, but I just want to clarify, we are not hearing comments under agenda item number 6 on specific MPA petitions. The agenda was not noticed that way. We were never planning on speaking about specific MPA petitions under agenda item number 6. As you may know, we've received 20 petitions with 80 plus proposed petition actions. So it would simply be premature for us to discuss the merits of individual MPA petitions at this stage before we've agreed on a process for sorting and then eventually evaluating those petitions. So that was always our intention. Just want to clarify that again here today. I've seen some of the Instagram posts and I think that message is out there and folks understand that. So under agenda item number 6, we will be talking about a process for sorting and eventually evaluating the many MPA petitions that we've gotten. So stay tuned for that. We do have an open public comment agenda item number 9, which is for items not on our agenda. That could include specific MPA petitions, but please know that we may not discuss or take action on any matter raised during agenda item number 9, which is open public comment, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. So if people were to speak about specific MPA petitions, we cannot have a discussion about it. That's not how that agenda item works, and that's not how it hasn't been noticed on the agenda. So with that out of the way, thank you so much for being here. That brings us to our first agenda item, which is agenda item number 1, to approve the agenda and the order of items. Eric, does that look good to you? Okay, with that out of the way, that takes us to agenda item number 2, which is the California Halibut Trawl Grounds Review. We're going to receive and discuss department evaluation of the California Halibut Trawl Grounds in state waters as part of the California Halibut Fishery Management Review. And our marine advisor, Susan Ashcraft, is going to get us started on this. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you. Thank you, Coach Murray and Coach Sklar. This agenda item is an informational topic. There's nothing scheduled for any recommendation today. This is based on law that established specific areas for trawling for California halibut within state waters. So it's one of the few fisheries that's authorized to operate within state waters. These areas are called the California Halibut Trawl Grounds. They were designated in Southern California in 1971 to provide areas for trawling this species in soft bottom habitats near the coast of Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. The law requires the commission to review available data and scientific information and close any areas in the trawl grounds where it finds the use of halibut trawl gear in these areas does 4 different things. If it does not minimize bycatch, if it is likely to damage the seafloor habitat, if it is adversely affecting ecosystem health, or if it impedes reasonable restoration of kelp coral or other biogenic habitats. The first assessment was conducted in 2008. It resulted in the commission closing 1 of 4 sub-areas, so the remaining 3 areas are open. The law requires periodic review to assess whether they meet the performance criteria to remain open. This evaluation that will be presented today by the department is the first evaluation since 2008. Want to highlight that in 2018, the law was amended to establish new areas, halibut trawl grounds in Monterey Bay and San Luis Obispo County off of Port San Luis. However, the law specified that the areas would remain closed until they were evaluated and against the criteria to support an opening. This item was referred to the committee in 2021 when members of the trawl industry requested that the commission take action in response to the new trawl ground designations to consider opening these areas. So the department has been looking at evaluation of both those and the open trawl ground areas since that time. The commission did receive an update from the department there were challenges associated with being able to evaluate the closed areas. Experimental fishing permits are a pathway that is available to the commission for testing techniques, new fisheries, other methodologies that would otherwise be prohibited by law. However, the law specifically says that trawling in state waters cannot be, under an EFP cannot be authorized. So there's been a challenge with being able to figure out a pathway to make it financially feasible for the trawl industry to participate. As such, the department has prioritized the open grounds. For today, the department's environmental scientist and expert on this topic, Travis Tanaka, will give a presentation. There is a comprehensive report in your meeting materials, evaluation of the California halibut trawl grounds from this month. And it provides the synopsis of the data collected, the methodologies, and its evaluation relative to the 4 criteria. The department has highlighted will highlight in its presentation that this evaluation is also relevant to the broader halibut the broader halibut management review that's currently underway, and we will be resuming discussion about under item 3. So now I turn it over to Travis Tanaka. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay. All right.
Travis, are you there?
I am here setting my screen up.
Perfect.
Okay, good morning, President Murray and Commissioner Sklar. My name is Travis Tanaka, and I'm an environmental scientist with the Marine Region's State Managed Marine Finfish Program. I'm here to present a report on the assessment of Southern California's California halibut trawl grounds. For the rest of this presentation, I will verbally refer to the halibut trawl grounds as trawl grounds. Next slide, please. So in this presentation, I'll review trawl grounds history, regulations, trawl grounds, and fleet profiles. I will explain the department's assessment efforts, results, and next steps. Next slide, please. This slide shows a brief comparison of the original trawl grounds regulations and what exists today. The trawl grounds were established through legislation and originally encompassed an area from Point Arguello to Point Mugu, 1 nautical mile from shore out to 25 fathoms. The 25 fathom boundary was amended to 3 nautical miles in 1989. In 2005, closures were enacted at Points Arguello, Conception, and Mugu. This closure equates to a 13% reduction in fishable area. An additional closure was adopted in 2008, of which I will discuss in slide 5. The season was June 1 through January 30. The season was amended to June 16th through March 14th. The intent of the season is to protect spawning halibut. Originally, the only gear requirement was 7.5-inch cod end mesh. Trawlers are now required to use what is called light touch trawl gear. 7.5-inch cod end mesh is still required. And first issued in 2006, a department issued halibut bottom trawl permit is required to trawl in the trawl grounds. Next slide, please. Trawlers must use light touch trawl gear when fishing in the trawl grounds. Light touch trawl gear is characterized by doors of 500 pounds or less, a 90-foot maximum head rope length, net constructed of twine 7 millimeters or less diameter. Rollers or bobbins are prohibited, but drop chain loops are allowed. Lastly, the caught end mesh must be 7.5 inches, measured lengthwise, knot to knot from the inside. Next slide, please. The trawl grounds are subject to evaluation based on established performance criteria. To establish these criteria, Fish and Game Code requires the use of information from the Ground Fish Observer Program, monitoring information, and relative research. Called performance criteria, the commission may close any area where trawl gear does not minimize bycatch, is damaging the seafloor, is adversely affecting ecosystem health, or impedes restoration to kelp, coral, or biogenic habitats. Originally in 2008, there were 4 sub-areas up for assessment and possible closure as shown on the graphic. The graphic, which is from the department's first trawl grounds assessment, shows the full extent of the trawl grounds, including the 2005 closures and areas up for possible closure in 2008. Also depicted are trawl tows from 1997 through 2006. The commission adopted closure of sub-area B, which had the greatest amount of hard bottom habitat and lowest economic benefit. This area accounted for 14% of the trawl grounds. Next slide, please. The graphic on this slide depicts the current trawl grounds. The average depth is 28 fathoms. While kelp habitat exists on the shoreward side of the trawl grounds, none exist within the boundaries of the trawl grounds itself. At 98.7%, the predominant habitat type of the trawl grounds is soft bottom. Hard bottom and biogenic habitat make up approximately 0.9%. Next slide, please. As of 2022, there are 14 trawl vessels with home ports south of Point Arguello. Of the 14, 11 have home ports within the trawl grounds. This is a small vessel fleet with many vessels operated by 1 or 2 fishermen. Not all permittees are active. In 2021, only 7 trawl vessels landed halibut in Southern California. Halibut taken from the trawl grounds contribute to the local fishery supply chain with fishing activity dictated by market order. For the 2018 through 22 years, catch from the trawl grounds contributed to approximately 19% of all Southern California halibut landings for all gears combined. Next slide, please. Using the performance criteria in 8495, the department first assessed the trawl grounds in 2008. This assessment utilized data from department observed tows from each of the sub-areas. Staff observed 32 tows at 30 minutes each for species composition, weight, and disposition. Catch data was then scaled up to represent a 1-hour tow. Additionally, the assessment used non-confidential summarized WICOP observer data from the limited entry fleet as an additional data set for discards. Limited entry, a federal term, refers to trawlers with a federal ground fish permit. Those without a ground fish permit are referred to as open access. WICOP observation rates also differ by sector. Staff used data from the limited entry fleet due to the lack of open access observations. In 2011, limited entry halibut trawl data was included in NOAA's Catch Shares program, and since 2013, no limited entry trawlers targeted halibut. The 2008 assessment also used available habitat data and fisheries economics data specific to each trawl ground subarea, and the commission adopted closure of sub-area B, which was the area between Point Conception and Gaviota. Next slide, please. So in 2022 through 23, the department performed an assessment on the southern trawl grounds using the 2018 master plan for guidance on how to assess each performance criteria. The department sent observers on cooperating trawlers to document catch composition, weight, and disposition as live or dead. Tow duration and location were decided on by the fishermen. Staff assessed Access data sets, including WICOP observed catch from the open access fleet, current GIS habitat data to map known hard substrate, kelp, and biogenic habitat. We also access trawl log position data and previous work done with related trawl gear. Next slide, please. So staff observed 29 tows with an average tow duration of 72 minutes. Tow location and duration were chosen by the fishermen to reflect real fishing conditions. Fishermen chose locations based on market order, oceanic conditions, and fuel costs for the day. Our observer coverage compared to fishing days by the trawl grounds fleet was 4.9%. This is comparable to WICOP's coverage of 4% in 2022. Over 2,100 organisms were counted, represented 21 invertebrate and 34 finfish species. No species of concern, marine mammals, or seabirds were captured. 87% of individuals encountered were considered live at release from the cod end. At release from the cod end, there were less than 13% observed mortality, including 8 fish that were bitten or damaged by sea lions. Of the mortalities, a majority were long spine conefish and pink sea perch. Both of these species would normally pass through the large cod end mesh, except for times when the mesh were clogged by debris. WICOP raw data for the period of 2018 through 22 documented 148 finfish and invertebrate species. Sensitive species captured included 5 giant sea bass and 1 soup fin shark. WICOP observers for this data set do not document disposition. WICOP observations of marine mammals and seabird entanglement or death by trawl gear for the same period includes 4 California sea lions and 8 Rance cormorants. Next slide, please. Department observers inspected trawl gear after every tow for evidence of excessive bottom contact, such as rust removal from the upper part of doors or collection of mud in the net indicating digging of the foot rope. The only evidence of contact was rust removal from the bottom links of the chain loops and bottom edge of the doors. Sea pens were found on the foot rope after the first tow on the first observation trip, but not after. In 2013, NOAA scientists and the Southern Trawlers Association conducted a study in the formerly trawled area of Monterey Bay. The study found that light touch trawl gear minimizes bottom disturbance while minimizing bycatch. Observed bottom contact was with the drop loop chain and leading edge of trawl doors. Coincidentally, this study area was made into a potential trawl ground area by way of legislation. The other area created in the same legislation is off Port St. Louis. However, both areas remained closed to trawling. Next slide, please. So other than sea pens on the first tow on the first observation day, no other biogenic species were observed taken. To avoid damage to nets and gear, the halibut trawl fishery avoids hard bottom or biogenic habitat. To ensure ecosystem health, the master plan recommends several management measures. For each of these measures, there are regulations already in place. Gear restriction, which is in effect with light touch trawl gear. Effort restriction, which is with a required limited entry permit. Spatial restriction of a March 15th through June 15th closure. Size limits, with which the halibut minimum length of 22 inches. And then other requirements, which includes logs, observer coverage, and groundfish limits. The master plan also recommends that management perform an fishery ecological risk assessment, or ERA. An ERA has been performed on the halibut fishery with threats to habitat and bycatch identified. However, this ERA was applied to the statewide fishery and doesn't consider the specifics of the trawl grounds fishery. Next slide, please. The trawl grounds fishery has little to no impact to the habitats listed in criteria 4. While there is known kelp habitat on the shore side border of the trawl grounds, there is no kelp habitat within the trawl grounds itself. The trawl grounds has very little coral, biogenic, or hard bottom habitat. Combined, these areas are less than 0.9% of the trawl grounds area. As indicated by both maps showing trawl locations, trawl fishermen do their best to avoid these habitats. The left shows observed tow positions relative to sensitive habitats. and the right shows the collective trawl fleet fishing activity for 2018 through 22. Next slide, please. The trawl grounds fishery is managed with a combination of regulations intended to reduce impacts to bycatch, ecosystem health, and seafloor and biogenic habitats. Using a variety of data sources, including monitoring data such as logbooks and landing receipts, relevant scientific literature, federal observer data, information published by NOAA Fisheries, Department biographical data, and Department at-sea observations. This comprehensive assessment evaluated bycatch, habitat, and ecosystem impacts, and the effect of trawl gear on kelp and biogenic habitats. The results of the assessment have documented low bycatch mortality and minimal to no impacts to the seafloor, kelp, and biogenic habitat. This assessment highlights several control measures that are in place for the trawl grounds fishery that provide protection to different aspects of ecosystem function. The halibut minimum size limit and cod end mesh size requirement for the trawl grounds fishery helps preserve the spawning and age structure within the population. Light touch trawl gear requirements and spatial and temporal restrictions are intended to reduce habitat and bycatch impacts and allow the target species to spawn. The limited entry program and federal and state incidental trip limits for non-target groundfish and halibut non-target species are intended to control fishing activities and minimize mortality of overfished species and non-target species. Next slide, please. The trawl grounds assessment was one of 6 management priorities that was identified as part of the halibut fishery management review. These 6 management priorities are in different stages of completion are a high priority for the department. As summarized in the report and in today's presentation, the department has successfully completed the assessment of the southern trawl grounds following the performance criteria and guidance in the master plan. As the MRC is aware, the department is actively working on characterizing bycatch of non-target species in the halibut fishery and are in the process of developing appropriate management measures for the gillnet fleet. A key next step in this process is to utilize the data collected and analyzed as part of the trawl grounds assessment to apply to a comprehensive bycatch evaluation of the statewide trawl gear type. Learning from the recent process to evaluate bycatch in the set gillnet fishery, department staff are prepared to complete the 4-step process to identify potential concerns surrounding bycatch in the statewide trawl fleet. Next slide, please. So this concludes my presentation. I have a few links there for additional information. I am now available for questions or comments.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Really helpful, Travis. I had a couple questions. One is, so these bycatch numbers are really interesting, right? We've been talking about bycatch and of trawling in set gillnets a lot. And I wondered if there's something you could say about, you know, both without talking about the footprint of trawling in terms of the statewide halibut fishery. I think we lose some of the context, right? Because the trawl fishery is a large proportion of the halibut that's being taken. So could you say anything about that? Just like the scope of this this slice of the fishery versus other parts of the fishery that are taken by hook and line or by gillnet in terms of participation and maybe total landings.
Okay, so I do have some landing statistics. This is for Southern California only, so we're comparing, you know, apples and apples here.
Yeah.
So let's look at, well, for example, 2022, Southern California halibut landings. This is all gears combined, roughly 221,000 pounds of halibut. Trawl grounds accounted for 41,000 pounds. That's just trawl grounds landing alone. Southern California.
Travis, sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay, which part?
The trawl grounds accounted for how many pounds?
41,000.
Okay, thank you.
41,000, and then southern halibut, southern trawl landings. This is all areas because there is trawling outside of the trawl grounds. There's areas outside, like say Ventura Flats, and even going down to LA and further south. So trawling for areas outside or all landings, all areas, 49 982 for southern trawl. So the halibut trawl ground does account for a great proportion of that. The halibut trawl grounds percentage of Southern California halibut catch is 83% of the southern trawl catch, and then 19%, and it's been 19% roughly the last since 2018. 2020, the trawl grounds accounted for roughly 20% of all commercial gears, and all commercial gears being trawl, set, gill net, and hook and line.
Super helpful. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's really helpful just in terms of contextualizing what these numbers mean. The next question I had is one of your slides talked about an ecological risk assessment, and that's been done on the statewide fishery, but it hasn't been done just for the trawl grounds. Is the department recommending that be done, that we need an ERA for the trawl, just for the trawl grounds?
There is an author that I cited in the document, Sam Houry et al. And the authors in that particular document, they did the ERA assessment, and this, they stated that halibut trawl statewide does have impacts to bycatch, impacts to habitat. However, it doesn't take into account smaller scale fisheries. So the southern trawl fishery at the trawl grounds is being lumped in with everybody else. And he said to get a better picture of the California halibut trawl grounds, we should focus just on that, using the specifics of the trawl grounds.
Helpful. Thank you. And is there a plan to do that down the line, or not yet?
Kirsten?
I'm looking at Craig.
No.
No,
I would suggest that what we just did
yeah,
is perhaps better than an ERA, looking at actual numbers and
That's a good point.
real world data collection as opposed to a modeling exercise.
yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point.
I think the other piece, just with respect to land, is, and Travis, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was 7 active vessels in 2022.
Correct. And that's for all, basically from Point Arguello, and I use Point Arguello because that's a boundary of the trawl grounds, all the way south to the Mexican border. So we have 14 trawlers in that area that are paying their permits, their state permit, but majority don't use it. And we find that at the statewide level as well.
Yeah, and we see that in other fisheries as well. Not uncommon. Eric, did you have any questions or comments that you want to make before we go to comments?
No, just great data today and great questions that you just had. That was really helpful, fleshing out a little bit of putting it in perspective and contextualizing it. But I just want to thank everybody for all the immense amount of work that's already gone into this. And it's provided really good information. It's also taught us a lot about the process as one of the first that we've implemented since putting the master plan in place. And so I found it fascinating and really helpful, and really appreciate the effort that's gone in and the learnings that have occurred because of it. Did I comment on my comment?
I thought that was well said.
I do also want to point out the report that's in the binding material. So staff put together a very comprehensive report summarizing everything that's in the presentation for those that did not see that yet.
Yeah, really comprehensive, very valuable. Thanks so much for that, Travis. And to the department team. So with that, we'll turn to public comments. And folks in the room, is there anyone who would like to speak on this issue? Yeah, this is, for those who haven't been before.
Dialogue.
Yeah, this is a dialogue, right? We don't have a formal, there's no buzzer. There's not something that's going to start blinking and telling you to stop, although we might ask you to wrap it up at some point. We do appreciate folks being succinct. We have a lot of folks online, I think 184 I'm seeing now. So lots of people who want to talk on a variety of items. So if you can be brief and succinct, we want to hear what you have to say. And we're glad that you're here. And if other folks want to speak on this agenda item, please just come on up and let's hear from you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, President Murray, Commissioner Sklar. We really appreciate the department's review and presentation of the state trawl grounds, and thank you, Travis, for the presentation. That was really helpful and informative. And we're glad to be having this initial discussion today, knowing that there will be no specific action at today's meeting. From the report, we feel that 90% bycatch rate is not.
Who are you and who are you representing?
Thank you. Thank you. I always forget. I am
I know who you are, but others may not.
and I am with Oceana, Pacific Marine Scientist for Oceana. Thank you, Melissa. From the report, we feel the 90% bycatch rate is not minimal, but it is really encouraging that the bycatch mortality is so low in the state trawl grounds. From the West Coast Groundfish Observer data, we know that tow times in the state trawl grounds can be nearly 3 hours. And at this time, we would like to ask the further efforts are put into understanding the relationship between tow duration and bycatch mortality, with the hope that at future meetings, we can discuss potential ways to minimize bycatch mortality further, including potential limits to trawl duration to ensure that impacts on bycatch are truly minimal. We really appreciate the opportunity to have this initial discussion today, and thank you again to the MRC and department for their focus and time and all the effort that's been put into the management review of the California halibut fishery. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. Hi, Chris.
My name is Chris Voss, and I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. And I'd just like to acknowledge that clearly this is a very, very small scale fishery. And I think the history of it is grounded in Santa Barbara, and specifically with the long and hard work, good work of the late Mike McCorkle. Clearly, he did a phenomenal job in working with the department to shape what we see now is a very viable small scale fishery with very low and almost insignificant environmental and ecological impacts. And so I think it's important that we don't spend an inordinate amount of time and energy and effort to try to niggle out details associated with such a small scale fishery that has almost little to no impact on the marine environment, but it is critically important for the viability of our ports, the economic viability of commercial fishing communities and our ports. So let's start to think, given that when I started fishing, there were 20,000 commercial fishermen in the state of California, and now there's less than 5. Let's start thinking with some common sense in relationship to how we proceed, given the degree of regulation has led to that dramatic decline in fisheries participants, and now what remains in the gillnet, set gillnet fishery and in this trawl fishery is very, very remnant compared to what it has been historically, and the impacts we have on the marine environment that are adverse. None of us want to be catching seals. None of us want to be catching and killing things that we can't actually bring to market. So let's just be use our heads. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Hey everybody, I'm Scott Webb. I'm the advocacy director with the Resource Mill Institute. Want to thank the department for putting together the rest report. I think obviously it's a really busy time for everyone, and we saw the report released on Friday. So definitely for me personally, would like to have a little bit more time to chew on this, because it looks like there's a lot of hard work going on this. So I don't want to have any big hot takes before having the best time to process and read this. So, but some, I guess, stuff comes to mind, and Kalen just alluded this, but looking at this really quickly, obviously seeing a 91% discard rate definitely gives me a little bit of concern, if that wasn't really put forward there on Travis's presentation. And Travis, you may have this number in front of you, but some lessons learned from the second net world this last year. I'd like to better understand what the maybe discard rate was by weight instead of total count. Don't want to necessarily just knock everyone for catching and smaller fish. So if you have that by weight, I see there's a total weight on that document. So that'd be good to understand. And I think similar stuff, almost what we're talking about second list, right? Saw in the 2008 report, there's a 30-minute tow. Would be curious what the average tow is for the trawl fleet. Is that respective? I know this said there was an hour and a half about. Like to better understand what the relationship is between mortality and tow. I think the soak time conversation is very similar having now, so that might be teed up for going forward. And then after that, also once we get that by weight number for the bycatch, like to look more at these top 10 species on the post-release mortality of those as well. You know, sometimes the sharks don't do as well versus other species. So those things come to mind. And I'm excited to have that discussion and excited to get this going. So thank you all so much.
Yeah, and on I know we got a letter about the tow time issue too. I mean, my understanding is with the light touch gear, like these fish, we're trying to sell them alive in some cases, right? So the tow time it reflects that. And I don't know if Chris or the department or Travis, or there's anyone who wants to, not an official definitive, but the tow time is about an hour. Is that about right for this light touch gear or?
Okay, so there's several factors
Yeah.
with light touch trawl gear is that originally it was meant to be a small scale fishery. They transitioned it to a live halibut fishery, which really works out great for this type of gear. The live halibut fishery kind of went away. And for the most part, it is a fresh dead fishery, still using the same short tow times. During my particular observation period of 22 through 23, we saw an average tow time of roughly 70 minutes. And again, we told the fishermen, hey, just go fishing, and we're just going to document stuff. Do what you're going to do. But looking even at observer or our logbooks from 96 to 2022, the average tow time in the trawl grounds is an hour and a half, over that length of period. And then average tow time in Southern California outside the trawl grounds for the same period is 1.7 hours. And some of that is also due to the fleet, the vessel itself. These are small boats with small nets. They physically can't make long tows because the net can't hold it. And I discussed this with a couple of fishermen. I go, why don't you guys try longer tows? And he goes, why? The thought is that halibut, at least for them, are in small pockets. So they're going through trying to target those pockets of fish. So they're trying to be more efficient with what they have, in terms of towing, especially with keeping costs down, being close to home.
Hey, the room is muted in case anyone is talking.
Yes. Can you hear us now, Kimmy?
Yes, you're great. Thank you.
Terrific.
And Eric, you might want to make your comment again.
Yeah, sure. I just would love to see the distribution of the tow times that came up with a 71% average, because it's useful to see whether there are a couple that are kind of outliers in terms of long or short, and what the clustering is around 71 minutes, because I think it'd be interesting.
Great, Greg, welcome.
I'm sorry, like Chris was something to say to that.
Oh, yeah. I meant to add one more piece. When I was characterizing this fishery, and we all acknowledge it's fairly small scale, it's very spatially specific. Ocean Rainforest is a marine algal aquaculture company that's applying for a 2,000 acre lease in federal waters. It's going to directly impact this fishery. And if they're successful, they could be the first. So the feds are leasing huge amounts of the area that historically this fishery is operated in, or will be if this comes to reality. I met with that company yesterday. We in Santa Barbara have created heat maps to guide where they site these things to minimize the siting of these algal aquaculture facilities on this fishery and others. And I think it's important to acknowledge that we as this community of fishermen not only suffer the threat of what happens in this room, but what's happening at the federal level with consistent spatial tape, offshore winds, and other examples.
Yeah, and I kind of whispered this over to Susan, and that's for those who don't know what that proposal is about. It's kelp aquaculture.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Greg.
Good morning. Nice to see everyone. Greg Helms with Ocean Conservancy. I appreciated the report. And let's see, I also agree pretty much with everything that Chris was saying about the value of a small boat, near shore, high quality, kind of low volume fishery, and it's valuable. And we also get a lot of pride, I think, I do, that this gear that differs so much from traditional trawl gear was developed by guys we know in Monterey and Santa Barbara. And so that's acknowledged and important. Two things jumped out in the short time that, we've had this report. One, if the fishery is, if the fishery in the real world operates a lot like or pretty much like the experimental tows, it might be in pretty good shape. Okay? There might be some real estate in between what I just said and where others are headed, but that's where I'm at. So that's a big if though. And you're already kind of on the way. I think you want to explore that to the extent that there's data, to the extent that you rely on expert opinion in the department. What's the where's the customary tow? Where's kind of critical thresholds and tipping points in terms of mortality? And ideally there's headroom between what's customary and usual and what a control might be, so that we keep this fishery the way that we described it, right? Local and high quality, maybe live, but fresh dead, et cetera. Okay, that's the first thing that jumped off the page to me, and I encourage you to go down that road. The second thing is, per the MLMA and per good fisheries management, you want to have a bycatch control measure in your fishery, in your plan. And I've got nothing but good things to say about the Paranzalanet on its ecological performance and its performing, as we see in the ERA. And it's designed to minimize habitat and to exclude sublegal halibut. And it does a hell of a good job on that. It isn't unless you want to go way out there, and I don't suggest that you go way out there and say, by design, this is a control measure. So you would want to have one of those. And that leads back to the first point, which is I think you're well advised to explore that tow time and see if there's a sort of a critical threshold you can get to keep the fishery going to the extent that it's on that low, high quality, high survivorship, and to head off, preempt, and or kind of unheadroom the part of the fishery that may be beyond that. And that's because we value our inshore fisheries. You've heard all the issues. This is the last piece. All the issues about the potential way that halibut can be our fishery that's going to help us weather some of the shifts and dislocations we have under climate. We got to keep it a high biomass type fishery. Okay, that's it. That last bit was weird. Okay.
Anyone else in the room looking to speak on this issue? Okay, not seeing anyone, I will hand it over to David and Kelsey to take us through anyone we've got online. Let's see, we've got at least one hand raised.
Exactly right. We have one hand raised. That is Gary Burke. Gary, go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Gary Burke. I'm a commercial fisherman out of Santa Barbara and a trawler. I just wanted to thank Travis for the report. This is really just such a great little fishery. Doesn't really impact the bottom, doesn't catch any threatened species. It's got a nice little bag at the end where you only go about 2 miles an hour. Most of the stuff's released alive that you catch. And I was just saying, part of the question here in Santa Barbara why we get short tows is so much oil industry pipes that you have to pull up or you might snag and lose your gear. Yeah. So there's just certain areas you can only tow more than an hour, hour and a half. And then you got the MPAs at Naple Reef and all that too. So after the big rain season like this, there's a chance so much stuff comes out of the Ventura River. You might catch a big log or something and you don't know that. Or there's been where fishermen were getting a little older and you forgot to tie your bag. And so you make a 2-hour tow and then you pull up and you went, oh my God, I didn't cut nothing. And so there's reasons why my guys make short tows. So thanks for the time to speak. And I just say this is one of the best managed fisheries going. Thanks.
That was really helpful. That kind of granularity and it's why it's really important to hear from fishermen in detail about what's going on. Thank you very much, Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Gary.
And we had one more gentleman raise his hand as well. That's Ed Tabasio.
Hi, Ed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ed Tabasio. I'm a commercial fisherman I'm kind of curious about the latent permits not being utilized. Is this going to impact the guys that are actually using their permits and when management strategies come into effect? In other words, is it going to restrict the guys that actually use their permits because of, you figure, well, there's a broader spectrum of impact if, does that multiply over more people fishing when actually more people aren't fishing? Does that make sense to you? Am I clear?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ed. I don't know if Travis, you or Craig wants to try to respond to that.
I guess I'm maybe back to Ed on what the question is. I'm a little
Well,
bit.
the question is you have so many people fishing for like X number of fisheries. I mean, you have people fishing in the fishery that say 25 people are actually participating out of 100 permits. Okay. Well, the latent permits, when a management strategy comes along and you figure a percentage of what the bycatch is going to be, and is that going to affect the whole fishery? Because you have, well, it's hard to explain this, but you have the guys that are not fishing actually affecting the guys that are fishing, because when you figure in the management strategy, it's going to come across saying, oh, you have to figure for the impact of the potential impact of 100.
I get it. Yeah, I think it depends on where we go with this conversation. So we have that latent capacity that is out there that could become active at any point in time. And so I think it's going to depend on where we go with this conversation as to how that latent capacity may impact what we do with the fishery.
That would be
chicken and the egg.
That would be unfair to the guys that are actually using their permits, is what I'm getting at.
Yes. So some assumptions in the question. Assumptions, we're going to create some management measures and what that flavor of management measures might be. But right now, we're not contemplating that. We're not making a recommendation, in fact, or even giving direction to the commission on this. This is just an update, informational agenda item.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there just so that, people can take and consider that. Also, good job, Travis. Great job, Travis, on the report. That was excellent. Good job. Thank you very much. And also, that's just the Southern California trawl fishery as well. So good job. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And I think that traditional trawl gear is, correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, but that's next step, right?
Well, that's our recommendation. So I think, and I see we still have some more speakers, but I think from our perspective, this is a good fishery. And the hard work was done years ago when Mike and others built this and addressed bycatch and met all the criteria. We went out and did the check, and it's still performing the way we thought it was, which is a good thing. And we're comfortable with it. And so our recommendation would be then to, we checked in, things look good. Let's move on and focus on the other segments.
Yep, that makes sense to me. It looks like we do have we'll take these next couple speakers and then I think we'll move on to agenda item number 3.
Sure. Next up online, we have Larry Phillips with the American Sport Fishing Association.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hey, I just want to appreciate the commission and CDFW, just the transparency and the level of management here relative to this commercial fishery is really unprecedented. It's something we don't see often as far as the investment that's made. So we really appreciate that. This is just a textbook example of how we should be doing this. I do have one question though. What portion of the trips do have observers on? Obviously, the questions about bottom contact are in place, assuming that the incidental encounter of non-target and other species are increased when that happens. So, and that obviously is controlled by the fishermen. So just, and I guess this stems from, the study representing a couple thousand finfish encounters and what that might look like if, just candidly speaking, observers weren't on board. Appreciate the answer. Thanks.
So regarding the observer question, the way it works for open access is they're looking at a percentage of the fleet based upon total landings, but also within their own program, because they do 100% observer coverage for limited entry. Those limited entry would be groundfish trawlers, and they also could have a halibut trawl permit. But as I said in my presentation, the observer program hasn't observed the limited entry part of the halibut fishery because they haven't fished since 2013. They use their groundfish permits for groundfish, but they haven't gone and fished for halibut. So what ends up happening is you end up with a smaller percentage of the total open access fleet, which was roughly 4% was the number that NOAA published for open access. And there's a range, that was just the 2022. It gets up to like around 11% and then a little bit lower than that, on a larger time scale.
Great. Thanks for that, Travis. Next, it looks like we have Merritt McCray.
I'm Merritt McCray, and I must say that my background is primarily in the commercial passenger sport fishing fleet and a little bit of hook and line commercial. And I've been at it for a long time, and I just want to mention something that Dr. Craig Schumann just briefly touched on a moment ago, and that is our trawl fisheries today are not the same as they were 20, 25 years ago. Things have changed very, very much, and I really appreciate the work that's gone into it, the work that the department has done and elsewhere, the council and so forth. I do want to mention and put into context what the commercial trawl fisheries are actually like compared to other food production. If you look at what we do ashore to produce the same quality of foods, with respect to our terrestrial environments, trawling has, in fact, all of our fisheries methods have a much, much smaller impact than, for example, fencing off an area and planting it with straight grapevines, excluding all other wildlife, plowing up fields and planting monocultures and feeding other critters to put on the table and so forth. So when you think about the trawling impacts, bear in mind what might replace it if we didn't have that kind of a fishery. Thank you.
Thanks, Merritt. Yeah, appreciate just sort of the context of both of those last comments, Larry and Merritt, and just the appreciation to the department, but also to the fishery. It is true. This fishery is not the same as it was 20 years ago. Appreciate I think, Chris, you mentioned Mike McCorkle, and that's, it's important to acknowledge as well. So yeah, Susan.
Thank you. And I appreciate all of this as well. And just a recognition that the other halibut trawl grounds, those were designated in legislation because of the work of Mike McCorkle with the legislature. And he did go forward with a bycatch evaluation conducted collaboratively with the department that preceded that legislation, that nonetheless, just before it was adopted, it's closed until it can be reevaluated with fresh data. So, at some point, I think the department continues to consider different means to be able to do that without wasting catch or, recognizing financial feasibility. Monterey was previously opened to limited light touch trawling for that fish species.
Thanks, Susan. All right, with that, again, we don't have any recommendation that needs to come out of this agenda item, so we will move on to agenda item.
I was just saying, I'm looking forward to having some more granularity on the trawl time, and some thought about addressing the latent permits and how that affects it. Some more discussion about that would be useful as we come back next time. And then finally, just appreciate the additional work that's going on and the things that are still in progress. Looking forward to hearing about this in our next meeting.
So you want us to come back to the next meeting with more details on the tow times and latent permits?
To the extent that you can, yeah, with the data you have.
Okay.
Yeah, one question. I think we're also going to be able to talk a little bit more broadly about the fishery as a whole under item 3B in the evaluation of the broader halibut trawl fishery. And the latent permit question may be relevant at that scale.
It may be, yeah.
And so I think we can park that request and contribute it for that stage.
Fair enough. Sounds good. Thank you.
So wrap it into the broader trawl evaluation or bring it back separately? I'm just trying to get clarity.
Yeah,
I want to make sure we're meeting expectations.
You know, I think it's a valid question that was raised about this specific, about the trawl. And so we should look at it for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And with that, that takes us to agenda item number 3, a related but different topic, which is bycatch evaluation in support of the California Halibut Fishery Management Review. This agenda item is going to be limited to 60 minutes. We have spoken a lot about this topic over years. And so we want to talk about it again today. It's important that we do so. And we wanted to sort of ensure it was bookended, anticipating that we might have other important things to talk about today too. So sometimes we forecast and go us. Okay, so I will hand it over then to Susan, who's going to start with agenda item 3A, and I'll count on somebody, I'll do it too, but to just keep track of our sort of 60 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
And in that spirit, we want to be succinct in our presentations and in our overview so that we can spend our time having a dialogue and hearing from people and discussing among ourselves as well.
Thank you. This is a 2-part dialogue, 2-part agenda item. The first is receiving a verbal update on the department's progress in developing regulatory options for the near-term fishery management measures that the commission supported following MRC recommendation that's scheduled for a rulemaking to commence in April. So it is coming up in the near term. Kirsten Ramey will be providing that verbal update. She'll also provide an update on the longer term management measures that were supported by the commission to address bycatch concerns and information gaps. And that would really wrap up the final through stage 4 that's envisioned to wrap in that stage 4 of bycatch evaluation, which leads to part B, which is the discussion about moving forward with bycatch evaluation in the California halibut California halibut trawl fishery. As a reminder, the committee recommended, the commission supported looking at halibut impacts for set gillnet first, and then resuming with a look at trawl. So for today, it's an opportunity for the committee to provide any direction on moving forward with that evaluation of acceptability of bycatch and potential management measures where warranted for trawl that relies on the previous report that the committee received that covered both trawl and set gillnet. So I turn it over to Kirsten for her update.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. How's my audio coming through?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, perfect. All right. Good morning, Co-Chair Murray and Co-Chair Sklar. My name is Kirsten Ramey. I'm an environmental program manager for the department's Marine region. Nice to see everybody again. So yes, as we've talked about over the last couple of years, the department has worked in coordination with commission staff, industry representatives, the NGO community, and research partners to assess and address bycatch concerns in the California halibut gillnet fishery. So I'm here today to give an update on our efforts to implement some potential management improvements to the fishery. So just as a reminder, in November of at the November MRC, Craig took my place for a moment and presented 10 potential management measures for consideration, which included both near-term and long-term improvements to address information gaps and interactions with some bycatch species in this set gillnet fishery. As a reminder, we proposed to the full Fish and Game Commission, and the commission supported a set gillnet rulemaking, which consisted of 3 improvements. One was gear marking. The second was mesh height restriction. And the third was a soak time limit. And at the time, the commission requested us to present the range of 24 to 48 hours in consultation with stakeholders. So I'm happy to report that we are on track to present and request to go to notice that proposed rulemaking package to the full commission at your April meeting. We are in the process of finalizing the regulatory documents, which will be available publicly in advance of that April commission meeting. Simultaneously, we've been working on exploring what we called the long-term improvements, which included electronic monitoring and electronic logbooks, as well as observer coverage. Related to electronic monitoring, there are several considerations that go into vetting whether or not electronic monitoring is an appropriate measure that can be implemented. So things like vendor technology capabilities, there's at least a dozen different vendors out there that provide different options, program development and system capabilities. So making sure that we have the computer infrastructure essentially to be able to receive the data that is produced from electronic technology, having the technical support to be able to manage the technological infrastructure, data confidentiality, analysis, data integration, and then of course, considerations around regulation development and implementation. As part of our exploration of all of these different factors, we first need to develop specific information on the profile of the fishing fleet, such as the design of the vessels, the number of crew, the existing and future capabilities for electronic technology or equipment on board, and as well as the permittees' comfortability with using electronic devices. So we recently developed an interview questionnaire, and we will be sending it out to all set GILNet permittees this week by email to ask a series of questions to help gain perspectives on the fleet's capacity and behavior, so we can effectively consider and design a potential new electronic monitoring program. We encourage all permittees who may be listening today to complete that survey and assist us in this informational gathering phase. After we are able to gather some of that information on the actual fleet profile, we'll be examining the various considerations for a new program, but we will start with reaching out to potential vendors and asking for demonstrations of their technology to determine what is most feasible for the set gillnet fishery and provides the data that we need in order for us to manage more effectively. To touch base a little bit on the observer piece of our long-term improvements, we have been in discussions with NOAA's West Coast Regional Observer Program staff about opportunities to reinitiate the federal observer program for the set gillnet fishery. They have informed us that they will not be making a decision on whether or not they can reinstate the program for the 2025 fishery until June of this year. So we will be in touch with NOAA staff right around that time to discuss potential next steps in developing an observer program for the fishery through their federal process. We will continue to communicate with stakeholders, researchers, NOAA staff, commission staff, and the fishing fleet to keep everybody informed on these management improvements. And we're happy to return to the MRC as needed, as requested, to provide updates to you as well. But just so folks know, it's still very much a high priority for the department, my staff, to focus on this gillnet improvement piece. And as you heard today, we may be transitioning it a little bit into the trawl bycatch piece. And then there are, of course, a couple other pieces of the broader halibut scaled management review that are still ongoing as well. And with that, I will take any questions.
Great. Any questions from you, Eric or Kirsten? I don't have any questions either. I have some thoughts, I think one of the things we do want to do is, if we have time, some reflection on lessons learned and how we can potentially, think about how to identify any key insights or potential areas for improvement on, as we go forward with the California halibut trawl fishery evaluation. And so I think if there's space to do that, I have some thoughts that I've sort of been noodling on. But I do want to make sure that folks in the room and on Zoom have a chance to give their thoughts in response to where we are today, where we've been, the presentation that we just got from Kirsten. So I think we'll start with that. All right, so folks in the room who want to speak on agenda item number 3, either A or B, please come on up and we'd love to hear from you.
I'm Nick Lucanelmo, a commercial gillnet fisherman for over 50 years. We've been working with the department for like a year and a half now, placing markings on our net, soak time, mess size, and we've been making progress. And we go to find out that Assemblyman Bennett's trying to pass a bill 2220 that we have 5 meetings so far. There's not one. Everybody's been at the same meeting except one gentleman, which is not here today, because he went behind our back to put a bill in to put us really hurt us a lot. And it's a shame that that's the way the system works. I mean, we've been trying so hard to always, we give and take, but we're always getting kicked all the time. We never get anything good in return. I mean, over the our family history is over 100 years gill netting. I mean, we got pushed out 3 miles. We lost almost the whole ocean. We have a little sliver around the islands. Now they want that too. I mean, it's a shame that this is the way the system has to work. And if you see Long Beach State Dr. Chris Lowell, he's a great white, the shark biologist. He said the ecosystem is thriving. There's no, great white sharks are not endangered. I agree that we should sell them for human consumption, but for scientific research, I don't have a problem with that. And I don't know why the department has a problem with scientific research also. And then the black sea bass, we only catch a few a year because where we fish at, we don't fish inshore, we're outshore. And we catch a handful or maybe 100 the whole year with all the 20 fishermen that are fishing. I don't think that's jeopardizing the black sea bass population. And do you guys actually have biologists that do the research on the black sea bass?
A little bit.
Okay, because everybody we talked to, they said the population is thriving. I mean, if you want to put observers on our boat because we might catch a black sea bass, how many black sea bass do the sport boats catch? And when they catch them, they bring them up to the top, they float away and they die. I mean, if you're going to play fair, let's put observers on everybody's boat. And if they're catching black sea bass inshore a lot more than us, why wouldn't you close that area for the sport fishermen also? Why always try to pick on 20 guys from Point Conception to San Diego? We're not harming the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil Guglielmo, gill netter, lobsters and crabs. And like my brother said, it's a lot of meetings anyway. I feel like your authority's been circumvented with my brother said about going to this legislature. It'll just be voted amongst them with just one side of the story. If maybe the commission somehow can put a letter together with their thoughts, at least to give the other side based on observations and prior history of our catches and observer program back in the 90s. We gave them 3 miles, which is a restricted zone. The sport boats, they see our flags 3 miles out, and where do? They go to our flags. it's, and well-watched boats, and they take them to see the seals. And the seals come to the boat. So when we're out there, the seals are coming to our boat, and they eat damage, they eat fish. And the bycatch, I've never heard that word so much, but I don't have any bycatch, except the seal I have to, discard. And, what I can't sell, like when you go in a fish market, there's a variety of fish. My halibut net just doesn't catch halibut. It's all legal. We use an 8.5-inch mesh. Their mouth is open and it's caught on the twine, and it wraps, it twists, and we sell all that. And the ones that are chewed up, I put in a barrel, that's my crab bait. So, the black sea bass, I've read that study 2021 done by Scripps, and I have it in my folder. Over the last 60 years, the average take of black sea bass in Mexico, 55 tons a year. They're not endangered. We tie in a marina. The divers there say when they're in the kelp, they see black sea bass all over. They're not like you think. Just like smooth hounds or bat rays. How many do you want? If you use a 3-inch mesh and go out a half a mile, you'll get hundreds of pounds just in a one day. I could take the wardens out and just set a net, and we can donate the fish just to prove it, if that's what it would take. But I mean, when you study things, it's like, oh, the sport industry can't bring any in. It's jealousy. So, I mean, there's more and more, but I mean, it looks like it's set. Everything is set. And what's gonna keep our friends down south of the border to put those flags on their nets, the ribbons, to prove that, hey, look at that whale, it's got ribbons on it. Oh, it must be American. Is that when I saw them unloading, they know I'm a gill member, and I go, hey, what color are the ribbons gonna be? I'm thinking, okay. So, anyway, but thank you all. We all mean well. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't drive in, get a room. We're so used to being in our homes. We're getting this little room, you can't sleep, and we're here. I mean, it's life. We all mean well. I know we're all different perspectives, and we're all friends, and we just wish the best for everybody. And hopefully we have that little sliver, and that 1 mile off the island is important to a lot of us. Because we get some, good sea bass there. But we hate to lose that, but we've always make do. But I mean, it's, how much can you take? Pretty soon it's gonna be a line, there's gonna be 20 boats sitting on one line. There's a lot of areas off the coast that are too deep. Like we're in Dana Point, there's no gill netters. The bottom's too deep. We have to go down to Oceanside. So, anyway, but thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Mike McCorkle, he was the head of the game. Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, President Murray and Commissioner Sklar. Caitlin Birch, marine scientist for Oceana. Really appreciative of the department and commission's work so far on these management packages for the gillnet fishery. And thank you, Kirsten, for the update today. We really appreciate it. I don't have too much to say. I would just like to express, our extreme appreciation for all the work and time that's gone into this management review, and also for, Nick and Neil and Nick Senior and Nick Junior being here today. We really appreciate you guys' perspectives, and we just look forward to working with you all going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Cal. Hey, everybody, Scott Webb, Director of Advocacy with the Resource Mill Institute. So really want to appreciate Nick's, Neil, learned a lot the last few years of this process, and it's been, I think, a great experience for you and how to interact with California Fisheries Management. So I really appreciate the engagement. These thoughts say I've learned a lot for this. Yeah, I really don't want to honestly take more time of this, as President Murray alluded to. I think we've still on the stage the last 2 years for hours on end. There's a lot to get to. So thank you to the work department. Excited to see what's happening in April. And I guess not really dive into legislation, but just as a reminder, this is our first MRC where the Fish and Game Commission just passed a new policy that the commission is not going to be taking formal positions on legislation. So I don't think this is necessarily the appropriate venue to do that. I have some thoughts, but again, for the sake of time and process, I want to make sure that we are using this venue appropriately. Thanks so much.
Excuse me? Did we pass a policy that said we're never going to take positions on legislation?
No, what you passed was a policy that says that you will, in general, rather than supporting a specific piece of legislation, that you will be, as we've done in the last few years, the concept. So in this particular case, if the commission were to decide to write a letter, the commission might write a letter talking in general about the fishery, pros and cons, what's working, what's not working, that sort of thing. And providing the legislature with feedback on what you would see as appropriate or not appropriate, but not specific to a particular bill.
We had a conversation about that, but we didn't take action and pass a specific policy saying this is what we will always or never do, as I remember.
We're in the process, the commission's in the process of reviewing all 60 plus of its policies. One of the first ones that the commission took action on at your last meeting was the legislation policy.
We need to
And we
revisit
made-
that at our next
We made
meeting.
edits, we made edits to that policy. We didn't, it wasn't a wholesale change.
Okay, let's take a look at that at our next meeting, because I don't think that's what I maybe slipped my notice too, but that didn't. I think we should be able to take, we shouldn't have a policy against taking position. It shouldn't be that thing we do often. It should be, we should generally do as described, but we shouldn't have a policy against taking a position.
Yeah.
If we did, if
I
we
agree.
said it, then we made, that was a mistake, I think, on our part. So let's revisit that. Thank you.
Yeah, Chris.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Chris Voss, president of the Commercial Fishermen in Santa Barbara. I'd just like to take this opportunity in a public forum to ask Oceana representatives to encourage Bennett to remove this AB 2220 because it is not a good piece of legislation, ill-conceived, very weak in detail, and it puts all the fisheries at risk of being attacked in ridiculous ways with respect to the economic challenges associated with 100% of reservoir coverage. That is a possibility with this legislation as written, and criminalization of incidental take of some of these species. It's just a terrible piece. It does circumvent the process that you guys have been working on now. And it's poisoning relationships and the water. And so I believe that it would be wise of them to retract your legislative proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chris. Yeah, so since you brought it up and we've heard it a couple times, this piece of legislation, AB 2220. And I want to be careful. You know, we have over the last 18 months, 2 years of conversation, there has been a mention that some folks might want to go to the legislature on the white or on the black sea bass piece and on the white shark piece. That did come up in our meetings. That's something that we talked about a bit. So, so that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. The rest of the bill, I'm not going to comment on. This notion that, you know, the legislature is circumventing our authority. I'm actually gonna see if my co-chair wants to say anything about that.
Yeah.
In general.
Yeah, I mean, they're not we enforce the code that they pass. They have every right to pass a bill, anything they want. It's a democratic process. So it's not circumventing and it's not wrong inherently. However, I think it was really wrong of one of the participants in this process to push a piece of legislation while this process was going on. That shows really bad judgment and bad will, I think. Or one or the other or both. I don't know which it was or whether it's a combination, but it was wrong in my view. I think that the commission's a better place to work out the kind of details that are necessary to get something like this right. That's why we have a commission. I think the legislature hopefully will respect that. I personally think they should put this bill on hold and suspend it until they see what how this process ends up at least. And then it may not be necessary at all, or it can be debated in that context. So it is disappointing that bill went forward. And I don't have a problem expressing my personal opinion as an individual that it's not the way to go.
Great. Okay, thanks for that, Eric. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Deming. I am a wildlife veterinarian and work at the Pacific Marine Mammal Center, which is here in Orange County, California. And I help oversee some disentanglement efforts in this region as well as Los Angeles and San Diego. A lot of the entanglements we see are gill nets, but I'm actually here today to commend the commission and the fishermen for the efforts in this regulatory package that you guys have presented. We are in full support of the package. I can't speak towards the legislation of it. I haven't seen any of that, and I apologize if that has caused you guys some undue frustrations. We do support soak time limits, and we think that a decrease to soak times of about 24 hours will decrease the bycatch. And as a veterinarian, I can tell you the mortality of that bycatch and incidental catches, and hopefully keep the sea lions away from your nets and deep depredating fish that you guys do catch in some shorter soak times and give you the opportunity to have a more fruitful catch and become more efficient for you, as well as decreasing the bycatch in that fisheries. We're also in full support of marking the gear. We think this is crucial, and we're in full agreement with the fishermen that the large majority of the gear that we see coming in on these animals are probably coming from Mexican waters. And so just having the capacity to be able to point the fingers internationally and help support the sustainable fisheries that this commission has tried to develop off of California's coast is very important. And we have Mexican partners, and I've never thought about the comment that you made that people might be tying ribbons to these top lines to mimic the California fisheries, and that's a concern. I think that the ribbons on these top lines will be a good way to start some marking, but maybe some other marking that would be a little bit more complicated to mimic. And the vast majority of the entanglements we see actually don't include the top lines and the large whales. We disentangled a gray whale. If there were ribbons, we would have been able to identify it. But perhaps a future proposal to do something like specific monofilament colors that would be a little bit more challenging for international countries that may be contributing to the majority of this problem, to help facilitate ways for us to develop international relationships to improve the fisheries that are really causing crushing issues with the marine mammals in this area. So just thank you again to the commission and the fishermen. We look forward to working collaboratively with you guys. And we would love to do as much as we can to help support keeping sea lions and whales away from your nets, so you guys can do the job that you guys are out there to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Obviously, we don't want to keep adding costs at nickel and dime and really, are so painful, but there's far better ways than a colored ribbon to marketing these days. I mean, in the wine industry, for expensive wine, every bottle has an RFID tag on it, so it can be traced and prevent counterfeiting, which is, analogous a little bit to what you're talking about for the reverse reason, right? So it would seem to me that there's got to be a way to identify stuff really well, and RFID tags are not inherently expensive in the cannabis industry. Every plant's RFID, just to give you a comparison, which is that's crazy. But having some way that's better than a ribbon that's easily replicatable seems like a better solution if we can keep the cost down.
Just a thought on that. Assistant Chief Cord brought up that in the proposed regulations, we are proposing that each strap must contain the fisherman's identification number on the ribbon. So if there is an entanglement and you can actually retrieve the gear, it should have the number. I think, yeah, sure, there's a concern that's there, someone in Mexico or elsewhere will put ribbon on the gear, but also I wonder how viable that really is, that they're going to go through the time and expense to mark their gear if they don't have to. It's certainly possible, but this is our first step.
Yeah.
First time we're going to be marking this type of gear. So I think our recommendation continue with it and look at other technologies as we proceed.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting we do something right away, but that there are alternatives if that becomes a problem.
The other piece, and while I can't speak to the legislation, I think it's worth watching to see what happens with the legislation to help dictate what we do moving forward. So, if that legislation moves forward, then
Right.
So it's how much do we invest in this fishery?
Absolutely.
So that's something else I think we need to keep in mind.
Thanks for that that question and that comment, Co-Chair Sklar, and for the response, Craig. Anyone else in the room want to say anything else about this issue, the legislation, or anything else before we go to our Zoom callers? Yeah, please.
My name is Nick Guglielmo, third generation commercial fisherman.
as far as our legislature goes, we've been working with you guys for like a year and a half, like my dad said, and then just with this coming on from Oceana now. If they close the islands, I bought my boat 3 years ago, I'll have to sell it. There's no point of having a big boat to fish the coast. We'll be pretty much, I would say a couple more guys will get out of the business because fishing on the coast, some years you have good years, other years you get pushed back, the fish are at the island. So you follow the currents, you follow the bait, and there's just so much to play. And instead of really working with us, they just kind of put a 360 on us. And then like Craig saying, now why even have this process now? Why don't we just stop it? And I think for us, maybe do like a supplemental income where you charge the sport fees $3 to $5 on top of their fees. And then what do we do? Get rid of the permits for the laden permits for the commercial fishermen, whoever doesn't really fish. And then that money just gets the 5% goes towards the fish and game office, and the rest gets divided up amongst the fishermen that were pushed out kind of because of the sport and the environmental groups that really started this whole process in the beginning. So I think we should start maybe looking at solutions like that and maybe allowing us to fish 3-4 months out of the year. The supplemental income will cover the rest, and then we just figure out what else we have to do because we never give up. We keep on working, so we're trying to make solutions now because if this gets passed, we're done. It's just a sad part of, I guess, how the world works in California.
I'd really make the effort to go and talk to the legislators author's office and be there for the hearings.
Because we're all
And
open for this.
ask for a panel at the hearings. I mean, you have every right to be heard and fight on it there. And that's just my personal advice.
And like the soap time and everything, we're open with a lot of things, which is trying to keep us alive is the main part. But yeah, I thank you.
Thank you, yeah. All right, so that brings us to folks we've got on the line. I know how many hands do we have raised, David?
2.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's hear from folks online.
Our first speaker online, we have Terry Shore.
Yes, good morning. My name is Terry Shore. I'm a board member of Turtle Island Restoration Network, and I am sitting in for our staff person, Elizabeth Purcell. She did in fact provide detailed written comments on the set gillnet fishery for halibut. Primarily, TURN has been advocating for a shorter soak time than is proposed in the regulatory package. And we also wanted to emphasize the importance of reinstating observer coverage as soon as possible so we can better understand the full-scale impact of this fishery on the marine ecosystem. Regarding the legislation, one thing I wanted to just mention is that several measures that were proposed in the bill were management measures proposed by the MRC, but we were all told was out of the jurisdiction of the commission. So that could be one reason why legislation was needed. And then one last thought is during this meeting, I started to wonder if the MRC Commission might want to consider, in addition to the impacts to the environment and to the fishermen from regulation of our California fisheries, that we should also be analyzing the agency's justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion policy as one of the factors, not just for the public process, but for the actual fishery. For example, who eats the California halibut? It's pricey, it's served at high-end restaurants. How many people really benefit from the fishery in addition to the fishermen and those who sell it? Is it mainly upper income people who are consuming this fish? You know, what is the big picture? Because maybe since we're looking at public resources, maybe we should consider what fisheries provide the most benefits across populations and income levels while protecting the environment and fisheries, and prioritize public resources accordingly. Thank you very much.
With that, we have Ed Tavasiev online as well. Ed?
Oh, thank you again. I was going to ask a quick question. If you have effective electronic monitoring, do you still need, the personal NOAA coverage? I know it's very expensive and kind of difficult to take and put together on a short notice as well. Also, as far as identifying gear, in the crab fishery, we have our tags and all that kind of stuff, but they're also talking about now changing, everybody has to have their own rope colors and stuff like that for different states to, implement the exclusion permit there. So I was thinking maybe something like spaghetti tags and, or trap tags of some sort that you could modify to put on head ropes or on the ropes there. And, maybe spaghetti tags would be best because you could take and change them yearly. That way there would be no, Mexican influence that would take and say, okay, well, we can, just take the tags off the other guys' traps or whatever and put them on our traps, and, they wouldn't be, impacted that way. So just some thoughts I had, just wanted to throw it out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. I don't see anyone else in the room or online with their hand raised. I do want to just reflect for a moment on some of the comments that we just heard. Our job as commissioners is to always be balancing science with communities, with justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, with the desire for people in California and nationally and internationally to want to eat seafood. But certainly in California, people want to eat local seafood. I believe that that's true. Whether they caught it or somebody else in California has caught it. And those are policy choices. We are always balancing all of those variables to try to make these policy choices on these really thorny issues. And it's, we cannot take just one of them and look at it in a vacuum, in isolation, because these factors are incredibly intersectional. And so, just thinking a little bit in real time about this idea of, well, who's eating this fish? It's expensive. I also think we need to be balancing that with ecosystems and with something we've been talking about a lot lately, which is coastal fishing communities. That is not complete quite yet, our policy on that, but thinking about coastal fishing communities. And, I think it was Chris who said that 20 years ago, don't quote me, I'm quoting Chris, X years ago, we had X amount of fishermen. It was more than it is now. I'll just say that. And today we have fewer. And that's the result of a lot of different factors. I'm really proud to say that we have some of the healthiest fisheries in the world, I think, off of the California coast now. It's important to keep that in mind when we're hearing rhetoric and hyperbole on all sides of some of these conversations. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to emphasize that our job is to consider lots of different factors that we're weighing against each other. And that's how we make these policy calls. And certainly, communities, JEDI, sustainable seafood, science, those are just a few of them that we're trying to balance.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. I think that's really describes well what we do and how we do it. And one of our jobs is to filter out the hyperbole and really not let that affect our decisions. On this particular one, I think, again, continued great work on it. There's been an enormous amount of effort on everybody's part. I think we're close. Legislation notwithstanding, let's get to a solution here and use that as evidence for the legislature that they don't need to do anything, number one. And number two, I'm certainly going to reach out and have already to discourage legislation on this.
Great.
Do you recommend us to go to Sacramento?
Absolutely. That's, so you were saying that, it seems like it's not the right process. Well, it is a process. It's a democratic process. It's how we make laws in this country. But part of the process is the stakeholders need to get involved and fight for what they want. You should you should reach out to that legislator's office, ask for a meeting, make your case, and then say you expect to be on a panel that discusses the legislation when they have the hearing on it. You should be at the table, not in the audience. And I'll do the same. I'll offer to testify if they'd like, if they'll allow me as well. Because this really pisses me off. I mean, I think it was really wrong. It's not illegal. It's not immoral. It just shows a real lack of judgment in class when everybody's working so hard on a solution in the right forum, in the best forum, and to do that. So I was very disturbed by it as well.
Thanks, Eric. Dr. Shimon.
Just maybe to end this on a positive note.
Please.
Reflecting on the last 2 years that we've been going through, these 2+ years, to me, this is a success story. We engaged stakeholders from all different sides. We collected a ton of data. We analyzed a ton of data. We created science-based measures. We've got a regulatory package that I think everyone that agrees is gonna move us to a better place that isn't gonna place undue burden on the fishery. And I think this is the value of the process that you all run here to allow us to get to that point. So I just wanted to kind of end this on a positive note as we move into notice in April on this one.
Really appreciate that, that frame. Thanks, Craig. You know, in that spirit, is it helpful to take a little time now to talk about lessons learned or some of the best practices we might want to take into the next round of bycatch evaluation, or what's your pleasure on that?
And if you don't mind, before we move on to that, we do have an individual who's had their hand raised for a while, who'd like to contribute to the conversation.
Terrific.
If that would be all right.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for flagging that.
All right, Ting, if you'd like to go ahead.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking my question. My name's Ting. I'm from Long Beach, Los Angeles. In regards to data sets being collected, it doesn't have to be answered now, but I am actually pretty interested, and I think everybody in the room would be interested in how many times a year is data taken and how often are these locations monitored? Because we're coming, like, everybody here today wants to help each other, but without the idea and knowledge of how many data sets each party is giving, it's kind of, well, we're kind of seeing mismatch, because on one side, fishermen are visually saying, okay, we see more fish in water, that's great, but I'm not seeing data on that. And then from the official side, I get it, you have scientists, you have a lot of data sets, but the frequency and how often are these locations monitored, that's a big delta in my mind. Because at 1 year, it could be a bad year for fishermen. And on the next side, on your side particular, you could say, well, this has been a very bad year. We're gonna come down hard on fishermen, etc. Which I see both sides of the story. But if one side is able to actually provide that data on how many times are these data sets being taken per year, and whether each side has enough monitoring, the ability to monitor and provide feedback, that'd be a good data set to see, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'll look to, I guess, Kirsten or Craig, if you want to respond to that.
So maybe I'll start. So for this one, we have a robust data from the Observer program. We've got landings data, and then we went through a very detailed bycatch evaluation. And so all that information's in the media materials of years gone by. And so we can certainly, I don't know if it's referenced in this binder or previous binders, it's all in there. We're always going to need and want more data. That's just the reality of the world we live in. But I think, we do the best with what we have.
Great, thanks for that. And on the sort of lessons learned, best practices conversation, I saw that in the staff report. Is that a helpful discussion to have for a few minutes, or?
I kind of wonder whether we finish this up.
Yeah.
And the smaller the trawl issue, and then actually have a full discussion on that. Really invite everybody to the table and really encourage folks who may not have a stake, or who feel like, they dealt with the fishery they're focused on, would still participate in that, because I think we need to learn from everybody who was involved. And so really would encourage everybody who's been involved in these processes to be involved in that discussion. But I think it's a really worthwhile, broader discussion to set us up for the next fisheries we look at.
That makes sense to me. Susan?
Sure. So, and so as it pertains to the trawl fishery, I think, is the department ready to move forward immediately before the next MRC?
Is there a timing issue with that? Are you getting started imminently on the next one?
Kirsten? It's her team that's doing the work.
Yes and no. We're preparing for it in the fact that we're gathering the available data sets. We actually have a student at UC Santa Cruz who's interested in helping us compile some of the data and doing some of the analysis. So we're building the pieces, but we haven't quite dug into, you know, the inquiry questions that are part of the master plan evaluation process. So I am fully supportive of having a lessons learned discussion. I think we can hear some perspectives from everybody who's been involved, and the department certainly has some lessons learned as well to share. So I'm in support of taking the time to have that more full on discussion.
So maybe at the July MRC meeting, we could have a standalone discussion item on this. Yeah. Terrific. Okay, I think that makes sense.
Yes, we'll include that as an MRC recommendation.
Yes,
and-
please.
And yeah,
Have a more thoughtful discussion. Yeah.
so to move forward, you want to have that lessons learned discussion to help guide the
Next bycatch evaluation that's going on. I am aware that, you know, the upcoming MRC meetings are likely to be busy with agenda items. I do just note that. But I do think it, you know, doesn't mean it has to be a 3-hour discussion, but I do think it warrants its own, it is a little bit distinct from what we've been talking about and where we are. So I agree with Eric that it warrants its own conversation. That works for me.
And we can present where we are with the broader
Yeah.
trawl evaluation to kind of use that. as
Perfect.
Here's where we're going and where do we want to shape it? 'Cause
That's perfect.
I do want to make sure we don't get in this do loop.
Yeah.
Keep, paralysis by analysis. And
Absolutely.
whatever, move on.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
That's great.
All right, so we do have a recommendation on this.
I move the department's recommendation.
Yes. With an evaluation of bycatch for California halibut trawl gear in both federal and state waters.
Yep.
Yeah, that's our recommendation. I agree.
That, and to schedule a discussion at the next meeting.
At the July MRC meeting to discuss best practices and lessons learned from the bycatch evaluation process that we are, I can't say have concluded. Have we concluded it?
That can.
We would like to say it's concluded.
That's what I'm hoping we can figure out. What does conclude mean?
Okay. All right. Is that clear? Do you have what you need?
Yes.
All right. With that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 11:05 to talk about agenda item number 4.
Sure.
Thanks, Melissa. All right, Jen and Kimmy, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, so we're going to pick back up on our agenda with agenda item number 4, commercial sea urchin regulations. We're going to receive and discuss department recommendations for potential changes to the commercial sea urchin fishery, including consideration of petition 2023-04 concerning fishing days and area closure for the fishery north of San Luis Obispo, Monterey County line. Susan is going to get us started.
Thank you. Great. This agenda item was prompted by a petitioned request from the California Sea Urchin Commission to make changes to the northern fishery defined by the Monterey San Luis Obispo County line. The department has been in discussion with the Urchin Commission as well as the fleet on to also address some other long-standing issues that have been discussed with the fishery, including challenges with finding, with crew and the permitting. And so today, I'm just going to leave it at that and say that today, Joanna Grable from the department is going to give a presentation with an overview. And time-wise, we are envisioning this is an introduction to the topics. The department is requesting for guidance regarding the proposed changes in the petition and what they should pursue for developing recommendations for management measures that they would then bring back in July. So I'll turn it over to Joanna.
Good morning, everyone. As Susan said, my name is Joanna Grable, and I'm the manager over the invertebrate program. So as she mentioned, that this agenda item was initially to discuss the sea urchin petition. However, we did identify a couple of other commercial urchin related items that we thought we would just sort of bring to you so you have the whole landscape of all the potential things that could be contemplated. So I'll be talking about a variety of things in this presentation. Next slide, please. Or do we have the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
First,
First slide, please. There we go. Okay, so just a quick overview to orient us through the presentation. So as I mentioned, we'll be discussing the proposed changes. I'll discuss the department's sort of initial take on those. And then we'll include a timeline for getting the regulatory process through. And then we'll talk about some next steps and some things for your consideration. Next slide, please. So all of the changes that we are talking about do affect a single a regulatory section, that's Title 14, 120.7. And the changes that we're proposing are coming from three different sources, really. So the first one that I'll be covering, developing a new sea urchin permit, number one here, is based on new legislation that requires development of the new sea urchin permit. The next two items, number 2 and number 3, are a result of the regulation change petition that was submitted by the Urchin Commission. And then the last item is something that the department is proposing, and that's just some changes for clarity. Next slide, please. So Fish and Game Code section 905.5 went into effect on January 1st of 2024. And this was a result of an omnibus bill, Senate Bill 500, which included many changes, and some of which affected the commercial sea urchin fishery. And from that was the authority to develop this new sea urchin permit. And so this originated from a request from the Urchin Commission. They were having trouble hiring, recruiting, maintaining crew members to help, given the cost of the permit. So to be a crew member, you have to have both the commercial permits themselves, which, as we know, do take some time. It's not like a sport, like fishing license where you can buy it and have it and be ready to fish. And so that's kind of where the origin of this came, is that the urchin fishermen were looking for a permit that's basically a daily permit that they can have. They can go, have someone come join them for the day without these, the costly, the burdens of the permit costs and then that time delay. So they thought that having this sort of daily permit would increase the pool of available people to help them out, and it would in turn increase safety and address some of the safety concerns. Next slide, please. So currently there are 3 types of sea urchin permits. The first is our limited entry permit. So that's kind of like the main diver permit. So it's limited entry. This is one that is capped at 150 permits, and we have the lottery for folks that are interested in applying. We also do have the crew member permit, which is an open access. And that's the permit that a lot of folks sort of get in and get their foot in the door to start getting experience, and then hopefully be able to qualify and get part of that drawing for limited entry permits. We also have the diver assistant permit, which is a limited permit, which is issued by the department for some pretty, specific circumstances. So, as I said, this legislation would then, require development of a new permit. And so as staff was really starting to delve into the nuts and bolts of this, we discovered that the new, 9054.5 was not exempt from the requirement to purchase that commercial permit. And so that omission really, it doesn't affect the ability to develop the permit, so we can develop the permit, but it would still just require that whoever got that permit to still get all of the licenses. And that was the whole intent, was that the Urchin Commission wanted to be able to avoid that. So we bring this to your attention today. The permit is under your authority and your purview. So we wanted to make you aware of this sort of mismatch and identify and sort of discuss a pathway forward. So internally, we did discuss there's a couple pathways. One is that we could just press pause and not develop this permit at all until that legislative fix is corrected, because that's what would be required, is additional legislation to exempt it. Or we could just move forward, include that within all of the other commercial urchin items for efficiency sake. We're opening up the section, just throw it in, get it done. And then if and when that legislative fix does come, it'll happen in the background and it will not affect anything going forward. So our initial take on this was, hey, if we're going to open up the reg section and do it, let's just do it. And then, like I said, if and when that legislative fix comes through, then it'll automatically just go forward. And that way it will align the actual original intent with, everything will line up. Next slide, please. So this next item is related to the petition that was submitted by the Urchin Commission. So the first item is that they would like to remove Friday as a prohibited day in the north. So currently, from certain times of the year, they are only allowed to fish Monday through Thursday north of the Monterey-San Luis Obispo County line. South of that county line, they are actually able to fish Monday through Friday. So the result, if this were to go through, is that it would actually align the season dates, both north and south, from this June 1 through October 31st period. So the rationale provided by the petitioners itself was that they felt that the effort reduction was no longer necessary. So this was done way back in 2008. And since then, we have our new capacity goal of the 150 divers. And so they don't believe it is no longer necessary. They also believe that adding one more day gives them, I believe it's about, 21 more days. And so provides a few more windows of opportunity for safety when weather conditions are poor. And then obviously it would provide and expand the direct sales to divers. And I would just note too that this is an area that we have had disaster relief that was for the 16, 17, and 18, 19 period. So I think that sort of fed into this, as well as having more opportunity for diving up there. And I guess just to say, like I said, so when we looked at this initially, our initial take is that we didn't think that this was going to be too burdensome to do. We actually changed the regulations for the South back in 2017, and that when we kind of looked at the workload that was associated with that change, we didn't think that this was going to be too burdensome. So we expect a similarly, easy enough analysis here. So we thought that this was something that, could continue to go forward. Next slide, please. So the other item that was requested in this petition was to remove the commercial prohibition at South Casper Point. So this is a very unique area in that only commercial harvest of sea urchin is prohibited in this area. Recreational take is permitted, and also commercial take of other species is prohibited. So it was established in the late 80s. As you can see, it's small, 0.2 square miles. And it was essentially created as a no-take reserve when this commercial fishery was really booming. And so they wanted to have the opportunity to have it as a study site to inform management. So just to note that bordering right up against it, we have the Point Cabrillo State Marine Reserve, which is about double the size. And it became a state marine reserve in 2012. And so it's more than double the size and actually provides greater protections right next to the area that we are, that is being contemplated. So next slide, please. So the rationale based from the petitioners for removing this closure is that really the original intent for its creation no longer exists. And they feel that, again, the closure serves no purpose. It's only for commercial take of urchin, while everything else you can take. Also that it is bordering this Point Cabrillo State Marine Reserve, so that kind of negates the need. So if there is a need to study urchin or to have any closures, that it's right next door. And then they also feel that the allowing commercial harvest will actually aid in kelp restoration. And just to note too that this area here in question really borders this. At the last commission meeting, we had this big discussion about Casper Cove and Tanker Reef. So this is in the very same area that we are talking about right now. There is a tiny bit of overlap with some restoration activities that are going on in this area. So when we initially started to talk about this, we do know it has been closed for a long time. And I think we do acknowledge that we do need to do a little bit of sleuthing to really understand how was this area used historically. Was there research conducted to inform management? I think that was the point of the closure to begin with. And then what is its current and future need, given that we do have the State Marine Reserve right next door? So we don't think that doing this, data mining will be too onerous. And so we did think that this was something that should be considered. We think that not to jump ahead, but we'd like to come back to you in July. And I think between now and then, we should have plenty of time to really sort of dig into this. So we didn't see any reason why it should not move forward with the rest of the package. Next slide, please. And so finally, the department is also proposing some changes. As I mentioned, this is a very large regulatory section. To be honest, I have never seen anything so big and has so many moving parts and pieces in it. And so as we started to really look through there, we did realize that there is a lot of items in there that do need to be clarified. So one item that we identified was size limit. I think there's some confusion on how to standardize, or we need to develop a standardized method to measure just these animals are not shaped. They're not uniform. And so what we would like to do is have the opportunity to continue to get in there and really find these areas that we can help reduce some of this confusion.
Can reduce any confusion, can you also simplify and reduce the volume of the size of the rigs? Is that possible? Real cleanup possible here?
I would love to, if possible, because literally as I read through the regulations, just the order of how things, it's very confusing. You have, something that seems like it belongs grouped with other things at the top of the regulations, and it got piecemealed together. And so if we can get in there and streamline, I think that that's something that we would.
You don't think that's too much work? It's not pretty manageable?
I would think so, but I think I would like to.
Actually,
I will tell you more in July.
To be determined.
Yeah, we
Right.
could come back. That could be one of the things in July, I think that we could look at. And,
Thank you.
and it may make more sense to split up. We'll come
Okay.
back in July and we can give you more
Fair, thank
information on that. Yeah. Next slide, please. So I guess just really quick recap for things that we would like to include. We agree with them all, with them all going forward. We all think they're doable. Next slide, please. So just our projected regulatory timeline. So here we are today, giving you the overview. We would like to come back in July with a little bit,
Maybe a record timeline too.
more of the detail. Well, so this is draft and just noting that this is, this is a commercial package. And so we only need to have 2 meetings.
Right.
And so obviously this is just our best guess and it can be adjusted as needed based upon workloads. Next slide, please. So for today, I think we're just really looking for your guidance and sort of a thumbs up on whether or not you agree with our initial take on these things. Okay, thumbs up, I like it.
We can take the discussion first.
And so, I do need to really express our gratitude to the Urchin Commission. This is a group that we do have very close communication with. We do participate in quarterly meetings. And so as we move forward, we do continue, we will be continuing to collaborate with them and hopefully work through any things that we do identify. And then hopefully, if you agree, we would like to come back and, present more at July. And next slide. And that's all I have for you today. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Joanna. Really helpful. Appreciate you taking us through it sort of stepwise. The 4 components makes a lot of sense. And do you have any questions?
No, that's really terrific.
Yeah. So with that, I think we'd like to hear from Dave Rudy and others who would like to speak on this agenda item. Anyone else in the room wants to speak about this agenda item? Please come on up. All right, Dave.
Good morning, Commissioner Murray and Commissioner Sklar. My name is Dave Rudy. I'm the chairman of the California Sea Urchin Commission. I've been involved in this business for, I harvested my first sea urchin 50 years ago and started processing 40 years ago. First of all, I appreciate working with the department and we agree with the department on the process. I could tell you more details, but the reality is she did a great job.
Yeah.
So I'm here to answer any questions you have specifically about the process or from the commission's viewpoint.
Really helpful. I mean, I just assumed that what you're saying, it sounds like it's all on the right track and we should just give her direction to go ahead and move forward from your perspective.
Correct.
Okay, great. Really helpful.
And thanks for keeping it. Yeah.
That's what people experience who know the best approach.
Save you guys some time. We got a busy schedule.
Yeah, appreciate you keeping it brief. Thanks. All right, it looks like we've got at least 1 speaker online.
Yes, we do. We have 1 speaker online. It's Grant Downey.
Hi, I'm calling in from the boat. I hope you can hear me. My name is Grant Downey. I'm a California commercial sea urchin diver, and I'm also the North Coast Port representative that represents this area up here of Sonoma, Mendocino County. I wanted to say thank you for hearing our recommendation and a big thank you to the department and Joanna for putting this great presentation together. I just wanted to say that I support this and all the divers up here that I represent support this package. And hopefully you can move forward with a supportive recommendation to the Fish and Game Commission.
Thanks,
Thank
Grant. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, what I like about this package is that, it takes a few different elements and combines them together in what feels like a streamlined and sensible, rational way. So I do want to thank the department again for taking the initiative on some of this, just to enhance clarity and to sort of stitch it all together. This makes sense to me. We're not talking about, we're talking about still having ways to get data and get scientific research. We have a reserve immediately south of where this pre-existing postage stamp is. And, you know, this is a sea urchin closure. It's not a part of the state MPA network. We're not talking about getting rid of a state MPA or reducing the size of the state MPA network. So there's no implications with that. And it makes sense to me to move forward with this package.
Yeah, it's nice to have a package like this where there's so much support
Makes
for
me
it.
a little nervous.
Yeah, really nervous right now.
And I don't mean to be cynical at all. I'm saying it's just nice to maybe be dealing with a species that's overabundant right now. And so that maybe takes a little pressure off. Which means the timing is really good to address this. But Joanna, really appreciate your work on this. It's really, you spelled it out really well. And I think you've really, identified the things that can be done to fix this up. And hopefully it won't be a huge workload to do this, especially without a lot of process that'll have to be involved in. And not as much kind of stakeholder process as it might be in other cases. So yeah, I'm just totally supportive. I think it's terrific.
Yeah, and it's also a way to, create more opportunities for access and for diving, which is a thing that we do want to do when we can and when it makes sense when taken in a sort of holistic approach to the ecosystem and to management. So this is a case where I think we're in a position we can do that. And so I like that. I like that about this package. Do we have a formal recommendation that we need to make?
Yes.
Yes.
We do have one more hand raised.
Oh, it's Ed. Ed Tabasia, hello.
Hello, yeah, I'm sorry to butt in so late there. I think as far as the permit thing goes, isn't there something like that already established for salmon, the John Doe permit or John Jane Doe permit that would give precedence to a permit like this, allow daily kind of participation in helping in the fishery? And maybe as far as measurement devices, I know it's hard to measure these things, but maybe a tube of some kind that you can drop them in or whatever, something like that, just throwing that kind of idea out there. So just wanted to see what your thoughts on it would be. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. I see heads nodding on this notion of a John Doe permit, so I'll let Joanna speak about that. On the tube, I didn't see as much nodding, but I'll see if they have anything on that as well.
Yeah, so our initial discussions with the Urchin Commission was that I think that was sort of the intent, was this John Doe. And admittedly, I can't recall if, it will exactly align. I think there may be some slight nuances between what the salmon John Doe permit is, but I think the general intent is the same.
Great. Thanks for that. So we actually don't have a specific action or recommendation that we need to make, but I hear from Co-Chair Sklar and I, general support in the room and from both of us for this moving forward. So thanks again for all the hard work.
Appreciate it.
And thanks to the Sea Urchin.
Yes, and thanks to the Sea Urchin Commission. Absolutely.
I appreciate working with the commission and the department. Again, our fishery has over the last 4 years has always worked with the department and the commission to try to find consensus and move forward. We have our internal process where we have meetings, report meetings, and before we try to move forward, we try to get consensus so it's not confrontational.
Couldn't appreciate that more. Yeah, that's wonderful. That is extraordinary work and it makes our job so much easier, as you can see today.
That's why for our question, which is, you're a small industry, obviously, and but are there marketing dollars? Is marketing effort, or can the state be helpful in marketing to increase the appetite for the state?
So we have spent money on marketing in the past. Marketing is not our problem. Supply is our problem.
Okay.
So due to the loss of the kelp, we've experienced an 80% loss in landings, and because of the warm water events, there's not enough product, and we're hoping we can have more access to product through these measures and potentially other measures.
Because I want to correct what I said, there's an abundance of creatures and not an abundance of meat in an
Right,
IS. So yeah.
right.
Yeah, we want to be clear on that. All right, thank you.
And just to wrap up again, as Joanna mentioned, we're now in our 4th year, so two-year rounds of disaster funding for the northern fishery because of the kelp loss. So that we're working with the Sea Urchin Commission. They've been instrumental in helping us develop that spend plan to get that disaster rate out to the fishermen and the processors.
Okay, good. All right, appreciate it.
Great, thanks. All right, that takes us on to agenda item number 5, market squid fishery management and fishery management plan review. So we're going to receive an overview of and discuss Department Squid Fishery Advisory Committee meetings to date, as well as next steps.
Great. Thank you. And by way of background, this is one of the fisheries that operates under a fishery management plan that was adopted in 2004. And since 2021, the MRC has been, and the department have been undertaking a review of the market squid fishery management, and that may culminate in an amendment to the fishery management plan, which be the first FMP amendment that the commission has undertaken. The department, since the department got its first presentation on the proposed approach to the management review, including formation of a squid fishery advisory committee consistent with statute that gives the director of the department authority to establish a fishery advisory committee for this fishery, similar to the director's hearing advisory committee. But this one had not convened for a long time, and so the commission had established and appointed new members to an advisory committee for this purpose. Since the July 2021 MRC meeting, the department's been undertaking its work and providing written updates only. So today is the first time that the department will be presenting to you what the discussion points have been and how the advisory committee meetings have proceeded, and to highlight the next steps for the final meetings that are coming up, and then leading to draft recommendations and then final recommendations. So for us, Katie Grady, who has been doing an amazing job with the advisory committee, she is here to provide a presentation via Zoom, and I see her up on the screen. So please take it away, Katie.
Great, thank you, Susan. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Katie Grady. I'm an environmental scientist with the Pelagic Fisheries and Ecosystems Program. Today, I'll be providing an update on progress made by the California Market Squid Fishery Advisory Committee, also known as the SFAC. I'll start with a little background on the fishery, then review meeting discussions to date, and conclude with next steps. Next slide, please. So the California market squid fishery is routinely the largest fishery in the state, both in volume and landings. 112 million pounds at an ex-vessel revenue of 67 million were landed in the 22-23 fishing season. Market squid are highly responsive to the environment, and the California current ecosystem is extremely dynamic, as we know. So this lends to large fluctuations in squid landings. They're also unique from most fish species in that they live less than a year. They aggregate to spawn statewide year-round, and they die shortly after reproducing as a natural part of their life cycle. Next slide. So the California market squid fishery is focused near shore with two geographically distinct fishing areas. That's north of Point Conception around the Monterey Bay area, and south of Point Conception in the Southern California Bight. The fishery operates out of three major port complexes: Monterey, Ventura, and San Pedro areas. And for the northern cooler region of the fishery, landings typically occur in spring and summer as waters on the Central Coast warm. And for the southern region, we see increased landings in the fall and winter as waters cool. From what we know about squid biology, this trend indicates that there's an ideal temperature range for nearshore spawning, which creates not only seasonal changes in spawning grounds, but also geographic expansion of squid fishing northward during warming events such as El Niños. Next slide, please. So this graph shows landings in thousands of tons over time. The red solid line reflects landings south of Point Conception, and the blue dash line are landings north of Point Conception. There's actually a typo in the legend here, so north and south should be swapped. So since the late 1980s, squid landings were predominant in the southern portion of the state. The FMP was then implemented in 2005, establishing a fishing season. And while it's year-round, begins April 1st and ends March 31st. In 2020, that fishing season was the first time since the FMP was implemented that landings in the northern region exceeded landings in the south. So the focus of the current management review is the shaded timeframe here. So much of the information shared today is focused from the early 2000s onward. Next slide. The Market Squid Fishery Management Plan, FMP, is comprised of various fishery control rules that work in conjunction to provide for sustainable fishing. These include a restricted access program, which limits the number of vessels permitted to fish squid commercially, a seasonal catch limit or quota of 118,000 tons, lighting restrictions such as wattage limits and requirements to shield light from surrounding areas, a weekend closure to allow for uninterrupted spawning, sustainable levels of egg escapement, and all participants are also required to submit records of fishing activity through fishery logbooks. There are also specific area closures to protect other wildlife, such as seabirds. And lastly, since this is one of the state's earliest FMPs, it was the first to actively consider the impact of marine protected areas on the sustainability of the fishery, noting that portions of historically fished areas were protected within MPAs, which allows for uninterrupted spawning year-round. Next slide, please. So the development of the FMP helped launch some important monitoring programs. The department has landings records that date back to the 1960s and prior. And for the squid fishery, we also have a logbook data that's used to track fishing effort, and a dockside sampling program where staff collect squid during the offloading process, as seen in the photo in the upper right, and process squid samples back in the lab. Both the logs and the sampling efforts date back to the 1990s. There's a screenshot of a vessel logbook on the lower right of the slide, which includes information about set times and locations and other metrics. We also monitor landings each season to ensure that the fishery does not exceed the catch limit. And we track egg escapement estimates on a routine basis, which are posted in the enhanced status report. Next slide, please. Because the population can fluctuate dramatically based on the environment, and squid live less than a year, it's very difficult to determine the status of the stock. Instead, we effectively monitor sustainability by estimating the percent of potential eggs released or egg escapement. As a proxy for maximum sustainable yield, it's believed that 30% escapement or greater provides for sustainable levels of reproduction. This methodology was improved by the SSC of the PFMC, and it's included in the state's Market Squid Fishery Management Plan. Because squid are so responsive to environmental dynamics, there are many uncertainties and assumptions with the life history information here. So the egg escapement model is not used as a real-time tool for management, rather a proxy for assessing sustainability between seasons. Next slide, please. So the enhanced status report, which is available through the Marine Species Portal, was the initial step toward a comprehensive review of this decades-old FMP. The ESR provided important updates on squid biology, as well as a list of key areas for additional review and research. We categorize those areas into 4 broad topics. That's monitoring, fishery dynamics, gear and habitat, and fishery access. So given the public interest, the available data and quick turnaround with which squid respond to their environment, the broad stakeholder experience in this fishery, there is a ripe opportunity here to look through the lens of the squid fishery to better understand climate impacts and explore ways to maintain sustainable operations in the face of the unknown. Next slide. So this ultimately resulted in the department developing a squid fishery advisory committee, abbreviated SFAC. The SFAC is charged with reviewing and advising the department on potential changes to California market squid fishery management. The committee is comprised of a cross-section of stakeholders, including the fishing community, conservation groups, non-consumptive users, and researchers. So we kicked off with an orientation meeting early last year and continued with 7 topic meetings. The process will conclude with a meeting to review all topics and options in Santa Barbara this Thursday on March 21st. The final meeting will be 2 days in Long Beach on May 1st and 2nd. Discussions have focused on each of these topics, with both the department and collaborators providing data summaries and analyses, and SVAC members providing their experience, knowledge, and materials. All meetings have been open to the public, with time allotted for public comment, and summaries of each meeting are drafted in collaboration with the contracted facilitation team. Next slide. So one of the SVAC's earliest conversations focused on monitoring and some of the challenges with collecting accurate and timely data, particularly with the paper logbook. So the logs are the primary source of fishing effort information. And because they have improved resolution over landings data, that allows us to explore effort dynamics at a finer and more relevant scale. We found from these early discussions that there is broad support for modernizing data collection to make it easier for vessel operators, remove redundancy, and to streamline the information collected. There's an interest in an electronic logbook or e-log. This image here is an example or a mock-up of an e-log interface that includes start and stop buttons for each type of fishing activity. This would automatically record GPS location as opposed to having different logbooks for each activity and manually writing in each location. There's also an interest in incorporating wildlife interaction monitoring to this type of approach. Next slide. As for the next topic, fishing effort, there was a petition submitted in 2021 asking that the commission consider extending the weekend closure and reverting to daily closures, that's 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. in the Monterey Bay area, which was in effect prior to the development of the statewide FMP. From our available data and discussions with the SVAC, there were some key observations made about changes in fishery dynamics. These include an increased value for market squid, particularly the export market. So when the FMP was being developed, squid was 10 cents a pound. It's currently 60 cents a pound, which may not sound like a lot, but for a high volume fishery that turns a single 20-ton landing, which is common in this fishery, from $4,000 to $24,000. This makes squid an even more desirable resource, particularly with the closure of other purse-seined fisheries, such as sardine, or a lack of markets for fisheries like anchovy. Fishery participants are more mobile now. In 2020, we saw the largest number of seiners documented in the Monterey area, just shy of 50 vessels. We've heard from the SVAC that market economic drivers, such as tariffs, have changed their operations. And all of this has resulted in greater competition among the existing fleet. So some potential solutions we discussed were first to modernize our monitoring approach to better understand the impacts of these changes in real time. Another solution is to consider extending the weekend closure as an added conservation measure. We've observed that catches are highest earlier in the week and slowly taper down by Friday for both regions. That's represented by these 2 figures here on the slide. So pushing the start of the fishing week to Monday or Sunday later in the evening might maintain similar yields and could improve socioeconomics by allowing for a 5-day work week instead of working through the weekend. Next slide. The next topic is centered around gear and habitat. That includes bycatch and wildlife interactions. So our dockside sampling data provides preliminary evidence for interactions with spawning habitat. That's typically nearshore sandy bottom, though there's sometimes rocky reef associated species present in offloads. Stakeholders also express concerns about lighting impacts. So some potential tangible solutions to continue mitigating habitat impacts are, again, to modernize our monitoring to better understand gear use. In this case, there was also discussion about looking into remote sensing technology We talked about strategies to improve compliance and enforcement of existing lighting regulations. And to that end, and in collaboration with SBAC members, we're working on developing a best practices document. For gear configuration, we've discussed the use of a rib line, which essentially creates a ribbing between the purse line and the lead line, and is a potential tool to reduce impact to the seafloor habitat. Our staff did a survey in 2020 asking vessel operators about their use of a rib line, summarized in the graph here. So the orange solid bars indicate a rib line was in use at that time. The blue stripe bars show vessels without rib lines, and the gray hatched bars are operators that were unreachable during the survey. So the results of this survey suggest that rib line use is increasing, and roughly a third of the fleet is currently using one. Another potential solution is to transition from cable to rope purse line, which may also mitigate impacts to spawning habitat. Next slide. So the final topic for this management review focuses on fishery access. There have been various petitions and proposals seeking improved access to this fishery over the past multiple years. These have focused on specific harbors or areas, gear types, catch allowances, and use of dead squid bait in other fisheries such as Dungeness crab. At the most recent SVAC meeting in January, we attempted to define small scale for this fishery and learned that it's extremely difficult and depends on many factors such as distance to major squid grounds or the type of market end goal for the resource. We did start to move towards potential solutions when talking about an interest in commercially landing squid at volumes similar to the limited entry fleet, so on the order of thousands of pounds. There is an existing option to buy a braille permit, which we've documented some for sale as recent as last year at $250,000. We talked about the financial barrier of ownership in this fleet. So another potential solution is to develop a method to lease existing permits. But when focusing specifically on small scale, low volume, which we understand as hand jig or hand braille, that would cater to local markets such as dead bait, farmers markets, and local restaurants, we're exploring the use of an experimental fishing permit or EFP, while an open access small scale allowance is on the table. We believe that an EFP is a more feasible first step and would allow for a testing period, as there are many unknowns with jumping straight into an open access policy. Next slide. So that concludes a summary of the core topics and discussions to date for the SVAC, but we do have an empirical component to this management review that is happening concurrently with the SVAC process. We're collaborating with researchers at a UC Santa Cruz to model squid data using empirical dynamic modeling or EDM. And they've joined discussions with the SVAC to inform the development of the model. This technique is ideal for short-lived species like squid, and it's valuable in that we can incorporate environmental drivers into the model, such as temperature. So this graph shows the fundamental approach, which is to look at the relationship between variables in a three-dimensional space, and essentially the model learns patterns through lags in time. EDM can accomplish two main objectives. That's to forecast future squid landings for manager and industry planning, and simulate effort controls and temperature scenarios to optimize effort and yield. We anticipate having preliminary results prior to the final SVAC report. And then as far as kind of future steps, EDM may be useful to inform management procedures in the future, but to do that, we would need real-time effort data collection. So for example, e-logs, which is the source of effort data for this model. We plan to continue to explore the feasibility of using the model in this way as we modernize our data collection and compare forecasts to actual landings moving forward. Next slide. All right, so as for next steps, the next SVAC meeting is this Thursday in Santa Barbara. We'll review and weigh the various options on the table. The final meeting is May 1st and 2nd in the Long Beach area, at which point the SVAC will work toward drafting final recommendations. We plan to have a draft report to the MRC in July, with CDFW recommendations in November, and commission consideration by December. Next slide. So with that, thank you. If there's any questions or slides you'd like me to go back to, I'm happy to. And for any follow-up questions, for anyone listening in, you can contact us at svac@wildlife.ca.gov.
Thanks so much, Katie. Really helpful deep dive into where we've been so far in this process. I think it's our first ever fishery management plan amendment that we're doing. So definitely proving ground, testing out, what good process looks like. And I'm sure we're learning lots of lessons there, but it seems like it has the potential maybe to have the makings of a feel-good story on this front as well. I know it's maybe too soon to say, and we'll hear from the comments in the room and online, but certainly this is, the most, or one of the most, if not the most lucrative fisheries that we have in California. So incredibly important to take a hard look at this, and just thanks a lot for the work of the department and everyone on the SVAC and facilitation. It's a big undertaking, and I can see that a lot of work has been done. So really grateful for that. I don't have any clarifying questions to get started. Do you, Eric? No. And unless there's anything you want to add, Craig, at all before we get started? No, it was a great presentation. So I think with that, we'll see if there's anyone in the room who would like to speak on this. Yeah, Chris, anyone else just come on up and come to the table so we can get you in the queue. Yeah, Chris, welcome.
I'm Chris Voss, President of the Commercial Fishermen of Santa Barbara. I just want to make a general comment about the value of a small scale squid fishery. And I recognize the challenges associated with finding it. And I know it can come in a whole different variety of forms and shapes, but to take what is this wildly lucrative large bow fishery and resource and, figure out the challenges and potentially make opportunity available, because it's very fluctuating, right? Comes and goes. And so when the opportunity arises, if there is some open access allocation that guys can take advantage of on a short-term basis, I think it's really important for adding resiliency to our capacity to adapt to a changing environment and changing conditions. So any effort, I know it'll be a more controversial part of the entire process you're undertaking, but I think it's worth the effort, because it could potentially have really good beneficial effects.
Chris, before you step away, that's a really important point. And, we didn't get to hear a lot about that discussion just in our presentation today, because there was so much content, and I know this is happening in the SVAC itself, but is there anything you want us to know about what characteristics or what this small scale open access opportunity should or would look like, and how to shape it?
Well, you can imagine an individual that sees an opportunity, fishing something else, and sees squid are abundant where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows where that is? Could be all the way up to Eureka and beyond, right? They come and go in that space. And so if they had the opportunity to even just jig, which that's done globally for different kinds of species, but a jig fishery is you can land a certain amount in a reasonable amount of time. But a hand braille, that if the conditions again are right, a small light on a boat can actually bring them to the surface, and you can hand braille in some way. So and then I know that there's Limpara proposals. So again, a very small scale round haul mechanism, but that could be a viable alternative as well. So that's where it gets more complicated, because where's the
bright line? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But But the cap could be on how much you could take in any 24-hour period, right? And that opens up all kinds of direct marketing opportunities that can be really beneficial for a guy that just sees the opportunity, has the ability to take a few pounds of squid, 50, 10, and potentially market them with the other products that they're able to acquire. We have a vibrant direct marketing fish market on Saturday mornings in Santa Barbara. And if squid were there, I know that they would sell because people know how to eat them.
Yeah, thanks. Since you brought it up, I just wanted to see what does that look like for you? So appreciate you articulating that a bit. Hi, Keith.
More? I'm like a one-trick pony. It's all about kelp, right? So this is kind of out of my area to do
Yeah,
squid in a
I look
way.
forward to hearing the connection. Please continue.
So continuing with that, when I'm scuba diving, I see kelp and I see squid eggs attached to the kelp. It's a very common thing because squid are born in the kelp forest. And it also protects them from being taken by the big purseine nets because the kelp is a defense for them. They go into the kelp forest where the nets can't go and get them, right? So then as the lack of kelp forest has this additional effect of affecting the squid fishery. And so much so that I talked to the squid fishermen in Monterey that come visit, and they're not really from Monterey, they from Southern California and from Alaska, they come and they visit. And when they come up from Southern California, they tell me they used to stop in all the squid holes, right? These are areas where there's kelp and there was squid that were there, but they no longer stop there. They just come straight to Monterey because there's no squid holes anywhere between Ventura and Monterey. And I think it's kind of another good example of, not really looking at the root cause and addressing the cause of the fishery collapse and trying to just allow limited access fishing and things like that to limit the take of something that is depleting for other reasons.
Thanks, Keith. Anyone else in the room would like to speak on this agenda item, number 5? Okay, well, we have some folks online. David, if you could help us out with that.
Absolutely. We have Merritt McCrae. Merritt, you'll need to unmute yourself first. Well, while we wait for Merritt, we have Mark Fina.
Hi, I'm Mark Fina. I work for the CWPA, the California Wet Fish Producers Association, and we represent both harvesters and processors in squid fishery. I'm on the SFAC. I've been to all the meetings, and I guess it's a little premature, I think, at this point to make very specific comments because the committee is still meeting, but I do want to say that I think the state's done a great job in running the committee. The facilitators have done a good job. I think the fishermen do in the process, and as much as fishermen are always nervous when they're in a process that's reviewing regulations, I think that we're hopeful that that we'll come through this with a good outcome. One thing I want to add, I'd like to emphasize is that every indication is this is a sustainable fishery. We just got 2 separate MSC certifications this year. We also got a green rating from Monterey Bay Aquarium for the sustainability of the fishery. I think the fishermen are open to working with the state and with other stakeholders to make sure that we improve the fishery. But I think you're starting from a good place with this fishery in terms of the FNP review. You're starting with a good fishery that's well managed. It's the reason it's a large fishery and it's been able to stay a large fishery is because it's well managed. And we're optimistic coming out the other side of this process that we can maintain a good fishery with some improvements. And I think the last thing I'll say is, in my own opinion, the fishermen have been receptive to hearing about changes, trying to make improvements. I think they deserve some credit for that. They're definitely interested in talking about the various issues that Katie brought up that we're continuing to look at. And I'm looking forward to moving on when the recommendations move to the commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Merritt, I saw where you were unmuted for a moment, right as we were starting again. So Merritt, go ahead.
Okay, do you have me?
Yes, we do.
All right, yeah, different device, different menus, had a little bit of trouble. I'm Merritt McRae, and it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there's not a legal way for a small-scale commercial fisherman without a squid permit to catch his own bait on a given trip. Catch his own squid for bait on a given trip. If that's truly the case, that's something I think that could use a fix. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Merritt.
Thanks, Merritt. Craig, did you want to respond to Merritt's question?
I think that's something we'll have to
Okay.
push over to the SFAC. I don't know if that's come up or not.
Are you talking about recreationally or commercially?
I'm happy to respond.
Recreational fishermen, as well as recreational sport fishing, CPFPs.
It sounds like Katie has a response. Yeah, Katie.
Yeah, so that's correct, Merritt, and it's something that's come up in discussions with the SFAC. I had listed it in the slide there as one of the descriptions of small scale is dead bait, and we've, to the point that was made earlier too, we've discussed this kind of exact opportunity in the SFAC, that there appears to be support to use an experimental fishing permit to determine if this sort of small scale fishery could work. And that's really also to provide an opportunity to develop those local markets and kind of see if it can come to fruition.
Great.
Do you
I
mind
don't
if
think
I
we have any.
interject?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Merritt.
Yeah, specifically, it's come to me from other hook and line rockfish fishermen that they're not able to catch squid for bait for their rock fishing on the same trip under the authority of a commercial fishing license. And these individuals have actually gone to using recreational fishing licenses to catch squid specifically on a recreational fishing trip, and then turn that squid bait around, that squid around, and take it with them for their commercial fishing activities. So they declare in and out of, like, for example, their groundfish fishery to do that. Thanks. That's really it.
Okay. So, oh yeah, Craig, go ahead.
Just a thought on the small scale. So as Katie pointed out, looking at the experimental fishing permit potentially as a pathway to explore that. This is an issue we've talked about at length over the years, and it's directly tied to the commission's policy on restricted access fisheries, where you have a resource allocated to those permits, and there's others that want access to that resource. And it's the same for squid or lobster or Dungeness, in any number of restricted access permits that we have this same problem, depending on which side of the aisle you're sitting on. It's something I hope we can crack together. The FMP review that's being undertaken right now may not necessarily result in an FMP amendment. It kind of depends on what we see. And then just want to thank our colleagues at OPC, wherever they went. There they are, and RLF for funding this process. So I think what you're hearing today and all of the positive outcomes so far is a direct result of the funding that was been provided to bring in professional facilitation, the value of thoughtful public process to achieve positive outcomes. Thank you.
Great. Eric, anything else? Any other comments or thoughts on this?
No, I really appreciate the information on it. It's a complicated process, but an important one. And I look forward to seeing the next steps.
Great. We don't have any committee direction or recommendation necessary on this agenda item. We are due for lunch, and I understand that lunch is here for those on staff who have ordered lunch. And do we need 45 minutes or an hour? I'm looking to you, Melissa, from a staffing perspective, but if it matters. As long as it's 45 minutes now. Okay, 45. Okay, so 45 minutes. We will come back at 1 o'clock to talk about agenda item number 6. Thanks, everyone. We are gonna get started. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Jen and Kimmy, you can hear us? Jen and Kimmy, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Amazing. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to talk now about agenda item number 6. Before we get started on that, I see we have 165 people online. We have some fresh faces in the room who, many of whom together were not here when we first started our meeting at 9. So I want to just start by welcoming you here and say thanks for being here. We're grateful that you've decided to join us. I suspect many of you are here to talk about agenda item number 6, which is the MPA petition proposed evaluation process. And I just want to again clarify that we are not hearing comments or discussing specific MPA petitions under this agenda item number 6. That's not what the agenda was noticed as. It was never our intention to talk about specific MPA petitions. We have about 20 petitions that include 80 or more proposed petition actions. So it would be premature to discuss the merits of individual MPA petitions at this stage before we've agreed upon a process and a way to sort and to evaluate these petitions. So that was always the plan. I just wanted to clarify that before we get started on this agenda item. That is what we will discuss today, which is, you know, a process for sorting and eventually evaluating and a timeline for these MPA petitions. So that's what we're going to do under agenda item number 6. We do have an open public comment agenda item under number 9. Now that's for things that are not on our agenda. So included in the list of things not on our agenda are specific MPA petitions. If you wanted to talk about specific MPA petitions under agenda item number 9, that's your prerogative. I do want you to know that we cannot discuss or take action on any matter that comes up under agenda item number 9, except to decide whether to place it on the agenda at a future meeting, which of course, specific MPA petitions will be discussed at a future meeting. We'll talk about when that is after we get the department's presentation and so on. So with that, I just want to say thanks again for being here. Co-Chair Sklar, anything you want to add?
I just want to add that the agenda was really specific because we were afraid that this would happen. The agenda item for number 6 very specifically says we will not talk about specific items. And while it is certainly your prerogative to talk about it under item 9, we are going to be talking about those at length once we have a process. And it would be much more respectful of everybody's time not to say just for the sake of saying it today. There's going to be a time and a place to do that that will be effective. And I'm not going to say it's a waste of time to do it today. I may have to leave before we're done with that. I will listen to every comment that's made in public forum on the recording if I can't stay for it. But again, it's to be respectful of everybody's time to talk about something that we're going to talk about at length later. It feels a little disrespectful. And I think there were some folks up there who mistakenly let the world know that they should come and talk about it. And I think they've acknowledged that was a mistake. And they've let people know that it was a mistake. So I would just encourage you not to use everybody's time on that today. That's my personal appeal. It's not a requirement in any way, shape, or form. Thank you for letting me.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for that. So with that, agenda item number 6, which is Marine Protected Area Regulation Change Petition Evaluation Process. Susan, our Marine Advisor, take it away.
Thank you. So what are Marine Protected Area Regulation Change petitions? So just for context, since we have a lot of new people under the law under the Administrative Procedures Act allows and entitles anyone from the public to contact a regulatory agency and propose changes to existing regulations. That's a right that the public has, and that includes regulations for marine protected areas that the commission adopted sequentially over several years. And there's a wealth of information for context for those of you that are starting to take a deep dive into this process. Some of those are linked in our meeting materials that you can trace back. Importantly, as part of the adaptive management process, one of 28 recommendations from the first 10-year management review cycle was to consider making adaptations to the Marine Protected Area Network and the MPA Management Program. And for the network, the value and the strength of the network is it was designed together with the same science guidelines, contiguously together for a comprehensive design, scientifically driven process. The commission has chosen to ask any members of the public who have been wanting to make a petition to the commission to change an MPA or anything in the network to do them at the same time, to continue that standard of evaluating adaptive management in the network with the whole network in context, and looking across and looking at trade-offs for different areas and looking at et cetera. And so it is based on that the commission received petitions from members of the public at the December meeting, resulting in the 2020 recommendations, 17 of which bundled multiple proposed changes into individual petitions. In February, the commission took action to refer all petitions for MPA regulation changes to the department for its review, evaluation, and ultimately recommendation. When the commission refers petitions to the department for its evaluation, there's no time limit, there's no clock on that. It's whatever is necessary for them to compile fisheries landing information, if it's a fisheries regulation change, et cetera, do the evaluation and bring back its findings and recommendations. In February, the commission requested that at this Marine Resources Committee meeting, that before the department starts its evaluations, to clarify what approach the department envisions taking, and get feedback from the MRC and the commission on that process, to bring some transparency to how to deal with such a large volume of petitions. It's really unprecedented. So how to tackle them all. And so for today's meeting, this is the first step of the process for that discussion about how to approach the evaluations. And for this presentation, Dr. Craig Schumann, the Marine Regional Manager, will be giving the presentation, and also appreciate that Becky Oda, the Programs Manager, is here, as well as Steve Wertz, who is the Supervisor of Staff. Oh, there you are. You moved. Anyway, hi, there you are. Great. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. So first, just want to recognize Becky. This is her last MRC meeting. So she will be moving on to greener pastures. So thank you, Becky. Help us get here. And so we're going to have to go through the rest of this journey without her, which makes me very nervous. So after that, I just want us all to take a deep breath, because it's going to be okay. This whole thing's going to be okay. We're going to sort it out. Last week, Director Bonham testified before the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Water, and he put us in a time machine. I was envisioning a phone booth, and he took us back through the beginning, the passage of the Marine Life Protection Act, up through the Marine Life Protection Act initiative planning process, up through where we are today. So I'm not going to go back through that history. You can watch the tape. He does a much better job with history than I am. But I will start with the decadal management reviews. So the decadal 2022 decadal management review was the first comprehensive statewide review of California's Marine Protected Area Network and Management Program. The review provided a synthesis of the last decade of management activities in the 4 pillars of the MPA Management Program, and the effectiveness of management in meeting the goals of the Marine Life Protection Act. To develop the report, the department and our partners synthesized an expansive and diverse suite of resources, including scientific assessments of ecological and human dimension data, enforcement data, scientific collected permit information, communication and input from tribes, contributions from many other partners and stakeholders. There was regional baseline data across key habitats, 7 statewide long-term monitoring reports, 2 science advisory working group reports, including a science guidance for evaluating California's marine protected area network and a climate resilience in California's MPA network report. There was an MPA network connectivity report. There was an MPA performance synthesis report from the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis. There was a tribal summary and 21 reports from 19 different partner organizations that all fed into the Decadal Management Review.
Bravo.
All of that information is online. It's all available. I encourage you all to go back and read it because it's really important on how we got to where we are today. Good news, and most importantly, something we should all be very proud of is overall the network is working. We did a good job in the planning process. I've seen some old faces here and some old T-shirts that bring back, fortunately, some fond memories that those of us that lived through those days. It was not easy to get to where we are. And that's something we and all of California should be really proud of. Next slide, please. So as Susan mentioned, the commission had largely been deferring petitions for regulatory change to the network until after the release of the Decadal Management Review, and then requested that all petitions be submitted by November 30th, 2023, and to be guided by the considerations discussed at the July 20th, 2023 MRC meeting and subsequently endorsed by the commission at their August meeting. The commission received 20 petitions from 16 different organizations, 80 plus petition actions, and approximately 50 individual MPAs. So not an insignificant amount of work. I know there have been a lot of questions, perhaps some anxiety and concern about how are we going to do this? Is the process getting ahead? A lot of people coming out saying, we don't know what's happening. We don't know what's happening. So the goal here today, the direction we received was, can we build a process, a transparent process to lay out how we're going to evaluate these petitions? Next slide, please. So working with our colleagues and staff at the Fish and Game Commission and the Ocean Protection Council, Becky and her team are proposing a 3-phase approach to the evaluation of the petitions. The first phase is to bin all of the petitions, whole petitions, into 2 separate bins, and I'll get to that in a moment. The second phase is to separate the individual actions within each petition. So many petitions have multiple different pieces associated with them. And then the third phase is the adaptive management and evaluation. Next slide, please. Phase 1. So starting at basics is to bin entire petitions. Moving into bin 1 would be, we're proposing that bin 1 petitions are changes that are within the commission's authority, do not require further policy direction from the commission, are petitions that are simple enough that the department and our partners have capacity and resources to evaluate in the immediate or near term, will require limited coordination and we're hoping limited controversy regarding the proposed changes. If any petitions in their entirety meet all of those criteria, they move into bin 1. Everything else gets moved into bin 2. Next slide, please. Where it starts getting a little more complicated. So let's start at bin 1. So this is now phase 2, where we separate the individual actions within each petition. Starting with bin 1 on the left side of the screen, there's going to be 2 different types of actions that we see in the petitions. One are regulatory actions, the others are non-regulatory actions. So the brown box off to the left, the non-regulatory actions will go through their individual pathway for evaluation, addressed through the appropriate measure or entity that's non-regulatory in nature. The regulatory actions in bin 1 will automatically move into phase 3, which is the review of those regulatory actions. The bin 2 petitions will have an additional step, an additional set of filters. I think of them as filters, stoplights, criteria that need to be met before they can move to phase 3. And these are based on 3 different filters. The first is policy guidance. What sort of policy guidance will we seek from the commission to advance those specific actions forward? The second one is information. Do we have the information available to us, readily available to us, to evaluate the petitions? It could be science gaps. It could be knowledge gaps. It could be More information requested from the petitioner. The petition is incomplete. We need more information from the petitioner. The third filter is resources. Do we have the resources to undertake the evaluation under phase 3? So that could be facilitation. I brought that up earlier, and the success of the Squid Fishery Advisory Committee. Do we need to bring in facilitation because it's something extremely controversial? Do we need to impanel an independent science advisory body because the science is uncertain? If we meet all of those criteria in the policy guide or the green circle there, then those actions move to phase 3. You do see there it says deny or move forward. I think the third option there would be to defer. So within the commission's regulatory petition process, they have a accept or reject. There may be a number of these that we don't have the information now, and we're going to need to take some time to get that information. Those will kind of live in between in the defer category. Melissa's giving me a no, there's no defers.
Our legal counsel will advise contrary.
Well, again, within the framework of the petition process, but in terms of how we are evaluating them, so maybe it's we are not accepting them or rejecting them yet, they are deferred for further evaluation, something along those lines. So this is where we're getting caught up between the commission's regulatory review process and the practical reality of trying to work through 80 different individual requests.
And to your point, Craig, I think that the reality is it may be something that the department, as far as a recommendation, says, we're not sure. This needs additional information for us to really be able to make a recommendation to you. You may need to deny it right now because of your process for the Administrative Procedure Act. But we would like to continue to look at this, which we've done before, right? We've had regulation change petitions that come to the commission. The department says, oh, we want to do this, or we want to do that, but this is going to take more time. And the commission says, great, we'll grant it, and we're going to put it into your hands.
And then we have all the time in the world to work on it.
Right.
All right, phase 3, where the rubber meets the road. And next slide, please. So in phase 3, each action that moves forward will be evaluated using the evaluation considerations framework approved by the commission at your meeting last August. The evaluation considerations link directly to the decadal management review adaptive management recommendations under MPA governance, MPA management, and MPA network performance. And these include alignment with the MLPA goals, design and management flexibility guidelines, and original intent of the planning process, advancing tribal stewardship and co-management, improving access for traditionally underserved or marginalized communities, clearly addressing or identifying scientific need, improving enforcement and compliance, maintaining and enhancing the integrity of the MPA network through habitat and species connectivity, maintaining minimum size and spacing, and enhancing resilience to climate disruption. After we run through these filters, then the department will come back to the commission with a recommendation on each of those actions to yay or nay, move forward with as part of the regulatory process. Next slide, please. So here's the whole framework that will make your head spin until you learn the earlier pieces of it. So we made the mistake of sharing this internally, this whole slide with a focal group, and they looked at us and said, you guys are crazy. So fortunately, we got that great feedback and we broke it up into chunks. So this is what it looks like overall. Let's move to the next slide, please, to the timeline. Importantly, bin 1 and bin 2 are going to be on different timelines, and that's necessitated by the different evaluation steps. Proposed timeline for the MRC's consideration and potential recommendation of the commission is to endorse this proposed evaluation pathway or some iteration of it that comes out of discussion today at your meeting today. Then bring that to the full commission at your meeting in April. You could then direct the department to come back with the initial sorting of bin 1 and bin 2 at your July MRC meeting. And then that can be ratified, endorsed at your August commission meeting. We then move into phase that gets us through phase 1. And then we can move into phases 2 and 3 on their respective timelines after that. Again, I don't want to get too far down the road because this is just process. Next slide, please. And I'll stop there. Any questions?
Thanks, Craig.
Well,
Yeah,
first
Eric.
question, I would start by saying it was really thoughtful approach. And I think addresses the kind of the sentiments that were expressed by the commission when we talked about it last. And so I just want to thank you for that. I think I'll leave it at that for now, but I just want to thank you for the work because it's, well, I guess if you saw that from scratch without you explaining it, it could be a little bit head exploding. Having you explain it and walk us through it, I think lays out a process that makes sense. And I love the idea of dividing, you know, the bin 1 and bin 2. I think that's really helpful. Let's get the low hanging fruit taken care of. And it, you know, it will take a while on some of the more complicated ones, and some of them may require a deferral of sorts.
Yeah, and one of
Use that
the
word cautiously.
benefits of this approach, if you can go back a couple of slides, please, to the one with the circle. Putting the bin 1 petitions through this evaluation framework, I think will be very eye-opening for us and will help us understand, you know, how are we going to do this evaluation of the specific actions? And if the goal is to do that with something that's simple and easy, probably will prove to be more difficult than we anticipate. That'll allow us to potentially tackle some of the more meatier proposals that are out there, should they get to phase 3.
Yeah, I mean, this approach makes sense to me. I appreciate that we've really separated out, you know, steps and sort of sub-steps. Ordinarily, we would probably do a bit more within the MRC and then, you know, get that blessed by the Fish and Game Commissions. Some of these actions would be bundled and we would do that, but I really just want to recognize that in this case, we're talking about the approach to binning today, then talking about going back to the full commission in April to just say, hey, full commission, do you agree that this is the right approach to binning? And then at our July meeting, then we talk about proposed sorting. Again, not the merits, not the details of the specific petitions, but these are the bin 1, these are the recommended bin 1s and the recommended bin 2s. And we just talk about, does it feel like they're in the right bins, right? And then I think we go back again to the commission, the full commission, and say, does it feel like these are in the right bins? And only talking about the details of the petitions to the extent that it matters that they're in the right bins, right? So, and I think within there, then maybe there's some potential in, you know, I don't know whether it's like a tack-on meeting with the July MRC, or maybe there's a standalone MRC meeting in August or September or October, something like that, to talk about recommendations for bin 1. And again, I'm not trying to get ahead of myself either. I'm just trying to sort of say this out loud, and so you can see we're coming up with this in real time, and we want it to be a transparent process. That seems like something we might want to do. And then by my math, we're not actually talking about the substance of bin 2 MPA petitions, which my guess is most of them are likely to be, probably until the November MRC meeting. Do I have that right? Potentially, I know nothing's being decided today, but that's what this timeline looks like it could say to me.
So go down one slide, please. All right, one more. Oh, go on the other way.
The other way.
Timeline. I think that, one more, please. There
it is.
Best case scenario specifics, I think that'll be part of the discussion. How do we want to tackle those filters for the bin 2 petitions? And maybe we come back with some policy questions for you to chew on.
In November.
In November, that here, you know, we've started looking at the bin 2 petitions as we're evaluating bin 1 at the same time. And here are some of the policy issues that we've identified that we'd like some feedback on, because some of these, based on policy guidance, maybe fast forward to the front of the line or go back to the end of the line.
Yeah, and that would be either in November or if there's some standalone meeting before November. But and I know that one of the letters we've received so many letters, I think it might be 600. More than that, 700 maybe.
600, 700.
We've received many letters. One of the letters talks about you know, the need for having potentially some standalone MRC discussions, not nesting these discussions within our already existing MRC agendas, which you can see even just from today and all MRC meetings we have many topics that we want to discuss. So to me, I certainly anticipate that we're going to probably need some standalone MRC meetings once we get into the meat of these petitions, or even the policy framework, as you mentioned, Craig, or something like that. But I guess as we head into comments with our folks in the room and our 160 plus folks online. I guess I wanted to just sort of frame that out as where I see us going. You know, this says where we go to August, and then sort of the beyond, I wanted to take a first try at articulating what that might look like. And also just to note that that's quite far away, you know, and I think there are, I personally, you know, I think all this interim time, these months, so if we're in March now, that's 6, 7, 8 months away or something. I think there's a lot of potential to do really constructive work in communities, even outside of our Fish and Game Commission process. You know, that's just our process, but to the extent that there are petitions that exist in communities that don't yet have cross-interest support or support across communities, I think there's a lot of work that could be done with, you know, public dialogue in those communities, finding pathways to agreement or finding compromises or finding inclusive solutions that then would make things even easier for us in the fall. I'll just say that. So, you know, this is just our process. That doesn't mean that the 7 or 8 months between now and then that everybody needs to be fundraising for a big fight or, you know, standing in their corners. You know, I personally, and this is outside of my sphere of influence, but it would be really extraordinary if conversations were being had in communities and people were finding ways to come together between now and then, because we only can sort of control our process. Of course, also knowing some standalone additional meetings that we can have too. But the work is really in communities with local voices, and we hope that that's how this time is spent before we're able to really have the nitty-gritty discussions here.
Yeah, a couple of things. So yeah, I think that'd be really helpful, particularly these leaders who've been, you know, encouraging folks to get involved. They're in a real position to help lead those local discussions to bring real kind of some consensus, not all entirely, and there may be no consensus available, but if it can be brought to us, would be really helpful. Secondly, I think I recall during kind of towards the end of the MPA process, or maybe, I don't remember what it was, but we did an MRC day and then we did an MPA day right adjacent to it. I think it was actually down, maybe here in San Clemente or Monterey. Monterey. So when we do it, do back to that day to day, and that can work really well. So I think we should keep that in mind for the fall, possibly if we need to do that.
Yeah, and that's absolutely doable, but if for some reason you can't make a back-to-back work, staff is open to helping you find another time.
Right, just has to be very efficient when we do it that way, which is nice. Would encourage people today to really talk to what Craig's presented. That's really what we need here. Not that MPAs are great or MPAs are bad. That's not really what we're here to talk about, right? But this process is really, there's been a lot of effort put into thinking through this process by a lot of people, because this isn't easy. It's a lot of different petitions to deal with at one time. And we're going to move it best when, if you can speak to this. And then finally, I think that if this is the process we follow, I think it's given everybody who's online and in the room who cares about this, a roadmap of what we're going to be talking about at each step of the way, assuming we adopt this. The next step, this is about the process, whether the process works, and we'll be talking about it again at our full committee meeting in April, our commission meeting in April. Then there'd be a process to comment on which bin you think a petition should go into. That will be a whole discussion, again, not about the merits, but substantively, you know, which bin it should go in. And then finally, as Samantha's described, we'll get to the process once that's done of addressing the low-hanging fruits relatively quickly, and then working over a much more extended period of time, more complicated ones. But I just thought it'd be helpful to kind of reiterate all that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, so you're not too late. Nothing has started. So I'm hopeful that between Craig's presentation and the discussion we just had here, you can get a sense of like, we want to hear from people. We want to take it stepwise. We want a good process. For those just joining us today, I hope that you can see how we've handled other agenda items, that is the way that we try to do things as best we can here. As we go into public comment, I know that we have at least 2 elected to have raised their hands. One is Jamie Diamond, and for this, I think they're both online. So Chris, totally fine to have you here, but we're going to go to Jamie Diamond. And then we had somebody named Sandy, I think, from Supervisor Cummings' office. If there's, so let's start with that. And if there are any elected officials or tribal officials or their representatives in the room, please feel free to come forward too. I also do note that Sankey has his hand up. And so maybe if it is okay, I'd like to first hear from Sankey. He is, he's with the department, so I'm curious what he has. Oh, you're retired.
Long retired.
Long retired.
Yeah, I'm now a retired annoyant.
Yes.
He has a popcorn and 3 glasses on.
Okay, not only a former California Department of Fish and Wildlife employee for 35 plus years
Certainly.
between the two experiences, but also former executive director of the California Fish and Game Commission.
Absolutely. All right. Well, so then what I think we'll do is we'll take Jamie and then Supervisor Cummings, representative, and then let's hear from Sankey. So Jamie, if you're still there, Jamie Diamond.
Hi, good afternoon. We are at noon. I'm Jamie Diamond, and I am president of the school board, Carpinteria Unified School District, a small coastal town in Santa Barbara County. I also happen to have the lens of a fisherman and a fishing family. I own a sport fishing business in the county as well. My husband and I were around for MPA round 1. My husband was on the Fishermen's Advisory Committee, part of the regional stakeholder groups. And as we're looking at process moving forward, I appreciate Dr. Schumann's bin and 3-phase bin approach. And I also saw that there was a letter from a group of environmental agencies who have a lot of money behind them and staff to write great letters and come up with great reports. I just want to point out, as someone who advocates for our kids in our community, especially a school district with many Title I schools and qualifying students, meaning free and reduced lunch. I just want to point out, going back to 2009, it was estimated science and monitoring would be at over $30 million a year, and California was $24 billion in debt at the time. The proper science and monitoring was not done. It still costs millions of dollars. And today, the state is now $73 billion in deficit spending. And our kids can't read at grade level. And I need that to be in your mindset moving forward with whatever you task the department to do, because although funding is set aside through the department, through license sales and other things, there's general budget money that gets pulled, and our kids can't read, and they can't read a regulation book. Like it's mind-boggling that through the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion, people are saying we need to be doing this when it's going to pull much needed funding away from our public schools. But beyond that, I know there are many communities who these MPAs are going to affect drastically, these proposals, pardon me. And I'm not speaking to anyone, but I also know that they were submitted without any outreach to the communities. And so I want to ensure that there will be very real community outreach, regional stakeholder groups set up in areas where there are proposed changes, whether adding, subtracting, or changing, regional stakeholder groups, and that this is done much better than it was last time. We know the mess it was. I know that as fishermen, from the recreational and commercial side, we're in a much better place than we're relationally with each other, and we're willing to work together. And so I'm really hoping that we keep that in mind moving forward, that we aren't throwing money that we don't have away at something that we can't do properly to begin with. So I appreciate the structure moving forward and recognize that this isn't doing anything on any one MPA, but overall process and what the cost of that will be to our communities. Thank you.
Thanks. And then I think Sandy Brown is the representative from Supervisor Cummings' office.
Yes, hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few words. I am here representing Supervisor Cummings, who couldn't be here today, but just wanted to make a few comments. And you've heard from the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors related to one of the specific petitions. We understand you're not considering those today, and just really want to appreciate the framework that has been developed and the MRC's willingness to allow time to engage with regional stakeholders to determine the appropriate regulatory framework for protecting and expanding kelp forests. Very commendable. We support the intention and the MPAs more broadly. But we also understand you've received substantial feedback, as have we at the Board of Supervisors, expressing concern about the need for local stakeholder engagement. And so one, stakeholder engagement, and two, the need for empirical data to evaluate the extent to which current and already well-regulated recreational fishing activities are a factor limiting kelp forest coverage on California's Central Coast, our region. I think the evidence is, or we see really mixed evidence at the moment, and want to ensure that scientific study is particular to, really looks at the particularities of this region. So, and the local responses that you've heard, we just heard 700 folks have weighed in, and our local response to the proposed petitions for our region really, I think, highlights the need for local communities to have a seat at the table in this process. And so as your Marine Resources Committee embarks on consideration of specific petitions, we again support the framework and ask you to consider the following factors related to that process and scientific data gathering and analysis. So first, that studies should be conducted to evaluate the factors that influence the expansion and contraction of kelp forests, all of the factors, including an understanding of how and which specific recreational fishing activities influence kelp forest growth and condition in the proposed expanded SMR areas. Two, community outreach forums should be conducted. We will do our part to engage at the local level with our community and interested parties. And we have a wealth of environmental science expertise, marine science expertise in our region, and will certainly be a part of that and provide leadership. But we'd like to see community outreach forums to inform communities about the importance of kelp forests, and if warranted, why there's a need to expand or establish marine protected areas. Three, convening regional stakeholders, including scientists, environmentalists, fishermen, fisher people, ocean marine resource users, indigenous tribes, and elected officials to determine the appropriate regulatory framework for protecting and expanding kelp forests, again, while providing the appropriate amount of public access. So we recognize those are all listed in, they're included in your framework, but really just want to highlight the importance of those. And then fourth, identification of areas for protection in which current management approaches are not sustaining resilient, stable, and persistent kelp forest. And really focusing on management approaches that use the best available science, indicating what will improve kelp forests. So we're committed to protecting our environment. We want to ensure that regulations on access, like those that will be reviewed in the coming months, are done in a way that's well informed and promotes sustainability and stewardship while protecting the environment. Just really appreciate the framework, but want to highlight the need to engage with our local community. We've heard a lot from folks in our community, and want to make sure that those voices are heard in your process as well. So thank you for your consideration and the work you are, the massive work you're undertaking here.
Thanks, Sandy. Sanki,
Oh, yeah, we actually have one other elected official who's on.
Oh,
as
perfect.
well.
Terrific.
That's Darren Gertler with the Port of Santa Cruz.
Oh, perfect.
He's online.
Are you there, Darren?
His video is on. He just needs to unmute and
You just
I think
need
he's-
to unmute yourself.
I think he's getting somewhere private.
Oh.
We can't hear him.
Darren, we cannot hear you.
All right, this here is Darren Gertler with the Santa Cruz Port Commission. I'm an elected official, also a middle school woodshop teacher, father, conservationist, and fisherman. Super thankful for this meeting and this chance to participate. Couple things I just want to touch on is that I feel as we talk about the process, we need to be really sure to include the youth. I work with youth. I run a local fishing club. There has yet to been enough and meaningful outreach with the youth as far as I can tell and what it feels like in my community. Other communities in the state might have a different experience, but it's our youth that are the future conservationists. They're the future of your organization. They're helping with CalPERS. They're helping with license purchases. And I'm worried that if they don't have a seat at the table, a meaningful seat at the table, that the process will be forever skewed. Yes, we want science. Yes, we want experience. We also want youth. And I think that in lots of other processes, experiences, political arenas, we've seen what happens if the youth are left out. It just means the next generation isn't really taken into consideration. As a conservationist, as a fisherman, I take it real seriously when we talk about sustainability in future generations. It's not like a tagline. It's not, on my name tag. It's something I live and breathe. And I think we really need to make sure that youth, even if they don't buy a fishing license yet, I bought my lifetime license when I was like 18 years old. So I was well on my way. But I think it's really important as we move forward. I get it. During a school day, it's hard. Not a lot of kids can talk. But as we consider this process and moving forward, we got to remember the kids. That's why we're here. That's why I'm here. And that's what's going to help the success of any new policy, new process, new procedure, or new experience in our outdoors here in California. Thanks a bunch. I really support this process. I'm really appreciative for everyone that came out and for y'all making the time for this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Darren. All right, and then before we go to the room, and if other folks want to speak in the room, surely other folks want to speak in the room, please feel free to come and take a seat. Okay, and then before we do that though, as we are going to hear from Sanky Mastrap as Commission and Department Emeritus.
Yeah, good afternoon, commissioners, commission staff, department staff. My name is Sanky Mastrap. I'm speaking today on behalf of the California Sea Urchin Commission and myself as a recreational angler and environmentalist. I got a little bit of PTSD going on right now. For those of you involved in the original process. Yeah, but this is good. And it's been a long anticipated point in our evolution of this process is get a chance to relook at what we did. You've already heard a lot of emphasis on access by petitioners to the process. What we're looking for is, of course, a robust opportunity for engagement by the petitioners and all stakeholders, and really looking at the last segment of the MPA process on the original. That's when I think everyone was really perfecting or much improved process of including stakeholders, locals, you name it. But also as the department and the commission brings forth new information, recommendations, one of the things that was really frustrating for all parties involved on the original process was the lack of time between receiving new information, whether it was scientific or input by stakeholders, before a meeting where an honest and robust discussion was expected. We often got documents a day or hours before the meeting, and that's just, you're not going to have a really good discussion about the issues if there's not adequate time for everyone to review and really think about the new information and process their thoughts and provide input that could hopefully be constructive. So in short then, we look forward to this process. We're looking forward to being fully engaged, and we hope that as you schedule these discussions, please allow enough time between receiving information and discussing it so we can really have informed debates. And, in reference to Samantha's, your comment about really trying to encourage local collaboratives or whatever you want to call them, doing work, that's great. But what would also be helpful to us trying to do that is what organization or format would be helpful to you? In other words, I'm sure you don't want 1,000 letters, each individual having their own view, but if you could get a community to write a succinct set of thoughts and recommendations that would represent the group at large versus hours of testimony, that's the kind of thing we'd be looking for, is what would be most helpful to both the department, the commission, and stakeholders to really make sure we're hearing all the voices, we're seeing all the data, and we can provide, hopefully useful guidance and recommendations. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, Eric.
Yeah, two things. I think that, there's often a complaint that we get our information out too late, and there's a real process that it requires with the department and the commission. But maybe if you can set your deadlines, you could set them, well before a meeting. You kind of orient your time frame around not, getting them, kind of just in time. So I think on this, it's always a problem, but especially on this process, I think it's going to. Santi's right. It's going to be more important than just about any other to be able to do that because of the amount of stuff we're going to be dealing with. Secondly, again, I would really encourage you to speak to as much as possible to what Craig's laid out today. I think we hear you on access. I think the original MPA process was a model of involving people. It wasn't always perfect, and it improved over time, but it was really quite an extraordinary process of inclusion and participation. And I think you should assume largely that that's what's going to happen here. And if it's not, then complain. But really, would really encourage you to focus on this immediate process that we've got to decide on and recommend to the commission today.
And if I could, I want to, I'm not sure defend is quite the right word, but Craig and his team do an amazing job of working really hard to meet the deadlines that we actually set at the commission. We don't always meet them, but very often they do. And then once we receive that information, then we complete the work that we need to do at our end. And we're recognizing that that's problematic. And so we actually just had a conversation. And as we receive the department's materials, we're going to start posting those without the context of staff summaries where it makes sense. There may be occasions where we really do need the staff summary to provide that context, but where we don't need that, we're going to go ahead and post those materials immediately. And then the staff summary will follow within a few days.
Great. That's a great solution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you to Craig and his team for working so hard to meet those deadlines.
Absolutely. Yeah, we see it. All right, so then we will move then to inside the room, and we'll just start with Chris and work our way down.
My name is Chris Voss, and I'm president of the Commercial Fishermen Santa Barbara. And I'd like to speak to this idea that we're binning, and that implies some measure of evaluation right from the get-go. I don't want to know too much about that right now. I'm sure we can get into that. But then you said regulatory considerations and then non-regulatory considerations. And then there's policy guidance, and there's information, and then there's resources. I take that to mean we need a lot of information about a petition, and then we need resources to evaluate its efficacy. And my concern is that given the time constraints, and we see this flood, and I spoke to this flood of petitions at the Monterey Decadal Review. I was shocked that we were going to be at the MRC and then the commission with petitions around new MPAs. Given what we went through in a systematic way throughout the state in the mandated MLPA process, okay? So I anticipated the kind of influx of demands on the department's time and the commission's time. And so to speak to that, I think that we should think in ways that every petitioner that puts forth a significant change in the nature of our MPA network, they have to, all the work goes to them, every aspect. So all the public outreach needs to be put upon them. I want, as a commercial fishing representative in my region, to receive phone calls on a regular basis about meetings that are going to be held locally with regards to stakeholder support and engagement for the MPA proposed for Carpinteria Reef. Okay, that should be a requirement. Why make the department and this group here deal with anything that hasn't crossed that threshold yet? Plus, there should be a public notification requirement. Descriptions of the proposed MPA in our local paper. The Independent in Santa Barbara should have a map that shows where the boundaries that what is it? The petitioners, I'm trying to remember the name of it's NRDC. It's the NRDC that's proposing the closed area at Carp Reef. NRDC has plenty of resources to do that work. Okay, so in order to build a robust kind of process around this, so when we meet in this room and discuss specific proposals, I could potentially be in support of a new MPA proposal, right? And the room could be in support long before it gets to a contentious discussion in this room. And that should be a requirement before we even put bin 1, bin 2, bin 3. So as we're evaluating, let's think along those lines. Push all the burden of public outreach and public engagement, and stakeholder involvement on the petitioner. Thank you.
I second that.
Yeah, also.
Go ahead.
My name is Eric Martin. I was actually a state lifeguard here for the California State Parks for 12 years before opening up the Lost Ones dive shop here in San Clemente, and then a second one last year in Dana Point. I'm also a California Fish and Wildlife fishing license and hunting license vendor. And today, as far as MPAs go, I feel like, essentially we're never going to catch up. Anytime we close something, that's going to be the reason to protect it, and then it's going to stay protected for a long time. And even though it might help, we're not really helping the original problem with education.
Eric, I'm so sorry, but we really do have to keep it to the process.
I know. I'm going to talk about process.
MPAs.
I'm just saying the process itself. We're going that process because of lack of education. That's what I'm saying. We're saying it's because of fishermen out fishing it, or whatever the reason, whatever the petitions are for. But education is key, and just being a vendor, I don't have regulation books to give out to anybody. So it's something you might want to consider. These petitions are usually put together with people that may not know the entire story, may have never dove in those kelp beds that we're trying to protect. Fishermen, spear fishermen, spend a lot of time in those. So that should be a huge group, because we see what's underneath the water. It's a small percentage of actual people that go down there, certainly with scuba divers. And I would like to see them being a focal group as well on the stakeholder meeting, not just the fishermen above the water or the public, but focus on those people that actually spend time underneath the water, and have that be one of those criteria that you do it, swim it, have it underwater, photography, videographed or photos showing why you're doing it and proving that it's actually coming from the people you're restricting it from and not other sources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. President Murray, Commissioner Sklar, staff. Please excuse my voice. I lost it over the weekend. My name is Emily Parker. I'm a marine scientist with the nonprofit Heal the Bay, based right up the road in Los Angeles. And I'll start by just expressing thanks to the department for outlining the schematics that we saw today and putting together a very thoughtful and necessarily transparent process, as Commissioner Sklar said. So huge thanks to Dr. Schumann and for the staff for putting that together. Heal the Bay generally supports the proposed evaluation of the petitions and this timeline, this phased approach of binning and seeking further info are necessary. It makes a lot of sense. And I just want to take a quick second to emphasize the importance of this process. Right, adaptive management is a cornerstone of the network, and it's really vital to ensure the efficacy of these MPAs and all the benefits they provide. And so, this process isn't going to take away funding from other important causes. The department already has the resources dedicated for this. So I just wanted to briefly help quell concerns around that. Heal the Bay, along with a dozen other NGOs, did submit a letter with very detailed comments on this item and on the process. So I'll keep my oral comments brief today, but I wanted to just quickly summarize what we had in there.
The first request was to, as President Murdy already talked about today, have a dedicated session for the MRC meeting. And so we just wanted to reiterate how important we think that will be for this. I know we're going to be discussing that during item 8 today, so just wanted to reiterate support for that. So thank you, President Murray, for articulating the need for that, and to staff for agreeing that it's necessary. And as far as timeline, we spoke a little bit about it already, but I do agree that it makes sense to review the bidding process at the July MRC, but I also wanted to note that there may be some bin 1 petitions that are already ready to discuss at that time that might be easy yeses or easy nos. So just wanted to request that we stay open to that possibility. The second request that we have is for a clear rubric for the phase 3 evaluation process that's going to be based on the evaluation considerations framework that's outlined in that August 2023 document that's in today's meeting documents. The schematic that was shown today for that phase 3 evaluation is really great, but it's not a rubric or a scorecard. So we would love to see something that dives into that a little more specifically, and if possible, have a rubric that the public can maybe see and comment on at either the April Fish and Game Commission meeting or at the May teleconference meeting, something that's, really dives into the specifics of exactly what you're going to be looking for when you're evaluating. And as part of that evaluation, just wanted to emphasize some key criteria that should be a part of that rubric or part of that evaluation. Some of them kind of go without saying, aligning with the MLPA goals, of course, basing our decisions on the best available science and looking at both local data where available, but also looking at relevant global data where it makes sense to inform that decision making. Another criteria, I've said this one before, I'm going to repeat it, that the petitions that should be considered should only be those that are actively working to strengthen the integrity of the network, and anything that's looking to really weaken the network just isn't compliant with the goals of the MLPA and shouldn't be considered at all. We'd also like to strongly recommend that criteria around enhancing compliance and enforcement are included, and around increasing access to MPAs, recognizing that access goes far beyond just fishing access, which of course consumptive use is important. But one of the main goals of the MLPA, goal 3, is to improve recreation and education opportunities. And so those kinds of non-consumptive uses, they actually make up more than 97% of the activity in and around our MPAs based on MPA Watch data. And so that really should be a key consideration. And lastly, I just want to highlight that we recommend giving strong consideration to any petitions that involve tribal leadership and co-management to ensure that those perspectives are really central to this process. So just I'll close by saying thank you again. And Heal the Bay has partnered with CDFW and other local partners on statewide MPA management for many years, for decades. And we are a leader in this space. We are part of a collaborative, part of MPA Watch, and so we're happy to assist with any grassroots outreach advocacy. And also we are looking forward to collaborating and partnering in the coming months to build a strengthened MPA network. Thank you.
Thanks. Dave.
So my name is Dave Rudy. I'm the chairman of the California Sea Urchin Commission. Good afternoon, President Murray, Commissioner Sklar, and staff. Thank you for putting this all together. I understand your task today is to find out how to sort and evaluate all these proposals you've received. And I listened to Dr. Schumann's presentation. I understand that there are some proposals may be simpler to deal with first, and then some of the other ones are going to take more evaluation. And when that evaluation comes, I guess it's in step number 3. I know we need to pay attention to the goals of the Marine Life Protection Act, but we also need to look at the socioeconomic impacts that increasing the MPAs will have. I was a stakeholder 12 years ago, and that was part of our process. We had a group that evaluated the impact of closing certain areas, and that was an important factor when we were drawing the maps. So I hope that in the evaluation process, you look at potentially even using the data from 2010, because not that much has changed, and it would be more cost effective to use some of that data to look at the socioeconomic impacts of changing gold lines, and also to look at the impacts on fishing communities, which is another policy thing that you're working on. I really liked your idea, Commissioner Murray, about the idea of having potentially subgroups getting together, and I think we would benefit by some feedback on, do you think it should be by county, region? So for example, if you recommended San Diego County, Orange County, Santa Barbara County, etc., had some way to get together for the diverse stakeholders to meet and discuss proposals in that area. I think that would be beneficial. It would give us an opportunity to understand each other's side and maybe make common ground, which would make your job easier if we could achieve that. That's my comment.
Directly jump in.
Yeah, thanks for your comment, Dave. And with all due respect, if it's okay, we're gonna pop over to her
That's fine, yeah, go for it.
because I can see that she's
Yeah.
poised. to take on this topic.
She's gonna solve it for us, right? You got this. You got this.
About that. Yes, to answer the question.
Who are you?
Oh, yeah, thank you. My name's Cal Allison. I'm the founder and director of the Marine Protected Area Collaborative Network. We have 14 collaboratives based roughly on county lines. That's very cross interest. We have 1,700 members and almost 400 different organizations that are represented. And we actually got together prior to all this to talk about, as cross interest groups, what potential changes to the MPA network could be made within each county that would make this network stronger. So what tweaks to boundaries or regulations would make an education outreach easier, would make enforcement and compliance easier, would meet the interests of all the local groups. So we do have the summary of what was agreed upon and what wasn't, and what was discussed, and that has been shared with you all in commission documents, I guess it would be, and is also shared on our website. And we're happy to revisit that. I guess my question that I wanted to ask Craig is there an opportunity when we're having these discussions and our evaluations and binning for the department to make suggestions about compromises? Because you guys did talk about, maybe is it going to be a wholesale no or a wholesale yes? Or is there going to be an opportunity? It could be a yes if we made these tweaks. And then the community has something to gather around and think about, because I agree. I think those really tough discussions, I mean, we've already had a lot of them, a lot with the people in this room, but they need to be happening in the local communities. And all that hard work should be happening before we come into this room. There's a lot of compromise that can be reached. I've seen that in the first phase. We agreed on more than we disagreed on, actually, which was amazing. But I think having a little bit of direction, if we gather those collaboratives, do really big outreach saying we're going to be having this meeting to discuss this and try to find additional compromise, what those parameters are. Can we make compromise suggestions to existing petitions, or is it just?
I don't think we're in a place, at least at this point, to make any suggestions. And as we move forward, that green circle that had those three filters, I think that's where we would get that feedback. So we might be able to get some policy direction from the commission that could be used to find compromise. We might be able to look at data gaps that can be used to identify what data are available or can be collected in the long term to help inform it. That resource has been, I've heard a lot of talk today about stakeholder process and engagement, which is really, really important. And I think instrumental to the success of the first process. But that was almost a $40 million process to do that. And all of the talk today about finding compromise before coming to the commission, that was the role of the Blue Ribbon Task Force. To take the information from the regional stakeholder group and the science advisory team, provide that policy direction, find that compromise, and bring those compromises to the commission in a package. I'm sitting there scratching my head thinking, I don't know how we do that without that level of resources at a statewide level. I think the collaboratives, and I'm glad you came up when you did, because I was thinking that, like, well, maybe the collaboratives can fill that role. And so we're happy to participate with you as you go through that and provide our input. But it'll be a back and forth. And I think it's looking at how much do we invest into it and what do we expect to get out of it?
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I guess I'm just thinking, as you're reviewing a particular petition and you might look at that column, the reg recs discussion that happened, in Santa Cruz, for example, did they discuss the expansion of that Natural Bridges SMR? What was the consensus in that room? right? As you're evaluating that, then you get a better idea. Okay, this was the initial discussion. And I'm open to, I mean, I'm sure there's people in the room that were like, well, I didn't participate in my local collaborative to have that discussion. And so I think that's a legitimate concern. We want to bring everybody into the collaborative. The more diverse representation we have in the collaborative, the more effective and powerful it is. So we can, think about having more discussions, but I just want to make sure that we're not having these discussions, bringing all this great information together and not having it be used as a tool in the evaluation process.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kala. Were you gonna respond to that, Becky?
Go
Did you have
ahead.
something you wanted to
No,
say?
Go ahead.
Mine is slightly different. Mine is more on the mechanics of the Fish and Game Commission petition process, which is slightly different, which is different in almost every way from what was done the first time, which was an intentional, like iterative process where, lines on a map were draft initial concepts, right? We sort of bent over backwards to say, they're just ideas, right? And these petitions are petitions because that's the tool that we have, right? It's the Fish and Game Commission petition process that we have available to us. So my question is one of mechanics, right? So say Kala and the MPA County Collaboratives are able to staff up by, I don't know what would be required for you to play this kind of convener role, right? If you were in some cases able to play this convener role, and or in the absence of that, maybe, might be different in every community, but there may be ways where people are having a public dialogue outside of our official process. To Craig's point, we don't have $40 million to appoint a regional stakeholder group in each study region. It's not MLPA 2.0. It's not, right? But by whatever mechanism, if there were proposals or petitions, modified petitions that came to us that no longer were the exact petition that came to us, is there an avenue mechanically for acting on a petition, or would just a revised petition need to be submitted? I guess that's a question I have.
So there's several ways that could be addressed. I mean, the simplest way is withdraw the old petition and submit a new one.
Yeah.
The other possibility is that the commission says, no, we're going to deny this petition, but we like what you all just put together.
Gotcha.
Right? So there's no really hard and fast way that
Right.
you have to do it. The cleanest way is to withdraw the old petition.
I would vote for
The short answer to your question is, yeah, compromise can be part of this process, both
Of course.
from this direction and from the other. We'll figure that out. We'll sort it, but there's not some constraints on that.
Okay, I would say, I know option number one's easier, so sorry, but option number two, because a lot of it is the capacity, everyone's volunteering their participation in the collaboratives, and so it was finding the lead to write the petitions for our small little tweaks. There was kind of some thought that these are just small little tweaks. I'm sure the department's gonna make them anyway. So having it just consolidated for, maybe not the full petition, but we can make these small tweaks that are agreed upon in the collaborative would definitely be easier. And Commissioner Murray, to your point is that we've already gone through the process once with bringing the collaboratives together specifically for this discussion. It was in this room for Orange County, actually. And we hashed it all out. So we already have the network, made. It absolutely would benefit from more participants. All the people in the room are welcome. But that is something that we can do now.
Around specific petitions that have been submitted even.
It could be around the specific petitions for each county. Let's get together and review these petitions and see, if there can be some tweaks made or compromises, or let's at least have the discussion. A lot of that did happen already, but we can rehash it with different and new perspectives.
And to Kala's point, you have in the past had situations where there's a petition, not necessarily MPAs, but a petition with a number of different ideas.
Yes.
And the commission will then say, for the first 4 here, yes, we're going to grant these, and for the remainder, we're going to deny those.
Mm-hmm. Becky.
Yeah, Becky Oda, Habitat Conservation Program Manager for the Department's Marine Region. I just want to make it clear to everybody, but by the sheer nature of the commission's petition process, when we get to that evaluation stage, the department will always work with the petitioner if we have questions, if there needs to be more information, if, those kinds of things. We're not just going to go pull up in a room and go, forget. Yeah, What were they thinking? So that is always a part of that process. And I do very much appreciate Callie you bringing this up, because that is part of almost like the compromise process too. It's like, what did you guys mean when you said this? There wasn't enough information for us to get it. If we go this way, it could be a problem. If we go this way, you know, so what are you thinking? You know, those kinds of conversations will definitely be happening.
Yeah, thank you for that, Becky.
Well, I think
Yeah.
I think we're within.
Oh, yes, so sorry.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going? I do have some comments on what's already been discussed. My name is Casper Kazazian. I represent California surfishing.net. A little right up here. I don't know if I can speak off the cuff as well as some of these guys. It's pretty much my first time one of these kinds of meetings.
Thank you for being here.
Oh yeah, thank you for having me. So I think her name was Kelly that was just speaking. She's talking about doing potential tweaks to the existing petitions that are submitted, and you know, I'm in alignment with that. I think that would be much better than rejecting and then overhauling. My brother and I have gone through some of the details of these petitions. We're not going to get into that now. We're going to keep it process oriented like you guys want. But we would like a way to really bring in the voice of the surf fishing community. And I'll have a written thing sorted out, but that's going to be like my whole main point is bringing in the voice of thousands of surf fishermen. There's a lot of dialogue out there among surf fishermen outside of these walls, obviously, what you're talking about. I echo the sentiments of many in this room that the process will work best if we take into account the voices of all the communities involved. Me specifically, I'm going to be with I'm going to be talking about the surf fishermen, obviously. Being deeply involved in the surf fishing community on social media and of course real life, lots of guys we fish with. I can say surf fishermen can very much be in support of kelp protection, MPA expansion, different types of conservation like catch and release fishing. We've gotten the opinions of a lot of surf fishermen. We have been posting stories on social media that we're going to be involved here, and we're getting a lot of responses. One thing that we have noticed is that historically with marine protected area policies, surf fishing regulations tend to be lumped in under the umbrella of recreational fishing, which is lumped in with boat fishermen. But in our experience, this is a different community. The impact is different and the needs of the community are different. And it would be nice to, voice some of those. I just got involved in this. I've been fishing for a long time, thousands of hours on the water. But in terms of like, a process, it would be nice to bring in the general needs of the surf fishermen and talk data wise, how much are surf fishermen really affecting these kelp forests, Like I've noticed that, in the boundaries of these marine protected areas, bigger fish but we want to bring in our experiences here and we want to help that in the process. So all of our goals are met, right? We want to meet the MLPA goals. And we also want to really champion the well-being / mental health aspect of just getting out there on the shore and fishing, which for most surf fishermen is catch and release fishing, right? So we want to make sure that the coast is accessible, but we really want to make sure kelp's doing well as much as we can with the global warming thing. Kelp's doing well. The fish in the kelp forest are thriving. They're getting bigger. They're uninhibited in their growth. So I think that kind of covers all of what I want to say. But yeah, going back to the beginning, it would be nice to get some tweaks on some of the individual propositions that bring into account some of this perspective among the surf fishing community. We have some data, some of my friends and I, we've been sharing, with each other, which we gladly bring in. We don't have a ton, but we do support a data-driven approach that everybody can get behind. So, yeah.
Can I specifically say that, thank you for talking about the process and you make a really good point that, everybody has a different perspective, right? And surf fishers have a specific one. And so it's really useful. And I think that's something we definitely want to consider because it's very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Ethan Estes. I drove down from Santa Cruz. I'm kind of speaking on behalf of a group called All Waters, as well as a local spearfishing club, the Depth Finders. I'm a scientist, that's my background, and I like this process because it very clearly acknowledges that not all ocean conservation ideas however well-intentioned, are good ideas. They may not meet the stated goals. And my specific question is on bin 2. In your presentation, I did not get a clear sense of, in this, policy guidance, information and resources bubble, where's that information coming from? As I'm a little bit concerned that it's going to be a biased process towards, oh, the petitioner is going to have the burden of proof to provide new information. But we need to look at beyond the petitioners here. And so is it in your department? Is it in your wheelhouse to add in this new information? Who's doing that?
So in terms of, we would identify the data gaps. And then it goes into the resources tabs to figure out how do we fill those gaps.
Yes.
And it would be incumbent upon all of us to fill those data gaps as best we can and most efficiently.
So that would be at a future meeting. We'll be deciding on who's going to be filling those data gaps.
I think that would be part of the discussion.
Yeah, but it means, but also I think it's an ongoing thing, as was described before, that, the department is in constant contact with petitioners and other key stakeholders. So it's an iterative process.
Yeah.
But the information doesn't come from any one source. It's always, coming from all the sources that are possible.
Totally.
And unfortunately, there's always data gaps, even as we're making decisions.
And we can, and this is, it's good to bring this up. So this green bubble here, the policy guidance information and resources bubble. We can go behind closed doors and do it and bring it back out and say, ta-da. We can spread it out over the course of 15 MRC meetings or something in between.
Something in between. Yeah.
Yeah, because it feels like, almost like to the previous discussion, these things could just never die. And that communities could be spinning wheels for decades to talk about the same things. When you guys could probably quickly shut them down a little bit if that process was transparent and effective, So that's my encouragement.
Necessarily our place to shut them down. We can provide feedback on what the department's perspective is on certain petitions, but ultimately the decision to accept, reject.
Fair enough.
Is
Yeah.
the commission.
Okay.
Paul Romanowski, representative for the local dive clubs down here. I was pretty heavily involved in the first process. I saw you said PTSD. I still got the shirt up.
And it still fits.
I'm carrying a grudge. It's a little tighter, unfortunately. A little tighter. Daddy got fat. That's the dryer's working overtime, precisely. So, one of the primary goals of the decadal review, of course, it was supposed to be 5 years. We couldn't get it done in 5, moved it out to 10, was to look at the existing network and to work on strengthening the existing network. Almost all the proposals that have come in, from what I've gathered of them, are expansions of the network. They're not perfecting or working the existing system as much as they are as grabbing more territory. Now, we've already got a lot of turf that has been devoted to this, and we've got problems that have come up over time. Different species have had pluses, minuses, things change. Some of it's cyclical.
I'm gonna short, let's talk about, process. Well, we're gonna have to address each specific petition. They're petitioning us, we're gonna have to address them. So we'll get to that, but talk about, in terms of the process here, you having been through it before, not philosophically whether these are expanding or
so
because that's not what we're talking about.
My position is that one part of the process, as you're looking at those, looking at the benefits or any real benefits, realized benefits of creating a larger network versus perfecting the existing network, because that is the primary goal, is to make the existing network work better. And where we don't have successes, some of the things that they're asking for is more area to manage the same way so that you can have more areas of no success. It doesn't help. That doesn't create anything positive for us. If we take more areas and put them off limits, and we have the same problems that we have inside of the areas that have less success than was ideal.
Right, and I think that's what goes on in the analysis of each petition.
Right, and
Get a whole
so
idea.
what I'm saying is if we're looking at it, we're saying, oh, we should take another mile here, another 5 miles there.
That's not the discussion. The discussion is, of these petitions, do they make the network stronger or weaker?
Right.
And there are all kinds of petitions. I hear you saying that all the petitions are to expand.
Well,
or
not all, but most.
Not even most.
And so.
It's actually not the right perception. It's not most of them. There are a lot that are adjustments and it's playing around the edges and stuff.
So what I'm saying is that as a process, we should be looking at what to do with the existing network. Find the gaps in the existing MPAs, in the network, in the policy that we've got in there. And put more weight onto that than trying to.
Paul, are you suggesting a separate bin? Because we're talking about process, right? So process wise, right now, the department is suggesting 2 bins. Are you suggesting a separate bin where the department has evaluated whether or not this is an expansion or an improvement upon, or?
That would
process-wise,
probably be helpful to put them into 2 different categories of whether this is expansions or whether it's improvements. I mean, at least to put it as not a criteria per se, but to look at it and say is what does this proposal do more of, or how does it mean to get it, meet its objectives, to meet the new objective that it's proposing to do? Is it by doing it by an expansion, or is it by correcting some kind of a defect or deficiency in an existing part of the network? Rather than a land grab, which didn't prove to do so well for, let's say, abalone. You know, it wouldn't matter how much you take up there, it's not going to help cyclical things. We've got things that are on upswing, things that are on downswing. We saw stuff that rolled over and came back very fast during El Nino. You know, sea starfish, right? Dropping off, they got a disease. It also affected mussels. We watched jetties get cleared off of mussels, and yet they rebounded in a couple of years. And we're
Thank you,
seeing-
Paul. We do want to keep it about the process.
That's what I'm saying.
Appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Wendy Berube. I'm with Orange County Coastkeepers. Thank you guys so much for being here. We just wanted to point out that there might be an opportunity if the commission were to reach out to local city governments. There was a letter from the city of Laguna Beach showing that they really do want to be involved in this process, and I don't know that they're captured necessarily by the MPA collaboratives. And they may have information that's really important for us on, you know, what the specific needs are of that city that might be impacted by the, by any of these petitions. And they also might know what kind of initiatives they already have going on that might kind of overlap with that. So, that's it. We really just want to urge you to reach out directly and, solicit the feedback of, local city governments. And then I did have a question, on the process here. Do we have any idea what the criteria is going to be for making something non-controversial or controversial? I was just kind of curious. I don't know if you have thought that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rick, you can say if you want, but I think that these folks have been steeped in the MPA process for decades. And I think that they're going to use their judgment, knowing, having heard a lot from a lot of people. I think there's no line that a Supreme Court justice was, they were talking about pornography. And he goes, I know it when I see it. I think to some extent, these guys are.
You know, controversy.
Yeah, there'll be no controversy. I think that's the easiest answer to the question.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
So, hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Ross Kellner. I'm representing San Diego Seafoods and Catalina Offshore Products. Additionally, I'm a spearfisherman, so I've got multiple.
Are you the new owner, Catalina?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
No, I'm not. I'm just the facilities
Okay,
manager,
all
but
right.
I'm passionate about fishing, and so they decided to send me.
Well,
Thank you. I hope you guys consider the economics of the situation. The local communities have various economic stakes in this, and as a seafood supplier, there's obvious reasons that I might be interested in having a locally sourced products. I mean, people are now demanding locally sourced sustainable products. And some of these closures are really going to affect that in a dramatic way. But in addition to that, you have commercial fishermen affected. You have seafood suppliers, as I said, restaurants, and all the patrons at the restaurants who want something local. I think that's a huge draw for many people that come, from other places, or locals that want to eat local food. So in addition to that, we have spearfishing stores and fishing stores that really depend on the local, local use. And so shutting down any of these local resources in that way would really affect that. So in addition to the local seafood, speaking from personal experience in diving, concentrating the use of this of diving or fishing in smaller and smaller areas has a dramatic effect on, well, outcome when you fish. So that's important for everybody who enjoys fishing or diving. But in addition to that, it makes it more dangerous for everybody. The number of times I've almost been run over by boats because of reckless boaters. Well, now it's going to be multiplied by X factor. It just makes things more dangerous having the fishing pressures in a more concentrated area. So anyhow, that's my two perspectives, and thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, co-chairs Murray and Sklar, and also department and FGC staff. Rob Vergara, NRDC's Ray Diversity Ocean Conservation Fellow. Just want to open this up and say, like, I might look age and experience and stuff, but I'm actually part of the youth that Darren was talking about on Zoom earlier. I just graduated with my bachelor's like last summer, so I'm pretty new. And Darren's comments resonated very deeply because I recognize that it's a privilege for me to show up here and represent not only NRDC, but also my generation and the ones ahead of us. And I might be new to the space, but it really doesn't discount the fact that I care a lot for our ocean. I've made that point before emotionally. So I'm sure it's the same for folks here as well. So I want to open up. I recognize that CWW made an amazing presentation. I really appreciate it. We appreciate it very much. And we also appreciate both agencies' attempts at being very transparent and providing a very clear timeline moving forward. That aligns very well with NRDC's advocacy throughout the DMR as well. So it's nice to see that these things are connecting. Yeah, so we aim to amplify this information with stakeholders throughout the state and also with the outreach that we conduct further to local communities and other interested partners as this thing keeps going. And we hope this also helps encourage the growth of folks who come to this meeting and also encourage the just the general public to be able to show up and show out as we continue on. So if possible, I'd like to get some clarification on the process that was presented today. I'm happy to follow up via email because it's going to be a litany of questions. I don't know if we want to do like a call and response or just trying to be cognizant of people's time, and I could just follow up with an email. So the first question in phase 1 for bin 1 or for the near-term petitions, I think it's on slide 3. So could we get some more elaboration on what was meant by policy direction not needed for next phases and how this will be determined?
I think it's helpful to answer these questions because if he has them, other people in the room and on the call also might. So that's I'm inclined to
Yeah,
answer
so,
them if
so
we can.
policy direction not needed is that we feel based on what's being requested in the petition, there's already been action taken or guidance provided by the commission that allows us to evaluate that petition without seeking an additional policy guidance. So pretty much as it.
Yeah, okay, cool. Short and sweet, awesome. Thank you. And I think the next question for this exact slide also is, can you give examples of what factors could determine that immediate action is possible for a petition?
Immediate evaluation is possible.
Oh, evaluation, right?
Immediate evaluation. So an example of immediate evaluation.
Mean for bin 1?
Yes.
Yes, for bin
one, let's say, I'm so hypothetical, there is a petition to move a line 50 feet to the north to line up with the jetty. Right. And we have good habitat mapping data. We know the stakeholders in the area. We know that there's general, maybe like there's a unified petition that all comes in and says, hey, everyone in the community agrees this is a good idea. That's probably one we might say, hey, we think we could probably do that pretty easily.
Okay.
And enforcement agrees with it.
We're not here just to make sure people behave. We're actually part of the management process, and we review petitions once they get to a certain point, and we determine whether or not something is enforceable.
Right. Well, and I think in terms of like immediacy, I think enforcement is probably going to be some things that will rise to the top. If there's things that are unenforceable now or difficult to enforce, and that's been identified through the process, and the community has come together and there's general agreement. If we tweak this edge a little bit and enforcement says, yeah, that's better for us, it's better for the community, that's probably something we could evaluate in the near term.
Got it. And then just like touching back on Wendy's comment about the controversial part. So would that be said during these petitions being binned? Like, oh, this petition was determined as being too controversial at this point, or something along those lines. Would that be made like transparent and publicly determined at a meeting?
So we haven't thought through how we're going to present the bid. So one, we just want to get agreement that this is what we're going to do. So we haven't gone into implementation yet because we wanted to get agreement that it sounds like people are gelling around it. So that's good. controversy, I think that's something that, we are well steeped in.
Right.
You kind of know it when you see it. We've heard very clearly from commission staff and commission that they don't want us to bring them stuff where there's going to be 500 people saying turn left and 500 people saying turn right. Right. So if we sense that that's going to be the issue of that petition, it's going to go into bin 2.
And by the way, if something goes in bin 1 and all of a sudden a bunch of controversy comes up. once
It'll-
we get to the-
it'll go back into bin 2.
Okay.
Then the resources
Supposed to go.
This isn't gonna be a thing where it's said and done.
I do want to make sure that we're not inadvertently incentivizing controversy though, because that's not gonna work forever,
Other thing,
right?
yeah.
Like that won't work forever. Yeah.
Well, we'll be able to, I think we'll be able to tell what.
Concrete.
It's in the nature of the petition as well.
And if,
I'm just saying like stalling into perpetuity, it shouldn't be considered a strategy.
no,
It's not our first trip to the rodeo.
And we're not trying to make it another rodeo, so.
no.
Cool, that was a good transition. So phase 2 for bin 2, long-term positions, I think slide 4. David, do you mind? Thank you. So for this one, we just want to really reiterate Sanki's comments about the need for enough time between receiving information and discussions or decision-making moments. We really need, something to settle and like process before we really move forward. So we hope that the policy guidance, additional info, resources on bin 2 petitions will be publicly available in advance of decision-making moments so that the public can meaningfully engage and really help hash things out. And then just as a clarifying question, will the decision to deny or move forward with phase 3 be recommended by CFW to the FGC at an MRC meeting or an FGC-wide meeting? When would that happen? I know it might not be like.
Again, to be determined. We don't want to make these decisions in a vacuum at the department.
Right.
We want to bring this to the commission. I think the challenge is that the MRC meets 3 times a year. The commission meets 6 times a year. And if we want to have that sequencing of transparency, there's a lot of steps here. And we want to, get guidance, develop products, give folks time to chew on those products and provide feedback, have a commission meeting, get guidance, it could take, so we're gonna have to find that balance. There was a discussion earlier about developing a decision-making rubric, right? And I think Emily brought that up. We can't have that for the April meeting, right? The binder deadline is tomorrow for the April meeting.
I knew it was a long shot.
And we wouldn't be comfortable going off behind closed doors and developing something and saying, ta-da, here you go, commission, check it out.
Right.
We could spend 3 years just developing a rubric.
Yes.
So I think we as a general community need to be very thoughtful about finding that balance between public process and transparent decision-making and not spending the next 15 years of our lives doing an evaluation process.
Yeah, and a good example of that, without picking on aquaculture, but Randy's not here, so I'll say the aquaculture.
Online.
Oh, Randy. Sorry, Randy. But for those of you who are with us for the journey for aquaculture public interest criteria, that's an example where we spent a lot of time trying to find perfect. And we found a way forward and it was time well spent. We learned a lot. But to Craig's point, we could try to get the exact right rubric that makes everybody happy forever and still not do it.
I just want to say one more thing is that the same staff that are working on all of this petition process is the same staff that still has to work on the other 27 recommendations in the DMR. I know. and the many pieces of that. So, and in some of these cases, we might get, there as well on some of those recommendations, little bits and pieces. So, and from my vision, and Craig has said it more elegantly than I, that if we run into an issue, the department, we're gonna make sure that the commission is aware of it and that you guys are aware of it. So through their transparent process that they have, through the MRC meetings, through their commission meetings, separate meetings if need be, those decision points on policy are not going to be made, in a vacuum as we've said. It's going to all happen with it. We have to. And I plan on, well, not much longer. I plan on.
Jealous.
I know, that's all right. My vision for my staff is to be able to go and get that guidance that they need to do the best job that we can on those petitions and with improving and adaptively management. for the network. So just know.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments on the dais. And just to close this out with another question. So we're supportive of phase 3 evaluation considerations, including tribes, the inclusion of tribes, JEDI, climate resiliency, and also socioeconomics. I feel like those are very much areas that we need more info and just incorporation on. But we also noticed that state and federal partners were not included in this part. So we're wondering at which phase their perspectives will be incorporated into the process.
Every phase.
Every phase.
Yeah.
Every phase.
They are
Yeah,
state,
yeah.
every phase.
Yeah.
Oh, other state agencies and federal agencies.
We're already talking to them.
Yep.
Cool. All right, thank you. And yeah, my closing remarks. So outside of the petitions, I just want to refer back, I'm sorry, to Senior Neil, I think it was Neil Senior earlier today who made this comment during item 1. And he spoke to the fact that, you know, we might have different perspectives and we have like all these interests and whatever else, but outside of that, we all mean well, right? So no matter what agenda we're here for, whatever we're doing right now today, the fact is we're here and we showed up because we care. So like what matters most is that we come to a holistic agreement that hopefully addresses the needs of all ocean users, consumptive or not, and also guarantee that our ocean systems will survive at least to the next generation, hopefully further. We'll see where that goes. And I also want to recognize that a lot of folks are taking time off of work, their daily responsibilities to not only show up in person, but also to be on Zoom just to be like listening in and to be informed, as is their civic right. So just want to commend everyone for doing that. And we're showing up here to have that dialogue, and moving forward, we hope to work together with the department and also with the commission and other interested partners, and hopefully get somewhere good, right? That's all we can hope for. So thank you for letting me speak today.
Thanks, Rob. Okay.
Wow, NRDC's back.
Yeah, I was only here for like 6 months, so.
Organization side, everybody in the room, NRDC was one of the original main financiers for the first MLPA process.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you guys pretty much bankrolled it. You and Julie.
That's not true. Okay, that's not true.
Finance, I just wanted to thank them. So anyway, my name is Volker Cohen, and I'm here representing the San Diego Freedivers. I'm also a member of the San Diego MPA Collaborative with Kala, and I want to say that what Kala's bringing up, she's spot on. She's done a great job over the last 10 years. And when we're stepping into this, right, so the spearfishing community's perspective, when it comes to MPAs, our level of trust of the department is below 0. And what I mean by that, there's mistrust.
And is this about process?
This is about process. I'm saying this is when you get started. First thing you need is build the bridge is gone. We need to rebuild the bridge and then develop a relationship. So
not a good way to start developing a relationship.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Let's go.
And we've seen you. It's nice that you're back.
Yes.
Where have you
We've
been?
been here. Trying to have a regular life and participate in the collaboratives. But so what I've noticed over the years, or the last 10 years, is that the MPAs have gone through this amazing metamorphosis. And we've got buy-in. Everybody knows where the boundaries are. They kind of know what to do and what not to do. And when they're being bad and they're drifting around the boundaries, they know it. Now, if we go start moving those, we have mind share. If we start moving them, it may seem like, oh, no big deal. But if, we're enjoying that spillover, then next thing you know, now that guy's breaking the law and he didn't even know it, So as we adjust the boundaries, it's going to set us back in terms of buy-in. It sets us back about 5 years, 5 years.
I'm really having trouble seeing how this affects about.
Because the process is good, but I'm saying is that something to consider is once you implement your adjustments after it goes to the workflow, the level of buy-in from the people that you mostly want to impact, which is fishermen, is going to be difficult.
Understood. Yeah. Any other thoughts on process?
No, thank you. And also, that's some serious heavy lifting, and you've done a great job with the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. If I could, just for one moment, I want to set a frame, if I can, for those who weren't there at the Decadal Management Review meeting that we had about a year ago in March. right around when the DMR came out. So the decadal management review identifies 4 pillars for MPA management and adaptive management of the MPA network. One is about outreach and education. One is about monitoring and science. One is about enforcement and compliance. One is about policy and regulations. Within that, there are 28 recommendations that came out of this DMR. And we had a dedicated conversation with, I think there were 200 people in the room and probably a lot more on the line as well. And said, okay, well, we can't do all 28 of these adaptive management recommendations at once. One of those was changing boundaries, lines, kinds of take within MPAs. We said, we can't do all of these. Which ones do you, 200 people in the room and everyone on the line, want us to focus on doing first? And on all sides, we heard very clear that this was a priority, right? So I do want to remove this assumption that, that we were, jumping in the bit to get petitions, or that it was just one side of the coin that wanted to submit petitions, because there were folks who wanted to make changes. There were folks who wanted to make all kinds of tweaks, some of whom had already submitted petitions for tweaks to MPAs. And we said, no, hold off. We're going to take them all together. We're going to evaluate them holistically so that we're not doing them all ad hoc piecemeal, so we can consider them all together in terms of a network. And that's why we're here, right? It's not because there was one constituency, one sector driving this process. Folks all around said, hey, we're ready to submit this idea that we've had percolating, whether it's more tape or shoreline tape, or whether it's expanding, or whether it's an administrative cleanup of an MPA boundary. So that's how we got here today. And that's what drove the process over the last year and how we arrived here. So I just wanted to try to reframe that and make that clear, because that's how we got here.
I read the cicadal review. I like
It's a decadal review.
The
Decadal.
cicadal review.
10 years.
I was thinking it has a D in it.
It is 10 years.
Oh,
Potato.
I read the document. It's great. I agree with it. Looks good to me.
Terrific. Thanks, Volker.
Thanks.
All right.
Hello. My name is Toby. I'm a junior at UCSD studying political science, and I'm also a board member with CalPERC students. Right now it's finals week, and I just had a final yesterday.
Oh, cool.
And it was okay, actually. I studied a lot, but I'm just worried I still have a little more to do. Couple like tests and essays still knock out. But despite that, I just want to show up and, represent a lot of students who couldn't really come make it just because, finals week. But, just talking from a UCSD student, we're pretty like closed off in our bubble and, in UCSD, and sometimes can't make it to these meetings, but we have an MPA right there, the Matlahuia, like MPAs, it's really beautiful, has a lot of like life. I like to, look at a lot more seals than I've ever seen in my life. And there's just a lot going on, and, it's really good to really cool to think about what's going on underneath. And I get the sentiment from other students at UCSD too, and like across the state. I've had the privilege to, come out here and also like before this work with like thousands of students, to hear about their opinions about California's Marine Protected Area Network. A lot of them don't know about it first, but when I talk to them about it, they're, pretty impressed that we have marine protected areas to begin with, to actually protect oceans and regulate like these things. And once they hear about like that there's a unique opportunity right now to actually, like change them, or increase them, a lot of college students are actually really opted into this. Yeah, and basically like we just want to have that voice heard. We've actually been able to like collect or like talk to 30,000 students just about the issue, and from there like collect 9,000 petitions of support for expanding and strengthening these marine protected areas. But my question is really, it's like where can we like project this support? We have a lot of support from students for these marine protected areas, but in this process I just want to know like where can we put the support?
And I have a suggestion. One is, coming up with a consensus about what you'd like to see on a given proposal, because it's going to be proposal by proposal, right? Coming up with a consensus among universe of young people
Yeah.
on each specific proposal, and then coming saying, listen, we got consensus on this, and this is our position, and coming to each of the meetings once we get to the process of evaluating those proposals is a great way to do it. Because if you say, I'm here representing 30,000 students, that's powerful.
Yeah, so just like making a consensus on like certain petitions will just be really good. Just
Yeah,
like
pick,
talking about it.
you probably want to do them all, right? Pick the ones that are most important to your group.
Yeah, yeah,
And
exactly.
then come up with a position on it and come up with a real clear statement of why you're supporting that position, and that's super powerful.
Yeah, and it's like, it's just really cool work, and I would really want to like just project this
You
support.
need
and,
to
like,
take Samantha's class because she teaches that.
maybe I should. I'm in poli sci, but I'm kind of exploring my realm too, so it'll be cool. But I also just wanted to deliver this tiny fraction of like some of the support we got out, because it's just like we just get so much. We just talk about it a lot, and the process can be really confusing, especially to students who are like doing so much. I'm only able to mention like a couple sentences about it and what they think, and like they would, either sign on or decide not to. A lot of people we do talk to, like, have their opinions, but a good majority of the people we're actually able to, conversate with have these opinions that are like, really in favor of like a lot of these things. So I just want to deliver this. Who should I give this to?
You can give it to us.
Okay. I would say it's like that. There you go. Yeah, but thanks for letting me speak. Be happy to be.
Thanks for being here. Keith.
Great, he's the future leader, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah, so my name is Keith Bootsar. I'm with the Giant Kelp Restoration Project in Monterey, and I've been trying to get a petition across the line here for a long time, right? And I was at the Cape Management Review as well. And the process to me has been kind of strange that it's taken so long, and we talk about it being transparent, but I'm not sure what transparent conversations are like with the department. I've never really had one, so I like what Greg is saying about the ta-da, like here's the thing and ta-da, but there's not like a conversation about like, what did you really mean by that? And having a conversation with the petitioner, like for instance, in my petition, which is the biggest petition, I have 25 subparts. But there's some parts that are missing, like the whole part about commercial fishing being part of the solution is not listed as a subcategory within that petition that I submitted. So I just want to, in that process, like we have to go back into that process and make sure the binning is the sub-petitioning is actually correct.
And we'll do that at the first meeting. When they bring the two bins back, we're gonna have to review it. And as Craig points out, that they suggest we decide.
Yeah.
Right. And you need that process where you can't have all the figuring it out.
Right.
In a meeting like this, right? You'd never get anything done. So they do that. And Keith, I gotta say,
yeah,
you probably had more discussion time with people from the department than anybody in the room.
I
And
do.
making memories.
And for me to say that, right? That's kind of crazy,
what's-
but like,
what's lacking?
like I have meetings, like I'm in construction, right? And we have meetings and we have an agenda, we have minutes, like it's transparent what was said in the meeting. We don't have that here when I have a discussion, right? It's like.
What do you mean with the department or with
the department people? Right, we have
Yeah,
a
but
meeting.
there's formal meetings and there's informal meetings. You have discussions and then
Sure.
these meetings.
But then the next meeting, we have it again, we're talking about the same things. Like, it's not, it's hard to make progress. I've had 3 meetings about the same thing, and it's like,
You may not be
it's the
getting
same
answers.
questions. Sorry?
Sometimes it's because one doesn't get the answer one wants. It doesn't feel like you're getting progress, but it may not be,
Right.
maybe because the answer is no.
And maybe I need to be told no, but it seems like from here, I'm just like, I keep asking until I get the right response. Just tell me the answer and I can get it. Or I can just keep asking and then, oh, that's not it, that's not. And so everyone's kind of second guessing like what the department will accept. And so you phrase your petition in that way to be minimal or whatever, to try and anticipate like what may or may not be acceptable, because it'll just get bounced back if it's incorrect. And
Yeah, let's see what happens with this first cut. I think that'll tell you us all a lot about how the department's looking about it.
But I suspect if you want to talk about your petition with the department stands at the ready to have if you have clarifying questions or something you want to clarify about your
We're
petition.
talking about individual petitions yet.
I meant if there's something, it sounds like Keith feels like there's something unclear in his petition. I don't mean now, I mean in a separate meeting.
Yeah.
If there's something you feel like is unclear in the way you've written your petition.
And I get written comments back to say that these.
Just to close this down, we already let you know that we're updating our records. Thank you for the information. Yeah, so we're updating the records to correct according to your letter.
About the commercial involvement?
your petition and
Oh.
all the details that you
Oh.
highlighted. Yeah, we've
Well,
got it.
And I think we need to be careful about shifting, I don't call them shifting baselines because they're not, but you know, shifting petitions, right? We gotta have a moment in time of what something is and
Of
what the
course.
request is, and if it keeps changing.
Absolutely.
Adaptive does not apply to petitions. They don't get to keep adapting.
Petitions cannot
They can't change. Once they're submitted, they're submitted. If the petition is changing, that's a new petition and it's either amended or there's a new one submitted.
Yeah, the other thing I feel is that like,
Is this gonna be about
it's about process.
Okay.
Is that it's not obvious to everybody that this is an adaptive management cycle, a 3-year adaptive management cycle. And what we get is kind of blowback from fishermen that like, we don't want to make an SMC to an SMR because that's like forever. Like they're kind of thinking that's the way it was before. And I think you're going to get a lot of controversy on these things when the fishermen start to consider that, like, I don't want more restrictions just in general. Not thinking like, oh, this needs to be closed because it's good for it's a cycle and we can have adult fish here again in this place. And I don't think that's kind of clear to a lot of people
I'm not understanding. Listen, in
Yeah.
terms of process, there's gonna be controversy over some of these.
Yeah.
And people should bring forward their concerns and
Sure.
support for it, and we'll hash it out. That's what we do here.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, I mean, I just don't see how that has.
Well, I just think we're just gonna get a lot of controversy from fishermen, like that would happen in Santa Cruz. Like, I'm on the other side of the bay, right? And the
Let's
city
not talk
council.
about it.
But again, that's,
Sorry, it's not that.
it's not about process. It's really, that's part of that's inherent part of the process, not
Yeah.
a discretionary part of the process.
It's hard to think of as something on our agenda that doesn't have some controversy wrapped up in it. And that's okay, right? We're talking about the ocean, and that's an area that elicits a lot of passion out of everybody because everybody cares about it. That makes sense to me. All right. Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Can I just ask, is everybody else who wants to speak up here now? Thank you.
Yeah, because we still do have everyone on. Zoom.
100%, 100%.
Yeah, my name is Devin O'D. I represent Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. We're a nonprofit organization. Dr. Schumann, Greg took away most of my comments with your presentation, so I'm gonna give you the abbreviated version. Support that presentation, really appreciate that. I do want to ask, as the process unfolds, if there's an opportunity for some of the literature and the studies that are being applied to petitions to make that forward-facing so that the public can see some of the rationale, you know, kind of like cite your work almost, just so that we can follow along, because I think that's going to really help to provide that transparency and that clarity for all of the stakeholders on both sides. And, you know, through that process, if you are identifying data gaps with particular petitions, with particular issues, you know, present those, and then also not to add more work, but if it's possible, if there's a way to identify how we can fill those data gaps, and if fishing can be a tool to do that, I really want to emphasize that and, you know, recommend that, you know, fishermen and anglers are willing to participate there, especially using, you know, existing mechanisms like the CCFRP. How can we adapt what's going on there to look at some of the questions from these particular petitions and issues relating to kelp forest health and what have you. So using those mechanisms that we already have. And I just think that I want to just emphasize one thing as far as the process and how we are discussing this from the commission and the department is to, if possible, avoid some of the language around stronger versus weaker and fully protected versus not fully protected, because I think, you know, in areas that we don't have marine protected areas, we still have very strong protections for our oceans through some of the regulatory mechanisms. And I think that some of that language is a little bit confusing, and I think it sends maybe a little bit the wrong message. So just trying to identify that we want to improve the network. We want to make it better, and maybe that's by reducing fishing access or not, but just being cognizant of the language that we use to talk about the network, and all agree that we're trying to make it better, and we're all on the same page as far as ensuring those robust fisheries.
Is one way to be put it, to make the regulations for given MPA more effective towards the overall goals.
Yeah.
Of the MPA.
Yeah, more effective, right? Yeah.
Input is still quite subjective, I think.
Right, yeah, I'm not saying I've got it perfect, but
And it's hard to find words that aren't, right?
Yeah.
but I think stronger versus weaker is very
Yeah,
commonly used, and I think it's, you know,
Agreed.
it's misleading.
Yeah, we totally agree.
Yeah, and
Really good point, thank you.
just want to comment from our fellow speaker about the college campuses and those conversations. I think that's one of these forums that could be good for hosting discussions, right? Like utilizing, I'm not sure, what your name was, I apologize, I forgot, but you know, that's a great place to host some of these stakeholder forums and to like go a little bit deeper into the substance of what we're talking about with particular petitions, especially in the areas that those petitions are gonna be enacted, where the different regulation changes are proposed. And last comment from me is from the MK Collaborative Network. I think if possible, if we are gonna double down and invest in trying to have some of those conversations through the collaborative network, trying to identify times and places and mechanisms for more people to participate. I mean, I do this as my full-time job and I still couldn't make some of those meetings, even though I had every intent. And I think that if we could figure out, maybe there's like a Zoom option to be added in, or maybe we do these on the weekends, so that more stakeholders can participate, I think is really important, right? Because otherwise you're not going to get the full representation that you want, that I think everyone agrees is really important in this process. So I just want to thank everyone. I do not envy you the job that you have ahead of you, and willing to help however we can.
Hey, Devin, those comments were great, really constructive, super helpful. I couldn't agree more about like the normative, like judgments and normative statements about the words that we use. And so I really appreciate that as well. We don't want to use words that are charged or biased. And so I think that's a good point, as well as your point about college campuses and times and locations that work for more people. I think that's a good idea too. So thanks for being here and thanks for speaking to us today.
Thanks for having me.
I think she said.
Jack.
Thank you. My name is Jack Likens. I'm a free diver and scuba diver. I just became a great grandfather today. Distracted just a little bit, but I wanted to ask a question, and I don't know who's best to answer, maybe Craig. I've been diving California coast for over 60 years, starting here in Southern California, Northern California, for 25 years. And I'm wondering, what I'm seeing is even inside of the MPAs, even though recreational activities are limited and fishing is limited, I've seen a deterioration over that period of time. And I know it all has to do with environmental change, but big part to me of the marine environmental change is pollution in the ocean, especially runoff from our urban development near the ocean. And I'm wondering how procedurally do we go about correcting that? I mean, I didn't see much in the decadal management review or in the discussion of the procedure, something specific for marine pollution. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, so a couple of things. We work with our partners and sister agencies, so US EPA, Army Corps of Engineers, Cal EPA, State Water Quality Control Board, who's primarily the designated entity for state water quality protection areas, of which we have some overlap with MPAs. Working with them to ensure that land-based sources of pollution, to the extent that they're able to regulate it, are controlled, contained, captured, filtered when necessary before they get to the ocean. It's a tall order, given that we've paved over the vast majority of our landscape, especially in Southern California, where we're rushing all of that water and all the pollutants that are on the sidewalk out into the ocean. And so, you know, they are making headway though by increasing infiltration, increasing retention.
It just seems to me that, you know, we're trying to restore some ecological balance in the marine environment, but at the same time, we're sort of destroying it, you know, with this pollution that's coming in. And there doesn't seem to be that good a communication between the people who are responsible for the marine pollution, if anybody is. I mean, who's responsible for the runoff from the roads that go into storm drains and into the ocean? It's a big question that I think we need to specifically address if we ever expect the marine protected areas to improve to some level they were in the past.
The regional water quality control boards, that's in their jurisdiction, and so there's all sorts of different programs that have.
I've seen that
cleaned up.
among, you
Well-
know, those people involved, and I personally, I think the only way to do it is politically, but I don't know, you know, I know the Laguna Beach where I live now has had to close their oceans to recreational use several times in the last couple of months because of all the rain we've had and all the
Yeah.
traffic that's running into the ocean.
Jack, it's an enormous problem. It's really, I mean, to the extent that it affects the work we're doing here, the impacts on the marine areas is what we measure in this discussion.
Yeah.
Let's have an offline discussion about that, because it's not something that's in this commission's purview. It's something that is a bigger political problem, and it affects everything that we're trying to do, but it's not something we have a lot of control. But there is a whole series of regulations and laws and organizations put in place to try to solve it. Are they solving it fast enough? No. But it's there. This is not the venue.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the procedure had any way to do it, because, you know, it just doesn't make sense to me that, you know, we can say, oh, that's another agency's problem. We're just dealing with our problem, which is.
Well, so I think for the purposes of this conversation, your message is enhanced collaboration with sister agencies, including the State Water Regional.
Yeah, and I think somebody else mentioned it too, with the local agencies.
Absolutely.
It's the, not only the state water board, but the local water boards.
Absolutely.
What we can do is, and we look at specific MPA areas, and there is a direct problem because of runoff.
Yes.
We can complain about it and raise it and say, you know, you're impacting a protected area because you're not doing your job regulating the runoff into that area. And maybe we can raise the red flag on that.
Yes.
I just want to mention that the water board is one of the state and federal agencies that's part of the statewide marine protected area leadership team. And so they have signed on, like all the rest, you know, recognizing the importance of the state's marine protected areas. And many of them have overlapping jurisdictions. It may not be exactly lined up, but they also have, you know, responsibilities and jurisdictions. So these are the kinds of things that we can bring to that leadership team. And let them know, and we have let them know, you know, that what we've been hearing after the decadal management review were questions like this, you know, with regards to pollution getting into the ocean and what we do about that. So we are coordinating with them, you know, for sure, at least on the marine protected area piece, right? But it's bigger than that.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Right.
All right. Thanks, Jack. So we do have about 20 people. I don't know.
I think Ashley's on the before.
Okay, so we still have about 20 people online. Last call for folks in the room who'd like to approach the table and come in and speak to us. If you do want to do that, please come on up. And with that, let's go to Wayne. Hi, Wayne.
Hi, Wayne Kudo with CCA California. I appreciate your comments talking about what we did in Monterey and the direction that was given back then. We talk about the 28 items that came out of the decadal review, and they kind of fell away once we got into this petition process. We talk about the 4 pillars of research, monitoring, enforcement, compliance, outreach, education, and policy and permitting. And everything that we're doing in adaptive management for the decadal review are supposed to be pinning around those 4 pillars. We said that we weren't going to try to make any wholesale changes to the network as part of this process for the decadal review. What I'm seeing in this process, which is what we're supposed to be talking about today, is we're already down in the weeds once we get into bin 1. Because what's happening is you have 80 items plus the 28, but you're not looking at it holistically as what is the goal that you're trying to hit? What is the issue within an MPA that's the problem you're trying to fix? And if you're going to do that, how are you going to fix it and how are you going to measure it for the next cycle? Did you improve that part of the network that you thought was the problem? And I'm looking at it from a more holistic process, because once you get down into bin 1, 2, or whatever, you're already in the implementation. You're already taking low-hanging fruit and saying, I can execute those. These are going to take a little bit longer. But you got to look at it from a bigger picture first to say, if I'm down in, I don't care, Laguna or off of Point South, I have this issue that I need to address. I can't get there because I have an enforcement issue, I have outreach issue, Bob. You put them together in a package. And that package is what's going to make it successful for implementation of success, adaptive management. That's how I looked at it. So when you're talking about process, it's not registering correctly in my head on how you're putting the pieces together once you get down into this bucket. Because there's too many moving parts that were above it. That's what I'm struggling with. How are you making those decisions of what needs to be included or excluded? Not just based on staff time and resources, but what is the actual goal for each part of the network that you're gonna try to make those improvements for? Where's that decision?
Well, Wayne, we can't talk about that until we have specific conversations about specific petitions that we've, like in terms of what is the issue in this specific geography, the specific petition, that's when we'll have exactly the conversation you're describing.
But it's almost like you're taking those too far apart by the time you hit these bins, is what I'm saying.
You know, listen, there's some cleanup stuff that just, it's not philosophical, it's not global, right? I mean, I don't know, you know, something didn't line up right. There's a pier that wasn't taken into account. There's all kinds of stuff like that. That's just real cleanup. It was a natural thing to do as part of this. So I think you can put that aside and not have to look at with the kind of filter that you're talking about. Otherwise, I think that inherently in this process, in the circle loop where it looks through all the different elements, they're going to be filtering to look at to see, does it meet the overall goals of the MPA, the act? Does it meet the more, you know, in kind of broken down goals that came out of the MPA process and in the different fourth pillars? So I think that that's the filtering process. So by the time, you know, we start talking about them, it's already been filtered that way. Make sure that it's corresponding to overall goals.
Well, I'll wait to see that in action.
I think we have to do that.
I'm not capturing the thought process from the higher level before you get into that circle. Because the circle, what we're talking about, the four pillars, is only one section, one quadrant of that circle, right? So it doesn't line up. I know it's not a linear process, but it's got to be more of an umbrella process. And I'm not seeing the umbrella process.
But I can
directly.
imagine, once we're talking about the specific petitions, I imagine we will have the conversation of, well, are there other ways to accomplish some of these goals that the petitioners have that focus on some of the other pillars, right? Education or outreach or enforcement. We will have those conversations about, I imagine, all four pillars as we talk about, yes, there it is. As we talk about specific petitions, right? But it is a little chicken and egg, right? But if we're trying to first just like kind of parse out the purely like administrative kinds of petitions is what I imagine being in bin one. You know, if you're meeting all these criteria for bin one, this is something that is really just like correcting an oversight or codifying something that already exists largely in practice, something like that. You know, I think this is going to be a small proportion of the petitions we receive, a very small
Where does
proportion.
28 fit into this?
Excuse me?
The 28 items that are
Recommendations.
recommendations.
28 recommendations.
Where did their recommendations come into this process?
Parallel to this.
Yeah. That was their point earlier, that in addition to this work, they're still trying to.
Right, and
accomplish
that's
the other
where
work.
if we
This-
spend all of our time and energy doing this, then
This
that's
is all-
less time and energy on the
This is-
27 other.
Yeah, this is only one recommendation.
And when we said at that March meeting, okay, everybody, 200 people in the room, are you sure that this is what we want to do? Because I mean, Craig, I'm certain, said this is going to take a lot of our resources. If this is where we want to spend some of our time is on this recommendation, this, you know, tweaking lines or tweaking kinds of take or adding, subtracting to the MPA network. And you know, that was what we heard from people, was that was where they wanted to focus energy. There was a lot of energy to harness around that. And that's why we're now here spending a lot of time talking about it.
Yeah, and I think I want to clarify too that, well, Melissa's right that once you submitted a petition, you can't just kind of say, oh, hey, I want to change this, I want to change that. This process can have a different outcome than what was suggested in the petition. There can be parts of it that we say, okay, yeah, that makes sense, but we need to add this because it raised a really good point. And I just want to reiterate that, yeah, this, in the decadal management review, it was determined that public input said, hey, there's things we want to change. And so this is one of those 28 things, which is going to take a lot of time, a lot of effort. But I think Wayne, I think the first sorting will help clarify some of this a bit.
We're waiting to see. We're sitting on the side. Well, there was also the appendix A that didn't get added into the 28. And that's what we thought. I thought those were gonna get prioritized at some point, you know, because those were all ideas too.
All right.
Never mind. All right.
Thank you, Wayne.
So my name is Dr. Petros Yannikouros. I'm the owner of Spear America, an American dive company, which is the largest spearfishing company in the US. So I can say I represent a big chunk of the people that use the resources we're talking about. Unfortunately, I did not come prepared for this. They told me it would be some introduction. I just flew in from Mexico, so I do not have a laptop like some people brought from San Diego with big notes about things that they don't know what they're talking about. So the question I have about the process is simple. And one thing was brought up about the pollution. And FYI, I'm a PhD chemist. I was a chemical hygiene program manager for UCLA and UCI. Google me, I'll still pop up as the chemical hygiene program manager because they did a final placement. I just decided to do my own thing. And I've been through processes like this for much bigger issues with pharmaceuticals and stuff like that. So I will get more involved with this. I'm gonna try and be in a lot of meetings. One was environmental, 100%, because we don't see that as an effect at all. And the number two, this is not an election. So you have one side collecting signatures that we should shut this down, and another side collecting signatures, we should not shut it down. The difference is that the side on the right is people that actually use the resource. The side on the left, a tiny percentage of those people look at the resource from up on the hill. That's the difference. So you get 1,000 signatures from 1,000 people that maybe two go and enjoy the resource, and 1,000 signatures of 1,000 people that use the resource. How does that tie into this process?
Here's the good news. In the end, there's 5 commissioners, right? And we hear all of this information, and we're capable of understanding when somebody went out and sent an electronic email out to 30,000 people, and they just checked it, versus people who actually led the resources. So there's and the fact we do this a lot, right? We've done a lot of different issues. So I think, and we develop judgment over time of how to interpret input in different ways from different groups and different individuals. And the good news is it's not none of us are king. There's not one person who says, okay, this is what we're going to do. There has to be a consensus. There has to be 3 commissioners who all agree that that's the outcome that's possible. That's most favorable and best outcome. So I think that's an answer to your question. We can't be fooled by a fake petition, or and this process is so integrative and so iterative that we hopefully we get close to the right outcome based on the right input.
Monica produced 100,000 custom letters with AI by tomorrow in your desk. In your desk with AI.
I understand. We know when that happens, we understand what it is.
There is no way you can filter that out. There's just no way.
It's not a popularity contest.
It's becoming one though.
It's not, some processes do work that way. This one doesn't. That's all I can say. And I hope you show up. And
I'm gonna try being every single one.
You can see for yourself, because that's not what this will be.
I was partially part of the first one, and it just became one. It was a popularity. That's what it was. And some people were biased, and they came in and were telling us, no matter what you do, it's gonna happen. And it happened. We knew it would happen before it happened.
Okay. Do you have anything else you'd like to tell us about the process in terms of your recommendations? Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Chris has already spoken, so I think we need to go to people online first. I think Chris.
Just 2 seconds. I just wanted.
2 seconds.
Okay, 2 seconds.
I just wanted to make the point that the 40 million that we were referencing before about the MPA network implementation was paid for by Packard. So we had a situation where there was a public-private partnership that did foot the bill for the development.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
No.
it was a mix of funders and the state, right? Private funders, 20 million, the state, 20 million. That was the public-private partnership.
It still is, we didn't, as citizens of the state of California, bear the entire financial burden associated with that process. That's what-
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, so with that, we'd like to go online. And David, if you could take us through these raised hands, or Kelsey.
We have 17 raised hands at the moment. We will begin with Ashley Eagle Gibbs.
Okay, before we start, real quickly, here's what I'd ask. If what you want to say has already been said by somebody else, would love it if you just said, hey, I endorse what whoever said what it was, because we still want to get to everybody, including many folks I think are going to want to speak on item 9 today. We've got a hard stop at 5. So again, if you just want to endorse what's been said, please do that. Otherwise, if you could keep it to 2 minutes or so, that'd be really appreciated.
Thank you. Yes, I'll try to be very brief. Good afternoon, President Sklar and President Murray and Commissioner Sklar. Start that over. My name is Ashley Eagle Gibbs, and I am the Executive Director with the Environmental Action Committee of West Marin. We submitted 2 petitions last year, and yes, we agree with what has been said by Ms. Parker related to the written comments that were submitted, requesting a special MRC meeting solely dedicated to reviewing the petitions. The letter also requested the need for evaluations using a formal rubric and prioritizing petitions that strengthen the network, improve compliance and enforceability, enhance access, including non-consumptive use, and align with the MLPA goals. Related to these requests, we are all generally supportive of the department's proposed review framework and very much welcome the active discussion between the commission, the department, stakeholders, and petitioners. Dr. Schumann, thank you for the presentation, and to the commission and the staff for their dedication to a transparent process. I do have a couple questions related to, in particular, the phase 3 slide. I think this relates a little bit to what Rob Vergara was saying. Hopefully I'm saying that name right. But in terms of how petitioners can best prepare, participate, and respond, so related to the bullets on that slide, I was wondering how, and I know we're kind of in the beginning of this process. I think the next slide, actually. Yes, that one exactly. So I was wondering those bulleted items, how those might be ranked. And I was also thinking that perhaps the bullets could be kind of reframed as questions for petitioners to address if they have not already done so, and that might help the department in their analysis. I was thinking that this might help focus. And I do agree with Emily Parker's comments related to having a more formal rubric. But yeah, I don't know if, I know this is kind of a preliminary stage, but in regards to that question about, are these bullets sort of meant to be questions? You need to address all of these things, or I just wanted to make sure that we could be focused as petitioners.
So they're not ranked at this point in terms of some are higher importance than others. And I think that'll be part of the discussion we have moving forward with the commission in terms of, do we set a very high bar and all of these need to be checked? Or do we set a bar that some of them need to be checked? And it'll probably depend on the circumstance and which combinations of these need to be checked to advance and which combinations don't work. So I think that'll be to be determined. And that's where I'm hopeful that the evaluation of bin 1 will help us work through some of this.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Schumann. Yeah, that seems logical. Just want to say a few other things. So, related to the dedicated meeting, and I do echo the comments about notice from Sankey, Commissioner Sklar, and Mr. Vergara. I think it would be really helpful to have some advance notice of which petitions will be discussed substantively at which meeting, whether that's via staff report or ideally with more notice. But I do also thank Ms. Miller-Henson for your commitment to try to post those materials earlier, and to staff for their hard work to prepare everything. But I think just knowing, which meeting will I have an opportunity to really discuss a petition if I've submitted one, and also for stakeholders. So it sounds like the earliest would be November, but I think that would be helpful. And also related to binning, perhaps at the July meeting, everything will be binned, but if your, petition 32 or 21 is up, it would just be really helpful to know that. And then related to the discussion with Ms. Allison and the collaborative, as a petitioner, I just want to say that we were thinking of the public process itself would kind of lead to compromise rather than proposing a compromise petition, I guess you could say. So we have conducted public outreach, participated in the collaborative meetings, which Ms. Allison mentioned. We will continue this. We welcome dialogue. And I do want to also say thank you to Ms. Oda for saying that the department is happy and willing to work with petitioners related to any questions. We have reached out to the department, and we very much welcome this. I look forward to the next steps. Thank you for your dedication to adaptive management, and I don't want to take any more of your time, so thank you again.
Thanks, Ashley. Our next speaker online is Nicholas Martinez with UCI.
Hi, yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I just want to say thank you really quick for taking the time to address all of our concerns and discussion topics, but I also want to reemphasize the importance of considering the younger generation in these decision processes. As quite a few or a handful of people have already stated, you know, the younger generation really needs to have some more involvement in this. And as a master's student at UC Irvine with or in conservation and restoration sciences, I understand that accessibility to local waters is basically quintessential for further marine policy in California. And with that said, I want to address the adaptive management portion of this evaluation process. I believe it's phase 3. And I just wanted to ask, have we determined who exactly will be overseeing like the permitting process for, let's say, monitoring or restoration, which well, at least monitoring is inherent to adaptive management. And in some cases, restoration can be a part of it, but I'm just trying to get some clarification. Have you guys picked apart that process? Have you decided, you know, is it going to be CFW who permits that, the Ocean Protection Council? So if we could get some clarification on that particular phase of the process, that would be great.
So I'm permitting which part of it?
Okay, so phase 3, where it says adaptive management. And in that phase, so adaptive management, you know, purely by its definition is, you know, adjusting your or adjusting your techniques based on what you are observing with the techniques you have already employed, which, you know, if we're going to be conducting monitoring or any form of,
Excuse me,
go ahead.
interrupt. There's no permitting in this process, so we're not quite sure what you mean by permitting.
Okay, so then how exactly are people going to conduct adaptive management?
People don't conduct adaptive management, the government does.
Okay.
Well, we all do. So I think we're mixing several things. So in terms of this process, this is the regulatory petition. So this would be through the commission's regulatory process as governed by the Administrative Procedures Act.
Okay.
The 27 other recommendations in the DMR focus on adaptive management, and there's a whole suite of different things through there. And so different monitoring could be done by third parties through scientific collecting permits. Those are issued by the department. Letters of memorandums of understanding. There's all sorts of different tools we have in the toolbox to collect data.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. No, that clarification was definitely helpful. Yeah, I'm also new to this process too, being a master's student. So again, hopefully this reemphasizes the importance of including students. I believe the Orange County Marine Protected Area Council is trying to establish a student like representation within the council. And I think, you know, maybe sometime in the future, hopefully soon, that, you know, if we get more students, more college students involved in this process, it would help us out way further down the line. But yes, thank you again, guys, for your time and for your consideration. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
David?
Yes. Next up, we have Hannah. Hannah Nevins, if you could unmute yourself.
Followed by?
Followed by Maki. Meki, excuse me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's very windy.
Okay. Getting a lot of background noise, yeah.
Okay. I do have chickens. Might be loud. Thanks for allowing the online format. I don't know if you brought it up, but I think a key point in terms of outreach.
I think, yeah, I'm sorry, we can't hear you at all. There's incredible noise in the background. Impossible to hear you.
Hannah, is there a fan running on your computer?
There might be, but it shouldn't. Is that better?
No.
It's not.
Okay, why don't you guys come back to me?
Thanks, Hannah.
And I'm just going to mention it just because I want to make sure we get to hear everybody today, especially on all the topics remaining. You don't have to express your appreciation or thank us or thank the two of us. Just get ready to what you want to say. Thank you. We appreciate you appreciating us.
That's good.
No, that's good.
That's good.
I don't like it. I wouldn't sure anyone have a lot of people.
Sorry about that earlier. The Wi-Fi kicked me off, so I had to hardwire it back in. Our next speaker is Mackay Harrison. Mackay.
Hello. My name is Mackay. I'm a junior at UC Riverside, and I'm studying applied mathematics. So I just wanted to echo what Toby mentioned earlier. I'm also a part of Riverside's chapter at Calberg Students. So just in the past year, we collected 562 petition signatures at UCR in support of expanding our MPA's network. And going forward, we just hope that the Fish and Game Commission can make efforts towards engaging young people and students in order to have a comprehensive idea of what the public wants near the coast, but also across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackay.
Next speaker online is Bradley Perman,
Followed by,
Liza Starr.
thank you.
Bradley, go ahead, please.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
All right, great. My name is Bradley Pierman. I'm in Goleta, California, and I'm a spearfisher of the nearshore waters here in Southern California, and including the beloved islands that we have here in California. I'm also a member of the Santa Barbara Freedivers. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you guys. This is a pretty overwhelming process. I wasn't involved in the first one. I think there are a lot of members of the spearfishing community that have a high level of distrust for this process. I want to assure everybody that that is not every member of the spearfishing community. I think there's a lot of things that connect us to the people who put forward these petitions, including the last gentleman that said that he wanted to expand the MPAs. We all want healthy oceans. We all want healthy kelp forests. For recreational spearfishers, it brings more fish to us. So I'd like to invite anybody at the UCSB campus that wants to go spearfishing and understand the connection between harvesting fish and their local plate or their dinner plate to come out with us. I like the idea of the binning process as a way to triage these petitions. I think that's great. The ones that don't have a large impact, to take care of those first. I think that overall science should be the cornerstone of this process. I like the involvement of local groups, making sure that we have a voice as spearfishermen, people who are under the water and see what's going on out there, and people who consume local fish. And somebody brought up the idea of having meetings on the weekends. If there are any events that people who are working Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 can join without taking out, 5 hours of their day, I think that'd be great. And one last point, I believe Eric made a comment about maybe pressuring other agencies through interagency pressure to deal with spills and runoff in areas that have MPAs. In Goleta, we just had a 1 million gallon sewage spill a couple of weeks ago. And while it isn't inside of the MPA, it's directly adjacent to the MPA at Devereaux. I would hope that the commission would be able to exert that pressure on other areas so that maybe expansion of the MPAs isn't the only thing that we can do to heal the waters, but that we can also deal with some of these issues that are happening outside of the MPAs. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
No problem. Thanks, Bradley. Our next speaker online is Liza Starr, followed by Ricky Erickson. Liza, go ahead, please. Liza, you might need to unmute yourself.
Sorry about that, guys. My name is Liza, and I'm a commercial fisherman, 7 years out of Monterey Bay. I'm also a recreational free diver and surfer and a coastal guide here. I've had the opportunity to work with Mossland Marine Laboratories and Embare, which are major leading financial and marine institutions on current marine research. That being said, there's a couple issues I want to bring to the table in regards to part of this process. One of them is I would like to see more fiscal reporting available from individual counties impacted by the expansion of MPAs. I'd like to see what kind of economic impacts that would have on the greater communities abroad. Socioeconomically, I want to echo what some of people have said about how critical it is to look at the socioeconomics. Outside of that, I also want to cover a little bit about sustainability. When we're talking about closing nearshore fisheries, what we are taking away is something else someone else mentioned that's really important. Small boats, nearshore, high quality, value, local and live. So when we start blocking off this access, we start losing to greater fisheries that are less sustainable.
Liza, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is David Haug with the commission staff. I'm calling in from my individual laptop because our main speaker and microphone in the room seems to have dropped from the Wi-Fi in the building. Can you give us a moment while we try to fix that up, and we'll resume where you left off?
Great, thank you.
Everyone, while we figure out the situation in the room with our gear, we're just going to go on a quick 5-minute break. So stay with us. We'll be right back, but we're going to make sure that everything works all right so that everyone can participate as fully as possible. Okay, hang tight.
Follow up, David.
Okay, everybody. Jen or Kimmy online, can you hear us and see us?
We can.
Beautiful. Okay, I want to thank the inventor of the Ethernet cable for saving the day here. And folks on Zoom, again, really appreciate you hanging out. We appreciate your patience so much, especially when we hit that hiccup right as we started with you. So Liza Starr, we're going to resume right back where we were with you. Unmute and take it away.
Okay, guys, I will try to make this as short as possible. But one of the things I wanted to bring up or reiterate is socioeconomic impacts, and that if we are looking at local cities or local counties, are we able to review the fiscal reports of the impacts projected on closures? The other thing that I'd like to talk about is how we have international fisheries that are not abiding by California or United States regulations. And once we start closing small fisheries and nearshore fisheries and accessibility for the average person to be able to fish offshore, these larger unregulated international fisheries do have impacts offshore that are not sustainable to us. I do really want to look at what we don't know about withdrawing the human element from the food chain. For example, we look at MPAs, and I'm glad that urchin regulation has come up on the table, because as a recreational freediver myself that has entered our marine protected areas, I can see the detriments to the kelp beds caused by the massive urchin overgrowth, and that myself as a steward am not able to remove any of those urchins from those areas.
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you, Liza. We really want to focus on the process that was presented today, and whether you have any recommendations or suggestions for that process, not a general comment discussion about MPAs. Same for everybody else. Please keep it to the process.
Well, I do want to make sure that on the local level, that we are really focused on socioeconomic impacts, and also that we take a look at the detriment to the food industry when we remove that biomass from the table of various markets and the socioeconomic impacts also thereof. Those are what's most critical to me. And when another thing is, we talk about accessibility and sustainability and resiliency, that these numbers, these real-time numbers, are given to us by the fishing community per landings. And once we remove those landings from the equation, how then are we going to regulate the success of these MPAs?
Thank you, Liza.
Next speaker online is Ricky Erickson, followed by Merritt McRae. Ricky, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Ricky Erickson, Director of Marine Spatial Ecology with the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation, and I also live on the ocean. We've been collaborating with state agencies for over 25 years on marine and coastal management issues, working to better inform anglers, ocean users, developing new tools to aid compliance and enforcement, and conducting a lot of extensive outreach and education for the MPA network. I support many of the comments that were made by Emily Parker, Ashley Eagle Gibbs, and Rob Vergara, and can't help myself but to offer my sincere gratitude to everybody today, because we're all here because we love and care for the ocean and want to find the best ways to both protect and use our coastline. I also really appreciate a lot of the great input on the formal rubric and wondered whether there will be an opportunity to see some formalized version of this evaluation considerations in advance. I also wanted to highlight one criteria to base decisions based on the best available science, and to rely on the most credible scientific evidence, combining specific local data and relevant global research to inform decision-making. Where local data is available, it must be used to inform decision-making, and where it's not, credible and relevant science from the global community should be referenced. There's a whole body of great MPA research that can be applied to decision-making here in California, and we also happen to have some of the best marine ecologists in the world. Also, I wanted to say that the burden to protect our ocean and coast is upon all of us, and it's really refreshing to see us all coming together to fill any science and knowledge gaps. And I'm encouraged by the comments of everyone here about finding effective ways to meaningfully engage and get together, such as the MPA collaboratives, offer to host local discussions or fishing groups or other ways that we can continue to focus on this dialogue and do what's best for our ocean. In closing, we all need to remember the conditions under which the MPA network was designed has drastically changed. And together we are faced with making tough decisions and compromises that will determine what our children's ocean looks like. We look forward to collaborating with all of you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. Our next speaker online is Merritt McCrae, followed by Dave Bennett. Merritt, go ahead, please.
All right, you got me now.
Yes, we do.
All right, very good. President Murray, Vice President Sklar, I'm Merritt McCrae for the Sport Fishing Association of California, which is an organization of almost every Southern California charter boat, the larger inspected vessels. I support the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Craig Schumann's proposed binning and phased approach. I think it's a good one. We support the split process between bin 1 and bin 2, as Becky Oda had mentioned. I don't think there's any reason why bin 1 proposals should be held back in order to make their progress concurrent with bin 2, which might be, well, I expect it to be much more challenging. I must say I channel Sankey's PTSD with the Marine Life Protection Act initiative process, especially down here in Southern California. And I really want to put forward his mention of the lack of time between new info and the meeting time in that process. Yes, Sankey, I stayed up past midnight waiting for the Davis Fishery Impact Model to come out to finish building my presentation. That was very difficult, and it would have been much better to be able to see these documents come forward at least a couple of days in advance. Melissa, Jen, Susan, Craig, I'm sure you can relate. It would be really good to avoid moving goalposts. For example, stick to your guns on the bin 1 5. Those 5 bullet points in bin 1, hold those close as you go through the process of determining which proposals go into bin 1 and which go into bin 2. Please make sure they stay consistent throughout the selection process. With respect to bin 2, just some general comments. As much as is possible, marine protected areas should be about more than just fishing or limiting fishing. Please consider the monitoring capability. I know that our monitoring has been relatively limited in deep water habitats and along exposed waters. I appreciate the direct public comment to the commission in this process. Being filtered by the Blue Ribbon Task Force was felt filtering, actually, and I don't think it was a good feeling. It's much better to have direct access to the actual decision makers as in this process. And I appreciate Devin's comment on the language. Avoiding the value-laden labeling should be a goal in how things are referred to throughout the process. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments, Merritt. Really helpful.
Thank you, Merritt. Next up is Dave Bennett, followed by Hannah Nevins.
Let's see.
Dave,
There we go. Unmute.
You got it.
Hi, yeah, thank you. My name is Dave Benet. I'm the diving safety officer at the University of California, Santa Cruz. I'm going to try and keep this brief, respect everyone's time. Specific process questions, mostly relating to the green bubble, outlining policy guidance, information, resources on bin 2. I was hoping for a little bit more clarity. Thank you, Dr. Schumann, for your presentation, by the way. Are these referring to specific MPA regulation changes, meaning the petition actions themselves? And are these to be reviewed individually or jointly if multiple petitions are proposing different changes of the same regulation? I guess to sort of clarify, an example would be if a petition includes many proposed changes, does each change undergo evaluation as a separate independent process? And so hopefully there's an easy answer to that one. And then I have another question I'd like to follow up with. I don't know if you want to answer that one first.
Yes, the proposal under phase 2 is to break out the petitions into individual actions and then run each action through those filters. Of course, if there's several actions across petitions that are similar, then we can lump those together. So for example, there may be several actions across petitions that have similar policy guidance needs. We would try to lump those together to create efficiencies.
Great, excellent, thank you. And then my next question was about the resources portion of that same bubble. And I was hoping you could be a little bit more specific about what is meant by resources, particularly how they relate to a petition action either being denied or moved forward. Do resources refer to the identification of those needed to execute the evaluation process in phase 3? Or would or could a lack of resources, whether it's gaps in science or financial resources or stakeholder engagement, could that be sufficient for the commission to deny a petition action at that point? And if not, does that trigger a separate process for evaluating the resources necessary to move that process forward from that point? Hopefully that question makes sense.
Yes, and while I won't speak for the commission, from our perspective, the proposal is that resources is all encompassing. And so it could be staff capacity, it could be science capacity, it could be financial capacity to hire a consultant, to hire a facilitator, whatever it might be that we think we need to do to get to the next level.
Agreed.
Okay, great. And just to close it out, following up to that question, it sounds like the details of that part of the process have not been fully delineated at this point. If the department could provide some insight as to what factors will be under consideration when building out that part of the process and make that publicly available, that would be appreciated.
Well, as we mentioned at the start, I think that's something we plan to have as an open, transparent discussion in a future MRC meeting.
Great, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is Becky Yoda again. I think it's also important to remember that there were considerations that the commission supported that we put forward on how we would evaluate these petitions, and that's true throughout the binning process and the phases. So, and I believe that document is in the binder for today. I think it's in the staff report.
It is, yeah.
For those.
Is that the August document, the one page that the framework?
Yeah, it's the same document that was in August. It's in the binder for this meeting today as well. That goes through the different considerations that were discussed almost a year ago, not quite, at the July MRC meeting, and then in August, and and subsequently. So yeah, just know that that's got a lot in there, and that's what that circle was about as well on the PowerPoint presentation, was coming out of those consideration and a lot of other things, the master plan, the DMR, all those things. So yeah.
Right. I think if I'm understanding correctly, most of those are in the phase 3 process though, correct?
No, I think we can also use them in phase 2, but again, we'll have to figure that out. We still need to try to figure that process out. So yeah, we'll leave it at that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Our next speaker is Hannah Nevins, followed by Tanner Jonathan.
Hello, Hello, my name's Hannah Nevins, and I'm a marine scientist. My expertise is in ocean birds, so a little bit different focus than other speakers we've heard. With regard to process, the things that kind of jumped out at me as being important are the nexus to the original MLPA process and the goal behind, as I think Speaker Wayne said, looking sort of at the goal first as a binning criteria. And I think that a lot of these MPAs are going to be controversial. So, I don't know what's going to be in that bin one, but I think that we should change the language to be not about excluding controversy, but about encouraging, demonstrating consensus among diverse stakeholders. So that would mean not just saying it's not going to be controversial, but saying we did outreach and here's a bunch of stakeholders that were involved in that outreach and here's where we came to consensus. So I would recommend that the commissioners really consider that language, because I think avoiding controversy as a criteria is a little weak, and especially if you can't define it. And a couple of previous people have asked what the definition of, and you said, oh, it's kind of this, it's kind of that. We'll know it when we see it. And that's really hard to hold your hat on for all of us. So I think tying it to achievable state wildlife and fisheries goals is important, that nexus. And then also being really clear with the target of demonstrating consensus, and rather than just avoiding controversy. And I think that's, my last thing was that maybe we can identify data gaps across the state so that we can learn from what's happening in Southern California, Central California, and Northern California. So if there's a way to sort of bin data gaps that might be affecting social economics, spearfishing.
And Hannah, we are having a hard time hearing you again now. We're getting that static again. So
okay, well, if there's an opportunity to provide a written or to
please,
always
absolutely, anytime.
Yeah,
absolutely. I did just want to clarify. Thank you. I don't think any of us are so naive to think that we're going to avoid controversy in this process. The binning is just a means of saying, hey, if something is really, like we said before, purely administrative in nature, or something that's just codifying something that already is reflected by reality, that puts it in bin one. It doesn't mean we're going to avoid controversy. Again, I don't think anybody in this room thinks that's possible. It doesn't mean we're not going to address it later. It just means that's how you land in bin one. So just wanted to clarify that.
Our next speaker online is Tanner Jonathan Bialosuknia, followed by Caitlin Perea. Tanner, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Hi, my name is Tanner Bialosuknia. I'm a second-year earth science major at UC Irvine, and I'm an intern with CalPERG students. I've been with the organization for about a year, and I want to give my take my perspective as someone who has worked with oceans campaigns before, approving on what people like Toby have said about really taking young people's voices into account when looking at this process. I know that I've seen so many students here that are very interested in what's going on with these MPAs. We've gotten about 832 petitions on campus alone from these students, and many more have agreed to monetarily help with the organization, and have also agreed to volunteer and help us out with other aspects of grassroots work. So there are so many students that are very interested in this process that we have going on. So I think it is very important to ensure that these voices are being heard, and especially with organizations like CalPERG and other ones out there. Yeah, that's all I really had to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Tanner. Our next speaker online is Caitlin Perea, followed by Sierra Ferrante. Caitlin, go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Perea, and I'm a student at UC Davis with CalPERG students.
We have gathered 1,425 petitions in support of expanding marine protected areas from UC Davis students. I swam with sharks when I went snorkeling when I was 13 years old. Marine protected areas made it possible for the sharks, fish, and other marine animals I saw to freely swim around in the ocean. I want to echo Toby's thoughts. We're excited to keep engaging young people in the process in a bigger way.
Thank you, Caitlin. Sierra Ferrante, go ahead, please. You'll be followed by Elsa Schmidt. Sierra, all yours.
Hello, my name is Sierra Ferrante. I'm an environmental studies student at UCSB. I'm also the chapter chair with UC Santa Barbara CalPERG. And I wanted to also speak and emphasize what Toby said, as some of my colleagues have as well, and say that we have also collected 936 petitions from UCSB students in favor of strengthening MPA networks. And I wanted to add in terms of process that including the youth voice in the process is really an opportunity to engage the potential that young people have to not just speak our own position and why we value our oceans. I mean, obviously, I'm a student at UCSB. People here, we're very connected to our oceans. Many people see themselves as, you know, going on in their career to be some part of the ocean. It's just culturally important, but really tapping into the potential of youth organizers and just the youth in general to speak within our communities. And so I know there's been a lot of talk about engaging stakeholders and really doing more outreach to find what the communities like that are being affected by the implementations of these MPAs believe. And I really think that youth are one of the most motivated demographics in terms of doing that, because we see it as not only a representation of our own interests, but of the world that we are going to inhabit. And so I think that within this process, finding ways where motivated people like the youth can help to do that outreach will really be beneficial in increasing the number of people that we can reach. And other than that, I just want to reiterate that, yeah, we really support MPAs and we want to see these happen in the right ways. So thank you. I will pass it on.
Sierra. Elsa Schmidt, followed by Kayleen Nguyen. Elsa, all yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elsa Schmidt. I'm a junior at UC San Diego studying public health, and I also am a member of CalPERG students. I'm here to endorse what my classmate Toby said, and I'll also keep it short because Sierra did a great job just now explaining how important the youth voice is. At UC San Diego, over 1,336 students have signed a petition in support of expanding highly and fully protected MPAs. I've seen this sentiment echoed across campus while petition gathering, as well as in my home community of Ventura County, where the Channel Islands MPAs are incredibly important to our tourism industry, as well as our sense of community pride. So thank you today to the commissioners for clarifying the petition process. And I'm really excited to work in the areas that Toby has outlined to engage people in this process, because we as young people take this issue very seriously, and we're excited to work with the commission moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elsa. Our next speaker is...
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say thanks so much for those comments. And I just want to remind folks who are still online, who are going to be commenting next, that we're so glad you're here and we want to hear what you have to say. And to the extent that you can echo what's been said by others and really try to focus on the process that's being proposed today, that would be so incredibly valuable to us. Thank you.
Our next speaker online is Kayleen Nguyen, followed by Michael Mulvihill. Kayleen, take it away.
Hi, thank you. So my name's Kayleen, and I'm a first-year undergraduate student at UC Berkeley working with CalPERG. Recently, we had over 560 students from our campus who have petitioned to expand and strengthen the Marine Protected Areas Network. I care a lot about protecting the ocean because of the intrinsic beauty that it holds, and I think echoing Toby's thoughts, as well as the other students from earlier, on strengthening MPAs, I urge you to accept the proposals to expand and strengthen our network, because we will not only be preserving the vast amount of species and wildlife, but we can help sustain and maintain a healthy environment that can replenish itself and the industries that it supports. And I think it's most important that as college students, we want to work with the commission to engage young people all across the state. Thank you.
Kayleen. Michael Mulvihill will be followed by Santino Bernazzani. Michael, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name's Mike Mulvihill. I am a proud member of North County Depth Finders, who one of our reps already spoken. I'm also a member of CCA, which you spoke to Wayne, to your commission earlier. As far as the process goes, I do have a couple comments, and I've been listening to some of this presentation for quite a while today. I think it's really important on the bin one, where you talk about any situation that may be controversial. I think any proposal or recommendation that wants to either expand the size of an MPA or make any type of change to what's going to happen in the MPA that further restricts fishermen, spear fishermen, anyone's access should automatically be kicked down to that stage 3 proposal. It's ridiculous. As you've heard from so many people in this presentation earlier, there's a huge groundswell that we don't want these MPAs restricted any more than they already are, and the SMCAs too. So I think that's important. And I'd love to see if 3 of the commissioners that are available on this presentation now would support that recommendation.
Well, unfortunately, we've only got 2 commissioners in the room.
Well, there's others that are on the commission that are here by Zoom as well.
No.
Commission staff.
Yeah, so again,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What did you say, sir?
We have, well, I'm not a sir.
No. There was somebody else that talked in front of you. The guy in the tan shirt, polo.
I said there's only 2 of us. We were speaking at the same time. But
okay.
Anyway, there's only 2 of us. There's nobody else online. We can't make decisions here. And so please let Samantha finish.
And also, yeah, I mean, I think Craig would actually like to clarify something else about bin 1 in response to your comment.
Okay.
I'd say give us a chance to come to the July MRC with our bin 1. If this is the direction we get today from the MRC and ultimately the commission in April, give us a chance to come to the July MRC with the bin 1 petitions.
Yeah, and I just want to coming, when the department is not making a decision, what finally ends up in those 2 bins, we have to review and decide that we agree with that, and that'll be in a full public forum with public comment.
And you also can be in that meeting, and we would welcome you to come and say, hey, actually, no, I don't think this is in the right bin. That's exactly what we want to do at that meeting.
Okay, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that in this presentation. I think from a procedural standpoint, one of the other suggestions I'm going to have is that as much information can become available on the commission's website or a link to whoever website puts all this out, whether it's the Department of Fish and Wildlife, so all the different constituents can review this stuff ahead of time. From my perspective in hearing today's meeting, I think there was a lot of confusion, especially within the spearfishing community, that a decision was going to be made today on a MPA that was going to, yes, exactly. Yeah, I think that was a pretty important thing, which probably wasn't the intent of this meeting at all. It's just that's how the perception came out.
Let me interrupt you. Anybody who read the agenda would know exactly what you're talking about. There were members of the public, some stakeholders and leaders who told everybody that we were doing things that we weren't doing today. So that was the confusion. It wasn't from the commission or from our website or from our agenda. And all of the documents for every meeting are put online. Sometimes not as early as we'd like, but well before a meeting, at least a day or 2, hopefully more than
that's not that, with all due respect, a day or 2 before the meeting is not with enough time for people to review. And people need weeks to be able to analyze the data of what's going to get out there and need our input, and then be able to respond. That's why you're getting some frustration. Let's see. I think those are my couple big points. We just want to see this go through the process all the way to step 3, not some decision being made without adequate feedback from the people that are going to have their rights.
Yeah, thank you. And just so you know, our agendas are posted 20 days before our meetings. In this case, we did slightly revise the agenda to clarify to folks that we would not be talking about specific MPA petitions. That was posted 10 days before this meeting. So again, I'm aware that there was misinformation out in the community, and I just want to echo my co-chairs thoughts that, you know, I don't see that that was due to the commission or our website or, you know, any miscommunication on our end. But I encourage folks to check and look at agendas themselves rather than just believing everything that they hear or that they read, because you can look at the agenda and then you'll know exactly what we're going to be talking about.
Just point of clarification, because it sounds like there still may be some confusion. Our intent in bin 1 is when it moves to phase 3, we don't anticipate all those actions will move to yes. Some of them will be yes and some of them will be no.
Sure.
So there's another whole layer of evaluation and input.
And also, just want to clarify, because it sounds like there's still some confusion about today's meeting versus the commission. So today's meeting is actually a meeting of the Marine Resources Committee. It's a committee of the full commission. Our committees are chaired or co-chaired by up to 2 commissioners, which is less than a quorum of the commission. Any recommendations that come out of our committee meetings then go to the full commission, and that's where a decision is made on that recommendation. So any recommendations that come out of today's Marine Resources Committee meeting will go to the full commission in April, and all 5 commissioners, or at least a quorum of those 5 commissioners, will then act on those recommendations. So they're 2 separate meetings. One is a decision-making meeting, that's the full commission. The other is for developing recommendations that go to the full commission, and those are our committee meetings.
Next speaker online is Santino Bernazzani, followed by the speakers joined as Chris. Santino, go ahead.
Excellent. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you for letting me speak today. An excellent pronunciation of my last name. My name is Santino Bernazzani. I'm a 4th generation Californian recreational fisherman, diver, and forager. And I also wanted to echo Mr. Mastrup's comments on having PTSD as we begin this new process. The previous process led by the Blue Ribbon Task Force was rife with after-hour private meetings, decisions, backdoor discussions that seemed to erode public trust. And I look forward to this process, this new process, focusing on being open, honest, and transparent, with the goal of improving our ocean resources and not driving special interest directives. Thank you.
I'd like to point out that sometimes maybe not getting the outcome you want is not the same thing as lack of transparency or honesty in the process. And frustration with the outcome should not determine that, because it's just, I wasn't part of that process, but I observed it all.
Well, if you were, you would have seen the backdoor meetings, the after hours discussions and decisions.
Can you please mute that, please? I appreciate not being interrupted. I didn't interrupt you. The reality is that there can be just, everybody who wants can discuss anything they want, anytime they want. I think that's what we allow in this country. And the reality is all decisions are made with fully noticed, fully supported documentation well in advance through an open discussion at public meetings and a vote by 5 commissioners where you need a motion, a second, and 3 votes. And we're not allowed to talk to each other about these decisions before we make them, that we must talk about them in public. So I think that characterization isn't totally wrong, and I don't think it should stand. Thank you.
Actually, I believe the previous process had that, and I'm looking forward to the new process not. So thank you.
Thank you, Santino. Our next speaker online has joined, no last name. This is Chris, who will be followed by our final speaker online, Rober. Chris, go ahead and unmute, please.
Hi there. Good afternoon, President Murray and honorable commissioners. I'm Chris Davidson and represent Blue Tuna Spearfishing. BLT has been in business for over 15 years in Ventura. We also work with all waters and backcountry hunters. I commend the commission and staff for your hard work. I've worked in government for over 20 years and understand what it takes working on sensitive projects with a wide variety of stakeholders. We hope that CDFG's process of evaluating petitions and responses from the public recognize the importance of fishers and small business owners that are directly affected by these rules. Along those lines, we have a couple of suggestions as it relates to evaluating petitions, practices in gathering petitions. Perhaps you might consider the method of signature solicitation, such as compensation for collection of signatures. Any supporting petitions could be considered. Also, the assessment of relevance of signatures or signatories, pardon me, such as are signatories fishers and or represent companies, sectors, or persons that are directly impacted by expanded restrictions on existing MPAs or in possession of new MPAs. I appreciate this opportunity to address the commission. I look forward to further clarification of the review process. And if you could send us a link to the video of this meeting and associated slides, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our final.
Second, David.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't say that, you know, the ocean is for everybody. The ocean is not just for people who make a profit from it or for people who take something out of it. The ocean is for everybody, and it's not up to us to decide which values are more important than others. And so we want to get done with this. You know, we have a meeting to get through, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that. We can't put value judgments on people's enjoyment of the ocean. All the uses, whatever they are, whether they're consumptive or not, they all are valid and they all matter and they all will be considered in this process.
And in terms of petitions, I think it's any human being has a right to petition us, right? You don't even have to be a resident of the state of California, right? And I think anybody can petition us, and it can be one individual or a group of individuals, and we will accept them, and we'll analyze them fairly and properly.
And with regard to the request to have us email you the video and files, we can't do that, but what we can do is we have all of our meeting materials posted to the website now on the meetings page. Any PowerPoint presentations that were made today that didn't get posted in advance, those will be added. And then the link to the video will be available in about 10 days on the same page. You'll see a link there.
Okay, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Chris. Our final speaker online for this item is Rober. Rober, you may need to unmute yourself and. Yeah. Our final speaker is not either able to or may not want to unmute at this point. So Chair Murray, Chair Sklar, I would consider this wrapped up.
Very good job, David. That was a lot. Thank you.
All right, anything else that we want to discuss before we move forward with the recommendation?
I feel like we've discussed a little bit as we've gone along.
Maybe a lot.
Maybe a lot. And I get a sense, President Murray, that we're in alignment. That I'm really impressed actually with what was presented to us today. The process looks like a good one. It's not perfect. It's not going to be perfect. Craig knows that. Becky knows that. It's a great setup for this process, and we'll see. There may be some adjustments made, and the adjustments will be made both on the substance of it as we go and on the process. But I think it's a really good methodology that's been developed. I think it'll work really well for us. And I look forward to the next meeting where we talk about bin 1 and bin 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. Those of us who do have PTSD from the first process might remember a quote that goes, "We don't do perfect." Ken Wiseman used to say that all the time. But I mean it, right? Like if we live our lives looking for mistakes all the time, like you'll find them. It's like perfect does not exist. And it's easy to tear things down and to it's easier to tear things down than to try to build something and to try to do it as best we can. And so I would just ask that we all assume best intentions and start from a place of, of course, trust has to be earned, but I intend to do that to the best of my abilities in these meetings and outside. And so would just ask you to believe this process that we're showing you. Eric's right. We can only talk to one other commissioner at a time, right? About a substantive issue. And Eric and I can't really do that on these issues anyway, because then that's a quorum because we co-chair this committee. So Eric and I cannot, due to Bagley-Keene open meeting rules, we cannot go hash it all out and come up with the plan and then walk in with it. That's why it looks the way it does, because we're figuring it out in real time with all of you. And so this process is the one that we will follow, and just stick with us and give us a chance, and we can do it together and figure it out together. And there may be some mistakes, there may be some bumpy parts. I can guarantee there will be, but just we'll assume you're doing your best and assume that we are too.
Before I make a motion, so I think we need to do any motion on this
Yep.
one. I'd like to add that, it would be really helpful to this process, and you'll serve yourself and the process better if you don't come here with a thought in mind. MPAs are good or MPAs are bad. It doesn't really matter what you think on that, frankly, at this point, because there's a law that we have to that had to be put in place 10 years ago. It took 10 years to put in place that said there will be a network of MPAs. That's California's law. If you don't like that, I hate to say this because I get my trouble, so go to the legislature and change that. It's not going to happen. We have these MPAs. The world has determined that marine protected areas are a very valuable thing for protecting biodiversity. Our job wasn't to decide that. That's been decided. What we need to do is manage them to be most effective for the goal of protecting biodiversity within the laws the law that was written originally, within the regulations that have been passed, and you will serve your goals best if you come here prepared to talk about how we can make it more effective. That may be in some cases reducing the boundaries, in other cases increasing. I don't have the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. Anything's a possibility, but you'll serve this process much better, not coming and giving a speech about why MPAs are good or bad, why we should get rid of them or why we should keep them, but rather really digging into the MPAs themselves and the petitions themselves and the recommendations on the decadal management review, to understand them fully and come right out of the bat saying, this is where I think this MPA petition is wrong or right, and why. And not just because you think it, but you ought to bring something to back it up with, because that's how we're going to make our decisions. And I know it's been a long day, and I got a little grumpy near the end of some of the speakers, and I apologize for that. But it's a process that we care deeply about. I know that about both of us, and I know that from about the other three commissioners as well. We care deeply about the resource, which, as Samantha says, belongs to everybody. Literally everybody in California legally it belongs to, but I think beyond that, I think it belongs to future generations. I think it belongs to citizens of the world, and we're stewards of it. And we really are deeply, deeply committed, as I know all of you are, to making sure that resource is available and thriving for our grandkids and great grandkids. And I'm looking at Jack when I say great grandkids.
All right, so with that, we do have a recommendation to make.
Happy to make a motion.
Great.
I move that the Marine Resource Committee recommends that the commission supports the department's proposed petition evaluation framework and anticipated timeline to review and evaluate petitions as reflected in Exhibit 3.
Yeah, I concur. I agree with that recommendation, and I look forward to bringing it to the full commission next month. All right.
Just so thank you for your support. Thank you to the stakeholders for the feedback. We kind of went out on a limb and threw something out there, and glad to hear it was somewhat well received. We will try to put together a written document for the April commission binder. That's deadline is tomorrow, so it might be a day or two late, to go along with these materials, because I don't think standalone they're very self-explanatory.
Right.
So Steve's team is frantically working to put something together based on guidance today, just so we have a little bit of background in the written materials for April.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
I would say I would encourage maybe to let the other commissioners know that they might want to watch Craig's presentation, or they can only listen to it. Huh? We don't have a video, do we?
Yeah.
If they we do, that's great. If we could recommend the other three commissioners watch Craig's presentation today, I think that would be enormously helpful. Because I think seeing it once before the meeting will make them much more able to digest it during the meeting. In addition, anything you want to write up that's more detailed.
However we can best convey it to April, just let us know.
Susan, did you have something you wanted to add before we move on to agenda item number 7?
Just briefly, yes. I just wanted to recognize what we're hearing from people as there are processes where there may be recommendations for specific petitions, whether it's sorting them by bin or actual recommendations that that the earlier that we can post those materials, the better. In the case of this exhibit for this time, it was just the presentation, and it did really, had made the decision, the department gave it to us 2 weeks ago. We made the decision to draft an overview to explain its context for the public so that it would make some kind of sense. So if that's not the right tack, then we would be happy to post things earlier and,
Which I think is what we
Yeah.
committed to doing earlier. Yeah.
Just want to restate that because I think some people.
Yeah. As the department materials come in, we will post them. Yeah. We will not be the bottleneck for them getting posted. Yeah. Thanks again, everyone. So that brings us to agenda item number 7, which is staff and agency updates. I know we're about to lose Mike Escrow from Ocean Protection Council.
About 5 minutes.
Plenty of time. Yeah. So Mike, welcome.
Awesome. Thank you, commissioners. Mike Escrow, Senior Biodiversity Program Manager and Tribal Liaison at the Ocean Protection Council. I will keep this brief. It's been a long day for everybody, and I'm going to be sprinting to catch a flight. So I will do my best to zoom through this. First of all, and most importantly today, OPC strongly supports the approach that for MPA petition evaluation that's been developed by the department. We're really appreciative of the thoughtful process, and we're looking forward to working closely with department and commission staff to evaluate all these petitions, all these sub actions in an objective way through the commission's transparent process. And because petition evaluation is such a key step in the adaptive management of California's MPAs, we also felt it was important to emphasize that this can also be an important opportunity to reassess research and monitoring needs related to MPAs and think about how science can maybe fill some of the data gaps that come up through the petition evaluation process. We didn't talk much about 30 by 30 today, but I wanted to, just as a reminder, kind of put MPAs in that 30 by 30 context. So our MPA network gets us halfway approximately to meeting our 30 by 30 goal, covers 16% of state waters, but we're very cognizant of the fact that MPAs are not the only way to achieve ocean conservation. And so 30 by 30 is not driving, as we've discussed at many meetings before, the adaptive management of MPAs, but rather that adaptive management will contribute to how we achieve 30 by 30, but we have other strategies as well. So just as a reminder, we're actively working with our federal partners to strengthen biodiversity protections in our national marine sanctuaries. We're looking at the role of some of those other spatial management measures beyond MPAs and sanctuaries in conserving biodiversity. So water quality protected areas or areas established for the purposes of fisheries management, for example. And then finally, looking at opportunities to support tribally led stewardship, especially this concept of indigenous marine stewardship areas. So just kind of starting to flesh out those concepts with tribes through consultation right now. We've also partnered with the Ocean Science Trust to develop to convene a technical advisory panel. And that panel is providing us with some really clear scientific guidance, really basically draft criteria for what a 30 by 30 conserved area should achieve. So we've had a lot of requests for, we don't want to take a we know it when we see it approach to 30 by 30 conserved areas. So exactly what boxes would sanctuaries need to check? Would these other effective conservation measures need to check to count for 30 by 30? So those draft criteria are going to be released in June for public comment, and we anticipate approximately at the 90-day public comment period on that, accompanied by regional workshops. So hopefully lots of opportunities to weigh in on 30 by 30, what you think those criteria should look like, and then having them finalized towards the end of the fall is our plan.
So would we probably come back and discuss those in July at our July meeting, since we'll be having time for that?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. That would align really well with our public workshop series. Sure. Yeah, so maybe an agenda item at the July MRC. Awesome. Yeah, let's talk about that. Okay, shifting gears to
put you earlier in the agenda too, so you're not cut up at the end.
Sorry. That's all right. I don't mind. Shifting gears over to entanglement. So at our February 29th meeting, OPC authorized the investment of just about $1.8 million to support investments aimed at reducing the risk of whale and sea turtle entanglement in fishing gear. And these investments spend down the remainder of our general fund appropriation for whale and sea turtle entanglement. So just to run through what these projects are really quickly, developing a ropeless fishing management portal, purchasing manufactured line to aid in line marking requirements, actively supporting large whale disentanglement response, and then strengthening and expanding a community-based ropeless fishing gear library to try out different types of ropeless gear. And up to 250K of that portion of the investment is going to directly support the purchase of subsea sonics and Guardian ropeless gear. A lot of members of the Dungeness crab fleet have expressed interest in using this gear, so we wanted to make sure that was made available. That was approved for use through an EFP by the commission in February. And again, to thank department staff, Joanna over there, we co-identified these investment priorities with the department and with the community, really based on the highest priority management needs and opportunities for the widest benefit to fishing communities. And then last, I'll end on offshore wind. So just to let everyone know, tomorrow there is going to be a public workshop on the Assembly Bill 525 strategic plan. That will be held in Sacramento at Resources Agency headquarters, but there is a remote option if folks would like to attend remotely. They can't make it up to Sacramento. And this workshop will really take a deep dive into different topics in the strategic plan. So impacts to marine resources, impacts to tribes, environmental justice, fisheries impacts, transmission, ports, and there'll be an opportunity to provide feedback on each of those different topics at this meeting. We are also working to develop comprehensive environmental monitoring guidance for offshore wind, and that is really intended to serve as a resource for regulators, for developers, for different stakeholders involved in offshore wind projects in California to make sure that the environmental impacts are monitored and properly mitigated for, monitored, evaluated, and then subsequently mitigated. So we have hired the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation. I think Ricky was on for a little bit. So really grateful for their partnership to stand up some expert working groups to inform that guidance. And we've heard a lot of concerns from tribal members. So I wanted to express our commitment to really making sure that tribal perspectives are meaningfully included in this effort. That's going to happen both through consultation as well as trying to make sure that there are tribal scientists reflecting tribal perspectives on those expert working groups. And last, we are continuing to support fishermen participating in the Coastal Commission's fishing working group, and additional funding we anticipate bringing to support that at our June council meeting. So I will stop there. Happy to answer any questions. If not, maybe talk in July about our 30 by 30 criteria.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the criteria. I mean, you know, both the state, federal, and international kind of broad description of what, you know, protecting 30 by 30 means are clearly not specific enough, and we need to be more specific. I'm hoping that we don't make them loose enough as a way to achieve the number, but rather, you know, are consistent with what the promise has been that has been made to everyone on it. And that doesn't mean that there's a one size fits all, and it doesn't mean there's a prescribed answer, because there isn't. That's why you're doing the work. But I certainly would hope that it's not watered down to get to the number, as opposed to doing it, you know, on a basis of how we're going to protect the way that's been promised.
Yeah, completely agree. And I think we've been really intentional about trying to take a threat-based approach. So looking, you know, you said it perfectly, not a one-size-fits-all solution, not painting with a broad brush and saying X or Y is the main threat to biodiversity in coastal waters, because it varies depending on where you are and what ecosystems you're talking about. Yeah, so really making sure we have good, strong protections in place, but that are responsive to what the actual threats are. Again, driven by science and driven by community. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. Thank you.
All right, so next up, we have agenda item 7B, which is department updates. And first, we've got Eric Ford.
Are we on time? Or we have a hard stop? Or...
Yeah, I got about 30 minutes.
I can stay.
Okay. So just a quick overview. I'm Eric Cord. I'm the assistant chief for our Marine Enforcement Division. I'm lucky enough to oversee all the patrol boats that we have in the state. Really fun job for me, especially since I spent 23 years on a patrol boat myself. The Thresher, which is out of Dana Point here in Orange County, was the last time I was out to sea. one of my favorite boats because I spent a lot of time on it. But I have a stats presentation on NPA enforcement stats for the prior calendar year for 2023. And those stats are based on all of the CDFW officers in the state. Does not include any of our partner agencies that also assist in that enforcement. And I'm gonna get started and try to go through here quickly. We have the prior slide up there.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, oh, okay, yeah. So we have some people in the room here. Commissioner President Murray and Susan Ashcraft were on the ride along on the Thresher, and that was actually in a Blue Cavern SMCA, which is one of our more popular places to visit for all kinds of people.
That's true.
So next slide. So the first slide displays the 2023 enforcement NPA stats. This data was captured from two programs that we have in the law enforcement division that our officers use on a daily basis. One is our electronic daily activity reports, or EDARs as we call it. This mainly captures our patrol time, activities, and effort. And the other program is our records management system, or RMS, and that captures our citation data. The statistics shown reflect our effort during NPA patrols. And I don't know if you remember from last year, NPA patrol includes not just the work inside an NPA, but also around NPAs where anglers can tend to congregate. So one example I can give is when our officers patrol from the west end of Catalina Island to the east end of Catalina along the front side. In that case, we are patrolling through 6 different NPAs. So those hours, contacts, warnings, and total citations issued is for work occurring near and inside NPAs. And those 1,544 citations that were issued during NPA patrols in 2023, 335 were specifically issued for violations occurring inside an NPA. And also, as a reminder, the difference between citations and violations, that a single citation can be issued for one violation or multiple violations. So if a person gets a single citation issued to him for fishing without a license, and for fishing and for an undersized fish, that is 1 citation and 2 violations. Next slide. Okay, so for the first set of data, we're going to take a look at the information we got from our EDARs, our electronic daily activity reports. This info is also statewide. We have over 36,000 patrol hours, 53,000 contacts, over 2,500 warnings given, citations issued during the NPA patrol, 1,544, and those are citations occurring near or within an NPA. And then we have a new NPA tracking data for 2023. It gives us some predictive patrol planning, and we'll go into that here. Next slide. So in looking at the number of NPAs checked by our officers each day, we have this great bar graph. I purposely removed the names of the NPAs for a specific reason, and I'll explain that in a second. On the left side of the bar graph, you'll see that we visited some NPAs over 300 or 400 times throughout the year. And on the right side of the graph, we have NPAs being patrolled through in the 10s or 20s. For the most part, officers patrol where there's a significant amount of human pressure, which tends to be those on the south coast or like at Catalina Island, for example. Next slide. So when comparing the number of officer patrols per NPA to the number of citations, we can take some note of some interesting observations. Without showing the names, I can tell you that it doesn't compare linearly. There are some NPAs that we visited a moderate amount of times where we had the most citations, and there are some NPAs that we patrolled the highest amount of times where we got a moderate amount of citations. We can use this data to get an idea of where we probably have saturated our presence in a few of the NPAs to where the public generally knows not to go poaching there. We can also predict perhaps where there's an increase of enforcement presence that could result in more citations. So the reason I hid the labels for each bar graph is because I don't want to share publicly which NPAs we may patrol at for this year and which ones we may patrol less at. So that'd be showing our hand a little too much. So And also really great information for LED to look at and to plan some patrols around.
That's terrific stuff, Eric. That's really interesting, really clever.
Next slide. So this slide shows all of our data pulled from the report management system, or RMS, for 2023. Last year, we were able to look at all ocean violations occurring statewide, in addition to those specific MPA citations and violations. That's over 3,000 total ocean violations. Total MPA violations is 732, and that's 335 MPA citations. Next slide. So over this slide, we have a bubble map showing the number of violations for MPA locations. The color of the bubble refers to the designation of the MPA. SMR being state marine reserves, SMCAs being state marine conservation areas, take and no take ones, and the SMRMAs, which is the state marine recreational management areas. The larger bubbles are going to be mostly in the south and some in the central. Next slide. These slides show the pie charts for MPA violations by bioregion. The North bioregion is from the California-Oregon border to Marin County and includes the Farallon Islands. The Central bioregion runs from San Mateo County to Point Conception in Santa Barbara. And then the South Coast bioregion, which runs from Point Conception down to the Mexico border. The bulk of the violations showing in the south, 33% in the central and 6% for the north. The pie chart in the lower right corner shows MPA violations by county. Again, the southern counties showing the bulk of the violations, followed by central, with a large chunk being in Monterey County, and then the northern counties for the remainder. Next slide. So this slide shows the percentage of MPA violations for each type of MPA designation. So statewide, we have 39% of the violations occurring in SMRs, followed by 38% in partial take SMCAs, then 20% in no take SMCAs, and the rest with the SMRMAs. On the left, you'll see the comparisons for each bioregion. And next slide. So this is a cool chart here, table with how we've changed in collecting the data for multiple years now in RMS. We can make some comparisons to 2022 and 2023. This slide shows the increase of MPA violations at particular sites from year to year. In the north, Pyramid Point SMCA and the Karasher SMCA show some increased illegal activity. Soquel Canyon and Morro Bay and Central show some significant increases to these MPAs in the south. And the largest increase we have is at Abalone Cove SMCA, which showed an increase of 24 citations from the prior year. Next slide. For this slide, we are showing the decrease in violations from 2022 to 2023 for particular MPAs. Interestingly, in the north, the Bodega Head MPAs went from a decent amount of violation in 2022 to 0 for 2023. That doesn't mean we stopped patrolling in there. We were in there definitely checking folks. However, this means either poachers got smarter in avoiding us, or we issued enough citations there to deter folks from fishing in the MPAs, which we hope is the latter, obviously. The biggest decrease is shown for Montara SMR, and I know in speaking with the lieutenant supervisor up there, the word definitely got out that we were patrolling Montara on a regular basis, and compliance greatly increased in 2023. And that just shows a classic illustration of effective enforcement strategies. Next slide. This slide shows a statewide MPA violations by month. As we typically see every year, the amount of activity for fishing really increases in the summer and fall months with the warmer temps and good weather, and that's when we always see the biggest bump in our citations and violations. Next slide.
How much of that spike comes from lobster?
That's what I just said.
Just said a second ago.
That's what I literally just said,
That's
yeah.
coming up in another slide. So it's actually pretty significant. So this slide shows a number of violations for each MPA and organized by bioregion. The color of each bar refers to the type of MPA designation. And you can see the activity in the southern MPAs is pretty significant as usual. Next slide. So this shows the same data with a close-up view of the MPAs with the most violations. The number one spot goes back to South La Jolla SMR. It was ranked number 2 last year, but that particular MPA seems to show no shortage of folks wanting to fish there, despite our ever-increasing presence. Same with the Blue Cavern SMCA at Catalina Island. This is also a heavily patrolled and heavily ticketed MPA, and it's almost always in the top 3. And then number 3 MPA with violations is Asilomar State Marine Reserve in Central. Next slide. So this slide shows a pie graph of what type of violations we are seeing in MPAs. The biggest chunk here is the Title 14, Section 632, which is general take in an MPA. The others that we have here are going to be, fishing without a license. We've got gear violations, bag limit season, take restriction violations, minimum size, groundfish management area violations. So this just gives you an idea of what folks are doing in MPAs besides just generally fishing in them. And then next slide. So this is really interesting as well. The slide shows the top 10 ocean violations issued statewide for 2023. That was one of the things that we do different now in tracking in RMS was we're tracking not only MPA citations, but all ocean citations. This includes all the citations issued by on the ocean by CDFW officers. And here our most common violation is fishing without a license. The next largest group would be the MPA violation sections, which is Title 14, Section 632. Both of these 632 groups combined is 260 violations. So for all ocean violations occurring in the state, the fishing in the MPA violation is the second most common violation that we charge people with. In third and fourth would be the spiny lobster violations. Then Dungeness crab, followed by undersized clams, then undersized bass, and rounding the top 10 is illegal gear. But interesting to see that MPA violations take up such a large chunk of the data for all ocean violations. Next slide. Just also wanted to thank with the department, Judy Thomas and Lieutenant Mike Milotz for extracting the data for us, and then Cara Gonzalez helping with preparing some slides. And a big thank you to Lieutenant Todd Van Epps, who did the bulk of the work here and putting this together.
That's great. Thank you so much, Assistant Chief Corps. Really, for so long, I used to say, well, hey, Chief Bess, can't you just press a button and we can just, put out all this information and just know automatically all these, what are the poaching hotspots? What are the biggest violations? And now we can. So really appreciate it. It's sort of making all my data visualization of compliance hopes and dreams come true. So I really appreciate that.
It's not quite as easy as pushing the single button, but
it's a pushing it.
You minimize how much work went into it. That's clear. That
we're getting better.
Clearly a lot of work went into it, but it's so valuable. It really, really tells a story that I think can be helpful in a lot of different areas in terms of management. One question that I have is, do you have information about repeat offenders? That'd be interesting to see in the future. I'd be really interested in seeing that in general, but particularly on MPAs.
As in what percentage of violations for the year are repeat offenders?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do it.
Yeah, I think that would be really interesting and something that we should be able to come up with now that we're using electronic record management systems, maybe, so I think that would be really interesting as well, if we could fold that into it too. Or we could just have a conversation, maybe it doesn't need its own slide, but it's something I'm always curious about. Versus what it's like, because I've gone on a few ride-alongs now, and there's sometimes there are people who don't know, or who say they don't know, or, but if somebody has gotten multiple violations for the same thing, presumably they do know. And I would just be interested to know what proportion that is, I guess.
There's a few out there. It's definitely a minority, but there are a few that repeat.
Any thoughts or questions?
Just terrific reporting. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, sure.
I just had a quick one. Do you have any feel for
what percentage of the violation is really people that didn't understand the laws versus people that were actually trying to break the law?
That's a hard one to really calculate. You have people that swear they didn't know, and sometimes that's probably the truth a lot. And we are getting better in our outreach, especially with Collaborative Network and some of our partners. Getting the message out there is really helping. But then we have people that say they didn't know, and just there's officer intuition that we know that they know.
Any problem with language barriers and those kind of people that say they didn't know?
Every now and then, we're usually able to get through it. Our officers do have some tools. We have a lot of bilingual officers, especially for Spanish languages. And then we also have options for, contacting interpreters. So we're usually able to get through a contact.
Good job.
Yeah, and then Ethan, is that
Yeah,
yeah.
really cool analysis. It does seem like to follow up on your question, it leads to the other interpretations, like how can we improve education on these issues? As a scientist who works with fishermen a lot, like where are you seeing opportunities for improved education?
Well, Cal probably could really segue into this one. We're actually working on a type of traffic school type punishment type thing where they take a class after getting cited for an MPA or other various recreational violations, where they can sign up, they take this class, they are forced to go through it, a lot like a traffic school, and that will provide some sort of education for after the violation. Interesting.
Yeah, and that actually, can I?
Yeah, please, Kelly.
Excuse me, it also addresses your concern, because if they take the traffic school, we have to think of a better name for that. The NPA, education training, then they get a certificate that they can take back to the court, but it will be able to track repeat offenders. If they go through that training more than once, that can get flagged through the system. So it provides, another tool, not just for doing outreach. And they're also that, because there is diversion, that there is still a deterrent. So instead of thinking that their cases are going to be dismissed, they might have to attend a training that might cost some money as well. So there's multiple benefits to that. And we're on a pretty good draft of that training, and it's just under review. I did want to add too, I love the heat maps and all the details of the report. Thanks for putting that together. We hope to be able to add to that with allied agency data as well. So we're still doing enforcement trainings for allied agency officers in each county and working to gather the stats. I know Aubrey Fowler with MPA Collaborative Network gives regular updates to you guys, but we're hoping to have a visual representation of that as well, and also be able to show where there's just a patrol presence by allied agencies, because often that will act as a deterrent, or a lot of these allied agencies might not actually issue citations, but they'll contact people, they'll do a lot of education and say, just so you know, this is a marine protected area, here are the regulations. So we want to be able to track where there is that additional enforcement presence that can help Fish and Wildlife, get the word out about MPAs and game compliance. So hopefully should have that as well. Working on it.
That's great. Yeah. Devin, did you have your hand raised? Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a question looking at the data. Would you find that enforcement of limited take SMCAs is more challenging than SMRs? It looked like the data was almost identical between violations between those two. But oftentimes I hear that, limited take SMCAs are more difficult for law enforcement because you've got some take, but some allowable take as well. Do you have any perspective there?
Yeah, we do. It's a really good question, really good, insightful question. There are some difficulties with limited take. It does. There's one MPA in particular, the offshore Farnsworth, where there's no bottom fishing there. They're trying to protect the purple coral at that little mount, and that's a popular target for people to go rock fishing at, and you can't fish on the bottom there. But it's pretty far out there, and when they see us coming, Sometimes the dishonest ones, they'll dump all the rockfish before we can get close enough. They'll be floating next to the boat. And then they'll say, oh, we're fishing pelagics. Well, what's that line of floating rockfish there? Like, I don't know, it was here when we got here. And we really can't prove otherwise. So there is a challenge to some of the limited take SMCAs. Because of that, there are people allowed to be in there.
Right.
Versus a no take. It's if we see someone throw a line and we contact them, that line has a lure or bait on it, we got it. So there are challenges and each place is unique, I would say. I wouldn't want to apply that broadly.
Great. I know we have a few people on the line. I had a question. I thought it was interesting that 608 of the violations are not having a fishing license. Now, that's not a place where I feel like it'd be easy to say, oh, we didn't know the rules. I didn't know I needed a fishing license. So what do you make of that?
That's for as long as I've been working in the department, that's probably been our #1 citation. It's just whether there's a lot of people in the state of California and not everyone either does their due diligence and knowing what they need, or they just try to maybe get away. They got away with it a couple times and take a chance and decide not to get it.
Gotcha.
There's another factor in there that we are a very touristic state.
Can you speak up?
We have a lot of tourism in this state, so
Sure.
fishing without a license just would be the people coming in and fishing with others. Not getting the license.
Sure, though, when I go to another state, I get a fishing license in that state. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Richard James, I see you have your hand raised.
I do. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. Regarding fishing licenses, in your comment, I fish mostly from boats, always from other people. I have friends with boats, so I'm on a variety of boats, fish for a variety of different species. I have a bag for salmon and tuna, I have a bag for rockfish. And sometimes, I will admit, my fishing license is in the other bag. I've gone out, AC cord, please plug your ears. So sometimes a license with me because it's in the other bag, and I'm hopeful when your electronic records, license in an iPhone system comes online, that'll solve that. Question, comment, and a suggestion. The comment, the fishing violations off of Bodega going from high down, dropping down to 0. That may have had something to correlated with the lack of salmon season and a lack of rockfish. So there was nothing to fish for out there. That might have been why those violations dropped down last year, because there was nothing to fish for much of the season. Goodness gracious. Now I've got stage. I've forgotten my other, I had a comment and a suggestion. With the rotating, with the constantly changing fisheries, closing, opening, nearshore, offshore, species, quillback, no quillback, I see a lot of people go in Tamales Bay at Miller Park with traps when it's only hoops, or with traps and no top buoys. And I think they honestly just don't know, because things change so rapidly. It just makes enforcement a challenge, but it makes it hard to do the right thing because things are constantly changing. You guys, the department seems to be getting much more high tech. Have a QR code at every boat ramp and just scan it and just like, what's available, what's not available, what should my traps look like? And I think some people would avail themselves of it, and you would not have to change the sign. As long as there's internet access there, put one QR code that goes to the mothership of information. And when I launch a boat ramp, I scan it with my phone. Oh crap, pullbacker offer. Oh crap, yellow, this kind of. So that's a suggestion. And I had another, the question I had for AC Cord, his pie chart of all the violations by county, there was 0 for Marin. And I was just curious. I saw a sliver for Sonoma, a lot for Mendo, and more down south for Marin. I guess there's an implied Y at the end of it.
Yeah, that's going to be for NPA violations.
So off the lighthouse.
Yeah, that chart was for MPA violations by county, and we didn't have any data from Marin for 2023.
Okay. I know it's a hard place to get to, so it's kind of out in left field all by itself, but all right. Well, thank you. That's all I've got.
Thanks, Richard. And good news, it sounds like your QR code idea at boat ramps exists.
Well, we are kind of moving towards a constantly updated sport regulations booklet. It's not going to be something that's printed once a year, and you wait for it to be updated yearly. It's going to be, kind of a living document that will be updated as new regulations come out. And there will be an outreach effort to get that information out, and part of that is QR codes that link directly to that document.
And very, very soon, you'll be able to have your fishing license on your phone that will link to the most updated sport reg book. And then in a little bit further time, we're building a recreational fishing database so you can have an app on your phone and it'll tell you where you are, what you can fish based on where you are without internet access.
It would be great if you could roll some AI in there and say, hey, Siri, it's a quillback rockfish. And Siri says, yes, release it and descend it.
No,
we should use it, not
yeah,
what we should be.
We've talked about that, and there's some options for that. And then we often get the question, so I want to address it, why our fishing regulations are so complicated. It's because we need to make them complicated to maximize opportunity. So if we didn't make them complicated, we'd have to restrict opportunity to protect the constraining stocks or the constraining depths, whatever it is. So we try to find that balance between maximizing opportunity and making the regulations so complex that people can't follow them.
And Craig, following up, the regulations obviously that the commission adopted relating to being able to show your licenses on your phone or some other electronic means, that went into effect in July, but I know the department's been developing the app that actually is used on the phone. Do we have a sense yet on the timing of when that will be available?
It's in beta testing right now.
Soon.
Let's go to the other speakers again. David, next up to the speakers.
Yes, we have 4 more folks with their hands raised online. It'll be Merritt McRae, followed by Melissa Mahoney. Merritt, go ahead, please.
All right, here I am. Eric, I am totally stunned by the number of violations there are in the Smyrna, especially in Morro Bay. And so my question is, how do those break down? How many of them are hunting violations and how many of them are, inverts?
I'd have to look at the data. I believe it's a majority is going to be fishing. I'll have to see if there's anything hunting related. Are you talking about like duck hunting?
Duck hunting.
Yeah, I'd have to take a look. I didn't look at the actual citations themselves.
So I'm just surprised because the hook and line fishing is actually permitted in the Morro Bay Smyrna. It's the clams that are protected. So I think the greatest opportunity for a guy to get in trouble or a gal to get in trouble is to have 26 shotgun shells in their possession or something like that.
It's possible. We could take a look at it.
All right, I'll ask later. Thank you.
And Melissa Mahoney, go ahead, please. You'll be followed by Michael Quill.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for the comment. Thank you to Mr. Cord, I believe his name is, for the presentation. I didn't realize that was coming. It was really eye-opening. Sorry, let me just go back a moment. My name's Melissa Mahoney. I'm the executive director of the Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust. So we're a local organization here in the Monterey Bay, helping to ensure that we have sustainable fisheries and a resilient community and a healthy ocean. We work with fishing businesses and with fishermen and with the community to provide sustainable seafood in an equitable way. And I just wanted to quickly make a comment that the data I saw about our region validates what I've been hearing on the docks, that fishermen have seemed to notice that more violations are happening. They I've heard express concern about the sort of the lack of a what comes before a violation, a warning to say, because some of them have said they didn't understand something or it was a minor issue, like with a bait can in a crab pot, and they would really like to have more sort of outreach or education. And I just wanted to hop on and say that the Fisheries Trust, we might have some local capacity to facilitate if there's any additional outreach or education that we can help do. Also, with the quillback issue, the situation with the what just happened at the March council meeting where they changed the non-trawl RCA lines, and there are some differences with trip limits and gear restrictions between state waters and federal waters. I'm concerned that the violations and the challenges and the conflicts are going to go up with enforcement in our area. And I just wanted to express if there's anything that our organization can be doing to help provide education or outreach. We already have a monthly newsletter to the fishing community, and if there's anything more that we can be doing to help alleviate concerns around violations, I'd love to talk with anyone in your enforcement division about any ideas you might have for that. So thanks very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Melissa. Our next speaker is Michael Quill, followed by our final speaker with their hand raised, Blake H. Michael Quill, go ahead, please.
Hey, this is Michael Quill. I had one quick question. Eric, great report. I'm so glad to see it. It's the kind of stuff I've been waiting for. I had a quick question about Abalone Cove. You know, it's near and dear to my heart. All onshore violations or offshore violations in that total? I realize that the SMCA no take at Point Vicente probably is vessel violations, but we do have an area that does get hit. Is that teased out? Can it be teased out? I'm just trying to motivate the rangers that are on call down there and working with them on shore in Abalone Cove.
Yeah, Michael, I would say try to shoot me an email, and that's something that we can share with you and take a closer look at.
Right on. Thank you.
Final speaker online is Blake H.
Hi, Blake Herman. I'm a fisherman out of Oxford. I actually originally came here to listen in on the MPA petition process, but I think I could provide hopefully some useful input about the violations and all the data that was just presented. Even if that license app isn't in beta, I can say that it is extremely useful, especially being out on the water, having a way to use your phone to see your license, especially in cases where you might leave it or might not have it on you for whatever reason. I can say, or if possible, maybe recommend that there is currently an app for both the licenses and another app. I believe it's called Fish Legal, that covers all the MPAs, and you can tap them and see what you can and can't do inside of them. There is ways you can see your location even when you are not connected to like the internet, when you're far offshore. And a way you could possibly implement ways to let people know if they're in an MPA using that location tag. Maybe if they have the app, it could tag them and let them know, hey, you're inside this closure and these are the regulations inside this closure, or something to better communicate to people that might not necessarily know, but are trying to adhere to all the rules and regulations and such. Yeah, that's kind of all I had to say about that. Appreciate it.
Great. Thanks, Blake. Yeah, I mean, just to close out this conversation, I think it is just to zoom out a little bit and get some altitude. If you go to one of the first slides of AC Cord's presentation, 53,000, almost 54,000 contacts that LED has had in the ocean. And then within that, 2,600 were warnings, and then 1,500 citations. So what that tells me is most people are out there following the rules, good actors, they want to follow the rules, and you're talking to a lot of people. You're doing a lot of compliance checks, and mostly what you're finding is people following these rules, even with the complex set of fisheries management regulations. So amazing work. Also, though, people out on the water are also doing good work too. So thanks for all of that. And that takes us to agenda item 7.2, which is the Marine Region update. Dr. Schumann.
I always love following enforcement. I'm going to be very brief because I know we've got a number of people that have been waiting all day to talk under public comment. First, Kinsey, thank you. You're a rock star. Really appreciate all the work you've done this past year. You've done an amazing job, and you've got a very bright career ahead of you. And you know where to find us at the department if you ever go looking. You've got 2 written updates in your binder, one for recreational crab trap gear options and trap validation for commercial passion or fishing vessels, and recreational risk assessment mitigation program ramp regulations. And you've also got commercial fisheries logbook forms and fishing block charts rulemaking. I won't speak to those. Those can speak for themselves. Electronic report cards. We were just talking about the electronic fishing license app, and Melissa referenced the regulations the commission adopted to do that. The department will be proposing a new rulemaking for the commission to consider. Let's see here. This would be at your October meeting for discussion in December and potential adoption in February. And this would be for electronic report cards. Not that we will have the electronic report cards available, but it'll be the regulatory framework to allow those when the technology catches up. And then lastly, just a brief update on our efforts regarding barred sand bass. So as we've talked about before, we have some concerns with the barred sand bass population. We are looking at some potential, bringing to you some potential regulatory changes for your consideration. We'll be requesting a discussion at the July MRC meeting. We've started outreach with the fishing community and the academic community, and that's going well. And we're hoping to work with them to bring together a unified recommendation, or at least some range of alternatives for discussion in July. And I'll stop there.
Great. Thanks, Craig. I don't have any questions or comments on any of that. That makes sense to me. I'd like to then go to, before, I don't see anyone raising their hands or approaching the table in the public, although now I do see somebody on Zoom. So Dave Kosheta.
Yeah, hi, I'm Dave Kashida, recreational guy. And as for the CPFVs being able to use like a permit for the crab validation instead of it being individuals would be really helpful and would help get, useful data. Because when I go out on a party boat, if someone polls me about how we did crabbing, they'll ask me where I fished, and I'll probably just say, well, out the Golden Gate. And they'll say, how many crab did you get? And I'll say 10. And they say, well, how many pots did they pull? I'll say, I don't know. So basically, I have no useful data to provide along with the crab validation stamp, where the party boat itself has all that information. And understand that would be much more useful for the department, I would say. And plus, to have a youth to need a crab validation stamp. I don't know if you've ever set up a profile for someone that doesn't have an ID. It's very time consuming just to do that for an 8-year-old to sell them a $3 crab validation. So that's just something to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, Craig.
Well, we've done it, and it depends on the vendor. I had trouble getting a lobster report card for my 11-year-old. I guess he was 12 at that point this year. And then I knew people called license and revenue branch, like, no, this is how you do it. So I went back to the shop, and it was actually pretty easy. So we're working on outreach to the licensed vendors to make sure they know how to set up those profiles for minors that don't have IDs or Go ID numbers.
Useful. Thanks, Craig. And thanks for raising that, Dave. Appreciate it. All right, so next up, we've got 7.3, which is update from the Office of the Aquaculture Coordinator, Randy Lovell.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Randy Lovell, State Aquaculture Coordinator. I want to send a big thank you to Melissa, Susan, and especially Kimmy Rogers for the work they've done helping shepherd and move forward the pending lease actions. There's a table reflecting progress in the binder materials. It may not look like progress because there's many of the same entries as before, but in actual fact, there is progress being made, especially on the front of CEQA review by the lead agency. Also, there's some important progress in engaging other agencies of jurisdiction as we have formalized the leasing process through the public interest discussion that you mentioned earlier in the meeting. And work is being done by commission staff to connect with those agencies and work through how that early consultation process will work. That's about all I've got. I'm going to keep it simple unless you have questions.
Great. Thanks, Randy. And so just for some of these new leases in the yellow part of your table, I know it says SEQA analysis and vetting, the MRC and at the tribal committee. Do we have a, sorry if I missed this, a timeline for when we think that might happen? How future or is this MRC meeting? Just thinking about other priorities that we have as well and just wondering how those will.
Yeah, we've got a long ways to go before we're ready to bring forward project descriptions and initial studies that or project descriptions that where we need to vet areas to pay particular attention to in the SEQA analyses that they embark on. So I think you'll get plenty of heads up in advance to work into the agenda so that it's not competing for your attention.
To be clear, it's also very important. What I just meant is, just trying to sort of visualize the coming year and see how much we might have on our plate. But it's also incredibly important. And I know these proposed new leases, all of them were proposed quite some time ago. So
yeah, and some of what we're working through is with the applicants themselves and them trying to wrangle consulting services, and so the timelines are a little unpredictable because partly it's in their control.
100%. That makes sense to me. Thanks, Randy.
You bet.
Is there anyone in the room who wanted to speak about this agenda item? I don't see anyone approaching the table, which means let's go to Richard James.
Hi there. Thank you again. Is my audio useful?
We can hear you. Yes.
Great. Thank you. I just have a question about one of those leases on that matrix that Mr. Lovell just pointed out. I'll bring it back on my screen. It's the green one. It's the Cove Mussel Company. About 3.5 years ago, that was received. And I have a little bit of background on it, but I'm just curious. It says pending actions to be taken by a leaseholder over at the far right column. And yet the leaseholder is Cove Mussel Company, but the sublessee is the one that wants to take over the lease. And it's a little convoluted there. It's my understanding that there's no funds paid into the cleanup escrow fund by the Cove Mussel Company. They're not anywhere near working that lease, and you're waiting on the sublessee to do things. Is there any progress to report on that? It seems like it's been sort of gaining cobwebs for quite some time.
And you're right, Richard, and it does seem convoluted, and but I think that it's not fair to say it's cobwebs because we have been working with both the lessee and the sublessee. Ultimately, it's the leaseholder who is responsible, but there is progress being made on cleanup of legacy gear, both on the surface and beneath the surface, that the department has been working through with both of those parties. So there is progress being made, and we're trying to do so in a very deliberate way. We certainly don't want to have the lease taken over without the kind of financial surety that you rightly point out is missing previously. So we're trying to make sure that all of that is addressed before asking the commission to make a decision on an assignment.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that update. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thanks for the question, Richard, and thanks, Randy. Ashley, you're up next.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Murray. Ashley Gibbs with the EAC of West Marin. Mr. Lovell, thank you for the update and for the written materials. It is positive to hear about the additional collaboration, including the biweekly meetings between the department and the commission. And we also appreciate the additional efforts related to interagency collaboration, which is consistent with the aquaculture guidance. I will speak just briefly related to the lease transfers, including the Cove Mussel one and Table 1 that Richard James mentioned. The lease should be fully cleaned up before the transfer takes place. So I'm glad to hear that there is progress being made related to the cleanup. We do look forward to reviewing the Tomales Bay lease requests and the implementation of the aquaculture guidance, which I know is long awaited. And I do agree with Commissioner Murray's comment related to timeline, but I do also understand the complexity of that. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ashley.
Fantastic. All right, so that takes us to agenda item 7C, which is an update from commission staff.
So as I stated earlier, we are welcoming Devin Rossi, our new Sea Grant State Fellow, who just joined a few weeks ago and will be with us for the next calendar year. And with her arrival, we reluctantly bid farewell to Kinsey Matthews, who has been quite has really contributed substantially and meaningfully to the commission and the department's work in the past year, most notably with bycatch evaluations, reflections, various like analytical analyses, as well as her own assessments and report writing. Not to mention, she had a lot of fun with drawing diagrams for aquaculture leasing processes. So just can't thank you enough for that, Kinsey. And the fun news is that while we've been in here, she got her announcement from Bren School that she's been admitted into a PhD.
So good. We just talked to you a couple hours ago.
No way.
So good.
That's poetic. At an MRC, that's possible.
Yeah. Right. Well, Kinsey, congratulations. Couldn't agree more. You're just a powerhouse when it comes to data analysis, teasing apart data, translating data, making it understandable, just immense value that you brought to the commission and to the MRC. So just want to thank you personally. And I'm so excited about your news today. Bren is lucky to have you. You'll be a value add to Bren and wherever you go after. So please keep in touch, and really grateful for everything you've brought. Devin, welcome. You have come at quite a time, and we're excited to have you. We will need all the bandwidth and resources that you have to bring, and in a respectful way that still allows you to have a personal life and self-care, of course. But just really glad to have you here and excited to work alongside you. So thanks for being here. Any comments from folks in the room or on the line on the commission staff update? Seeing none. Oh, yeah, sure, Rob.
Congrats, Kinsey. I want to get into Bren too, so.
Wait, I heard you wanted to get your master's at Scripps, Rob.
Oh, I told on myself. No. That's an option. I'm not playing with Scripps.
Writing that down.
Double master's. Why not?
Okay. All right. Agenda item number 8, future agenda items. Susan.
Okay, so there's an updated work plan in your meeting materials as Exhibit 1. The work plan includes a few updates on topics and timing that are noted there. We will also bring that to the commission for its blessing, but for just transparency, wanted to highlight those updates here. We don't have any specific recommendations for additions that we've introduced, but I do want to note that Craig highlighted 2 rulemakings. And so, Craig, I believe both of those are proposed to come for vetting to the MRC, both, or maybe just are both.
Whatever I said, yes.
Yes. So if you want to recommend those be added, we could have it added under this. So as a recommendation to the commission and get it on the rulemaking through that pathway. Unless you want to.
So that's Bart Sandbass and.
Yes.
Recreational CPFD crab trap.
Yes.
Bart Sandbass. And then we also talked earlier in the day / 100 years ago about adding a conversation about best practices and lessons learned from the
Yes.
Bycatch review.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh, it did feel like a long time ago. We absolutely do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see.
So if you wish to make a recommendation to move to schedule the rulemakings, and to schedule vetting at the Marine Resources Committee for July, for barred sad bass, and I think recreational crab trap and regulations for July, and to schedule a discussion about lessons learned from the first run through on bycatch evaluation using the bycatch process in the master plan for fisheries.
Yeah, and I know it also says here, you know, we alluded earlier to the potential for having some additional standalone or tacked on MRC meetings. And we opined on that a bit. I think both Eric and I, and certainly several folks who spoke during the public comment, agree that probably will need to happen. I think it might be premature to say exactly when. I don't know if it's sometime. Yeah, I don't think we have to commit to that. I think it's probably adding on to the November meeting, or maybe sometime between July and November. I feel like that's sort of what we talked about. Be curious if there are other thoughts on that, but do we need to decide that today, right now?
You can decide it with your fellow commissioners at the April meeting if you want, or if you still don't have a good sense, or we don't have a collective good sense, maybe June.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly won't be before July, in my view, because if July is when we're gonna get the recommendations on proposed bins, just where MPA petitions belong in terms of bins, then I don't think we would need to do anything until after that. Maybe to get recommendations, well, it would still be after August, right? So I don't think we're gonna need, we can talk about it in April or in
I think we'll
June.
start around April,
Yeah.
but I suspect you may need a half day in June, July.
Maybe.
Come in the afternoon prior, do a half day,
maybe
dedicated to that agenda.
Okay, well, let's kick that can for now, and we can talk about it in April or at June.
With the full commission.
Yeah, I think,
That makes
extra
sense.
dedicated session.
Give staff some time to think through.
That's a good point.
The July presentation.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on agenda item 8, A or B? I don't see any in the room. Maybe some enthusiasm for Bycatch. Okay, and I don't see anyone with hands raised online either, right? Okay, so the Marine Resources Committee recommends the commission approve the changes to the committee work plan as proposed by staff in Exhibit 1, as well as the following additional changes, which would be addition of barred sand bass and recreational crab, and a discussion about lessons learned regarding bycatch evaluation, lessons learned from the previous bycatch evaluation for set gillnet, and how those might inform our next bycatch evaluation for trawl.
That's excellent.
Okay. Wonderful.
Very clear.
And that takes us to our final agenda item of the day, which is agenda item number 9, general public comment for items not on the agenda. And we don't have anything to set up for this, so we will start with folks in the room. We have 2 people approaching the table already, 3 people. I know we still have about 50 people online, and if we end up having any hands raised, we'll get to that next. Thanks for sticking around, y'all, all day long. It's 5:36, and we're happy to still see your faces. Enthusiasm has waned a bit in the room, but we are still here. So we'll just go, I think, left to right. Chris, take it away.
So Chris Voss again, commercial fisherman in Santa Barbara. I just want to speak to the discussion or the brief comments from Mike around 3030 and then Eric's response in relationship to how to achieve that objective in a way that acknowledges that commercial fishermen are under a lot of spatial restrictions that are unique to each individual fishery, as well as future reductions in area we get to fish based on what the feds are doing with offshore wind, up to 4,000 square miles. Another round of leases, this is going to happen soon. Over 6,000 or 600 square miles are already dedicated to the leases off of Morro Bay and Humboldt Bay. So area is going to be lost and lost and lost and lost. Aquaculture, I referenced before, 2,000 acres off of on the Ventura Flats. Potentially, that's not a done deal yet. But the point I'm trying to make is that we're fishing in smaller and smaller and smaller areas, and that should be recognized when we're trying to figure out how to actually achieve that objective. And I think there should be, some compassion in relationship to how we approach that question. So that's it. Now, you recently mentioned the creation of an abalone working group for the Southern. We shifted. And so again, you've heard me reference experiences Dr. Schumann and I have had in the past with MRCs, that one that was held in San Diego years ago around the abalone fishery. And we had our proposal kind of put aside, and then the effort on the department moved to the northern part of the state to develop an FMP for the North Coast recreational fishery. I've been involved in that. I was involved in the creation or the approval or the 12-year effort to implement an experimental fishery at San Miguel Island that was called out in the approval process of the ARMP, described as Alternative 8. That was a 12-year process. Dr. Schumann and I were involved in that, so he's aware of that. Where I'm going with this is that there have been some substantial stakeholder engagement processes. That was an AAG process, another really significant working group around abalone. 7-year process that Jack Likens and I are engaged in with the North Coast recreational fishery. We have a huge amount of work that's been done around abalone. We do not need to start from scratch. We should think in terms of what the motivation for our negative comments around the disapproval of the FMP that was proposed before, and incorporate some of the ideas that were lost by the department between the 7-year process and then the proposals to the Fish and Game Commission to approve the FMP. So let's not forget the history. Let's not start from scratch, and let's engage in a meaningful effort to implement some fundamental principles around fisheries management. You're shocked. You mentioned you were surprised because I was on the phone that Jack and I were willing to volunteer again after having been engaged in abalone for all these years. How could we? It's not about getting something. It's about implementing good management approaches. In my view, it's the broader principles of how to engage stakeholders in good fisheries science and good fisheries management. And that was what we were pursuing. And that's what I've been pursuing for now over 20 years with respect to the abalone resource. So my comment is, if we're going to do it, let's do it with some intention and embrace a progressive approach that can be implemented as we see the abalone population recover. And we can use a meaningful stakeholder engagement as a means to measure the extent of the recovery.
Thanks, Chris. And I wasn't shocked. I was just worried you might not be, right? So I was pleased that you were both still game to stay engaged. That's all. Yeah, so.
Tired, but still wanting to see good
Yeah.
government, good government that responds to stakeholder input and acknowledges that, we're trying to make it a good dynamic.
Yeah. Thanks, Chris. Hi, Jack.
Hi, my name is Jack Likens, and I'm an ex-abalone recreational fisherman. And now I've become an underwater photographer just for my own interest, to keep me in the water doing things and keeping abreast of what I see actually happening underwater. And I want to reiterate everything that Chris said. We all know that the FMP process left a lot to be desired, things that we can improve on. And I had a chance to talk to Craig and Joanna and Eric about it, and I feel confident that you all will improve on those things. And that's the interaction among the stakeholders, which are made up of a really diverse group, not only fishermen, NGOs, academics, tribes. There are a lot of stakeholders in this, and we don't all agree on everything. But I think we can if the process is managed correctly, and I think you've made a commitment to do a better job this time. I would like to request actually that the MRC put the update of the red abalone restoration plan on the agenda, so that at least we can get sort of a feel for where we are in the process. I know right now we're going through selection processes of stakeholders to represent, or people to represent stakeholders on the team. So I assume that's going to be done here before the next MRC meeting, and it'd be interesting to have in the next meeting, you know, what else has transpired, who those stakeholders might be, and a little plan about how we're going to go forward. Now, having said all that, I still do have some skepticism, not so much around the process anymore after talking to people. But as a recreational abalone fisherman, and I'm assuming the commercial guys will support this too, the ex-commercial guys, we don't really want to restore abalone just for the sake of otter food. We want to have a fishery. And we all know that it's pretty much impossible to have an abalone fishery in the presence of sea otters. So there's got to be some kind of mitigation there, whether it's zonal type management or what it is, I don't know. And I mean, that's something I think that we can determine in these abalone restoration plans. And the other thing about the restoration, I think, is that we need to do something about why abalone aren't recovering in the South since the closure 25 years ago. And again, personal opinion, I'm not a scientist, like people have reminded me a couple times, but I see what I see with my eyes, and I've been diving this area here in Laguna since 1963. And I know I've seen the changes. We used to be able to go out after a day of lifeguarding and get a lobster, get an abalone, go home and cook it up, and lifeguard the next day and go out after work again and get another fresh one and cook it up. And that's the way I survived during the summers when I was lifeguarding. That's impossible now, for the reason that the abalone fishery is closed and lobsters are a lot harder to come by than they were when we were kids. So there's some reason well beyond fishery control that have been affecting the overall, including MPAs, marine environment. Now, I agree wholly, having seen MPAs and right next to MPAs are better than non-MPAs, but they're not as good as they were 10 years ago, 5 years ago. So I'm a little concerned that we're missing something here that needs to be addressed. And that also flows over into the abalone, because I consider them to be sort of the canary in the coal mine. I mean, you'd be really hard pressed to go out here and find any abalone now. I mean, there's some areas, and I've seen them when I'm diving, I photograph them. But since the closure, it has gotten worse in terms of the number of abalones, not better. And that's just, what would you call, anecdotal observation, because we don't have data, and we really do need data in this area. So that's the other thing that I think is important in any restoration plan, is make sure we have good data and make sure we have good science to be able to base that data. And I think we're missing a big opportunity by not engaging fishermen in that data collection, whatever, however means lethal or non-lethal. That doesn't matter to me at this point. But I think we need to figure out a way to engage fishermen to help gather the missing holes in the data that we have in abalone science and life history ratios and stuff. Just one other thing I think I wanted to say. Well, I'm gonna cut it off there. I don't want to hold people up. I know everybody's anxious to get home. I've been waiting all day myself to go talk to my grandson about his son, granddaughter. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for the comments, Doc. Hello.
With that, hi, my name is Wayne Blicka. Excuse me if I'm a little punchy. It's been a long day. I know for all of you it has as well. But I felt it necessary to be here to testify before the board. I'm sorry that Commissioner Sklar had to leave. I'm the owner operator of the commercial passenger fishing vessel Flying Fish that operates out of Port San Luis, California. And the reason I'm here is to talk to you about our concerns about the PFMC's recommendations for next season. And I realize that that's next week that you guys are going to be talking about. That's why I felt like I was compelled to be here today to at least appeal to what is concerning to us. So we are in the newly formed South Central zone that was established years ago, but then we got absorbed into the Central zone. Now we're in the proposed new South Central. I know it's not in stone yet, but using last year's fishing season as a kind of a litmus test on what to expect for this season, we found that when we went to the over 50 fathoms or greater, it was a business killer. It was a buzzkill on many different levels, and one was the offshore banks that we have in our area, in the Port San Luis area, are at least 18 miles away from the port. So that took the half-day fishing trip out of business and took all the people that didn't want to do the 2-hour boat ride. So there was a lot of people that said, no, don't want to do the long boat ride. It's on exposed waters. That also precludes a lot of the trips from happening. Weather's up today, guys. We can't go out there and fish. And the other part is it flat wore out a lot of people. There was a lot of people that participated in it and said, and this is just way too much work, winding up from 400 feet or whatever. So consequently, a lot of my clientele just continued to stop. We lost probably 50% of our business from September through the end of the season. It wasn't just my business. There's 8 other commercial passenger fishing vessels located in Morro Bay and in Port San Luis. They all experienced the same thing. So it was a buzzkill for us for sure. And we noticed that that is the proposal for this season as well. And so my proposal would be if we could get the 20 fathoms or less for those last 3 months, that would be my choice. I don't know if it's the other guy's choice, but it would be my choice. The other part of this dimension is the proposed for 2 vermilion rockfish. We had 4 vermilion rockfish last year. The vermilion rockfish at the offshore area is, to put it in a simple term, it's fantastic fishing. It's most of my clientele were reporting this is the best fishing I've ever had. The problem being is once you catch 4, you have to go supplement with other species then, and that could be a hard thing to do. And it took me most of the season to find some areas that had a diversified population, but we still found ourselves releasing a lot of fish, and that's via the descender method.
Yeah.
That's a lot of extra work for the crew, me, And a lot of fishermen stand around going, well, when do we get to fish again? So consequently, this added to that whole perception that, you know, this isn't the thing we want to participate in. Despite the fact the fishing was very, very good, productive, fish were beautiful size. I went before the PFMC meeting in November and I pleaded for more. I said, I want more vermilion rockfish. Instead, we got the proposal right now is for less. So even if we had 4 vermilion rockfish, it's still not enough for my passengers and for what we do. But, you know, less is just going to be a complete, you know, kill of the business. So there's a lot more to this. I know that, like I said, everybody's tired. These are the information I really wanted to disseminate. I plan to be at one of the meetings, probably the Sacramento meeting next week. But I wanted to put this to you guys and just, you're making the decisions. And I want you to hear from us that this is what we're dealing with on that. I went through the 65 pages of the staff summary for February 15th or 14th and 15th. And I think I answered a few of these questions that they said, well, there's going to be a lesser private boater participation, so they'll probably go on the larger party boats. That didn't happen. The fishermen just don't like the long boat rides and the depth. And I had my own clientele tell me that to my face. They say, this isn't the fishing I've grown to enjoy. Yeah. And they've had 20, you know, since the big rockfish regulations went in the year 2000, they've had literally 20 years to develop that fishery technique. They enjoy fishing the shallow water and do that. So anyway, I'll set that before you there. There's awfully a lot more information, but I think everybody's tired. I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah.
At one of the locations. And I plead for you guys to help us out because, like I said, the businesses are suffering. I'm talking to guys, one guy's already sold his boat. I've talked to 4 operators that are already doing construction work that say they're not going to participate this year. So, I mean, from a staff standpoint, I mean, we're running out of people to operate the boats. And then other ones are saying, if we have another year like this last one, if 24 is like 23, I'll probably have my boat for sale too. So this will result in a loss of public access to the ocean for a lot of people that come from the Bakersfield, Fresno area.
Yeah, thank you so much for sticking it out and sharing that with us. Your comments, they're super concrete and specific, and what you want is really specific and concrete, and that's really valuable as well. So
thank you.
And if this is you, Punchy, then come back anytime.
I'm completely.
Yeah.
I'll have to have a lot of Mountain Dew going home. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, wait, before you leave,
And I know we've chatted.
Craig's got
Thank
some
you for sticking around. Really appreciate you sharing your concerns. As we talked about, you know, this is largely in the council purview. All of these negotiations took place as to which months were shallow, which months were deep, trying to balance all the different needs. Moving that line from point conception to 36 for the first time this year was done at the request of most in the fleet to get out of the quillback restrictions.
Right.
So you're not stuck in quillback, but then the collateral damage of that is then you're stuck in the south with the vermilion restrictions. And so you guys are on that edge. If you're not in touch already, I would encourage you to talk to the Ground Fish Advisory Subpanel members. So Merritt McCrae is the CPFE member for the South. He's just, I don't know if he's still on or not, just a wealth of information. Tim Clausen is the central. You know, those are the guys you want to work through to make sure that your port and your needs are incorporated into that sausage making process at the council.
Okay, I appreciate that. And my real last burden I want to give to you guys is, what do I tell my passengers? They're gonna ask me why we're not doing this, why we're not fishing here, why are we fishing here? Last year, the quillback was the poster child, and I said, you know, we don't catch them. I've caught like 5 of them in the last 6 years with, you know,
and we heard you, and we got that line moved. It's good.
Exactly. So the PFMC did respond to that, and you guys, you know, followed suit. But right now my passengers say, so what's the new poster child? Is it gonna be the vermilions? We catch them so fast here. Really, is that real valid, you know, and they're gonna question the science. And I'm the enforcement guy, you know, this guy's the ultimate.
You're the first line of defense.
You know, but on my vessel, I'm held accountable. So you know what, when the fish are coming over fast and furious, and I've got to say, put the brakes on, guys, stop fishing for a second so we can count them.
And send them. Yeah.
And then I got to go to start descending fish. Now I got to go find some new ones. Oh, it's a challenge. You know, this is the opposite of what, you know, sport fishing should be. Yeah, so anyway.
We hear you.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. See you next week.
Yeah, look forward to seeing you next week. Oh.
Hello there, my name is Ori Iwanag. I'm with CalPERG students, but I did want to share some remarks from my colleague from our partner org, Environment California. Rachel had to leave. Really first, thank you for your work to adaptively manage our state's NPA network. And your words that the ocean is for everyone was kind of really insightful for me, but you know, really some of our petitions, like some of these petitions like ours, looking to strengthen it and expand the network, recently saw some resistance from fishing interests. And we really respect the concerns being raised and are super hopeful that we can work together to find agreement on how to best protect the marine environment over the course of the coming year. We support the option of allowing recreational fishing access in the areas we propose protecting, if that's what the community decides. So hoping to have more of that kind of discussion kind of in the coming year as well. But, you know, we've done a lot of work already to engage the public with, you know, by gathering 10,000 petitions of support, having individual conversations with folks all across the state, and have always like kind of intended to continue doing this very early, clearly in the process, and intend to continue engaging the public at every point of the way. I'm actually going to be in Santa Cruz next week, knocking on doors, talking to people about like what their thoughts are on this network and kind of these proposals. So that's Environment California side words. But in terms of my own words, kind of on behalf of CalPERG students, really as a member of our staff team whose job is to train students to engage in their communities, I appreciate your patience for the students zooming in all from all across the state, despite the repetitiveness. And, you know, we were on the group chat trying to be like, wait, no, like, you don't need to say all of that because Toby already said it. Like, just say you agree with Toby. But, you know, for most of these students, it's their first time doing anything like
100%.
this. And we're like super scared and we were stressing them out. So, you know,
and
really-
we want to hear from them, and we want their
Yeah.
first experience to be positive, and so totally understand. Yeah.
So again, I appreciate that kind of patience, and clearly there's more work to do to like educate kind of our student body. And so actually wanted to extend an open invitation to you to co-host like an educational event or something like that at the UCSD campus, where me and Toby are based out of. So
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll reach out.
let's
for you.
let's talk. Definitely.
But that's it.
And take her classes. They're great.
I'm on staff. I graduated from UCR a couple years ago, but Toby's a junior, so yeah. We'll tell everyone else though. In advance.
All right, thanks a lot. Hi, Greg.
Hi, Commissioner and everybody. Good to see you all. Greg Helms with Ocean Conservancy. Kind of held this hopefully cogent remark for here rather than before, because it's a tweener in between process and individual. So I just it's been a day of fond memories, right, of the many years of MPAs and so on. Melissa and Susan, everybody, right, and Paul, and just like so. A memory I have that I think fits into the discussion somewhere is this. Laying down the goals and the purpose of the Marine Protected Areas project was a big deal in the regional stakeholder groups. And, you know, there was quite a few meetings to get people to understand. Like one of the themes, in building the goals, right? Ecosystems and socioeconomics and all that. One of the themes that bounced around quite a bit and was, I think, really a part of the fabric of the MLPA history was, what is the deal with fisheries management? How should we think about, well, you know, the individual FMP or the individual stock and so on in the context of ecosystems? I'm hoping that, like, where we came out in at least the RSG that I was most involved in, comes out in the way these proposals, these petitions are evaluated. And I can remember a memo we got about all the ways that fishery management intersects with ecosystem protection. It was, well, it's a senior guy now. I don't know if he was a senior guy then, from the department. He wrote it. And it really was about people slipping into, I don't know if it was used to, in fact, I think it was John. Anyway, and it was about, at the time, people were sort of having a hard time slipping back into, understandably, into a single species mode or so, and whatnot. And not really the approach. Certainly a single species is part of the ecosystem, but doing the ecosystem. So where I'm going with this and why I'm saying it now instead of back before is there are petitions. There's one in particular I'm thinking of that really want to come at it like about, hey, this is, you know, in your ecosystem, I can pull this slice out and the system won't fall. So why is it even involved, right? And wasn't there a thing called species likely to benefit? I think it was species most likely to benefit.
Yeah.
Well, and what that implies to me, you know, how I want to see it this way. Our big anchor MPAs are about full protection and about, it almost acknowledges that we don't know the role and the meaning and the sort of the vulnerability of the system to any one piece of the parts. So let's represent those big red SMRs to protect the full biodiversity of our ecosystem, our heritage. I do regard at least one of the petitions as saying, you know, we could pull a little piece out like it's a Jenga and it won't fall, and that means we should exempt that. And I believe that's not consistent with the goals of the MLPA. It's not consistent with the guidance we received about management is here and ecosystem protection is here. They harmonize in the middle. There's a Venn diagram, but they have their own places. So just a quick appeal for what it's worth to keep the understanding we had about not messing with the pieces gratuitously. Certainly we had SMCAs, and those were about getting the ecosystem protection we needed and creating a level of consensus, a level of acceptance. It was never about, let's not bother protecting the pieces that we can pull out, that we can argue won't result in biodiversity protection, won't be ecosystem protection. I hope that persists. I know there'll be more opportunities to talk about that issue, maybe more coherently than after a 10-hour meeting, but I'd love to see us keep those boxes separate, merge where there's overlap, but keep them separate, and not change horses at the stake. So thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
If I could, just as a reminder for folks who may not recall, there are a number of us in the room who participated in the MPA planning process, but the master plan, and I'm saying this because we've heard some different iterations of this from different people, but if you go back to the master plan for MPAs that was adopted by the commission, that quote backbone of MPAs included not just the red boxes. There was something called high levels of protection and very high levels of protection. And the science advisory team that advised the planning process, advised the commission, et cetera, indicated that it's both the very high and the high levels of protection that create that backbone of the network. So something to, you know, as to your point though, as thinking about what kind of changes do we make to the system, if any, the commission chooses, being careful about ensuring that those really critical pieces that the science team had identified remain intact.
Thanks, Melissa. we've got a rat chewing on wires in the wall, I think, so.
One over here too.
Is that what that sound?
I think so.
so?
Trying to help with something. That might explain the power thing. Just saying. First of all,
Hi, Wayne.
Greg, take a breath. 5 minutes, seriously? Why? He didn't breathe once,
He's been saving up all day.
I guess. Hi, Wayne Coder, CCA Cal. I just want to bring up a few updates while you're done. Go. Port of Cal tip, we're working on marine outreach because it's been primarily terrestrial up until now. And so we're trying to figure out how we're going to get that outreach done. We're going to be working with the collaboratives, working with law enforcement, obviously, and we're building our plan and trying to figure out exactly what that's going to look like, but stay tuned. I have requested in the past at the Fish and Game Commissions that we do licensing and updates. We had a brief update today. I think we need to tie this back into the R3 project that we worked on so hard to develop. But I think we kind of took a sidestep on it and have lost a little bit of the momentum. But the whole point of the licensing, the electronic app, and all these other things that we're working on had to do with trying to get more people engaged and participate in our sport. And that was the R3 project. Talked to Taylor over the weekend, the R3 coordinator. I think we need to get that back on track. What is that report card? Where do we stand? What do we need to keep doing? Outreach communication, because there was like 8 different subset committees that we worked on to build that plan. So just thinking that we need to have an update at some point in the future. I feel for the flying fish on what's going on in the Central Coast. What's happening in the Central Coast is a collision of everything. They're going to get creamed, right? You've got National Marine Sanctuary, 30 by 30, MPA, wind farms, aquaculture, you name it, they're getting creamed. Part of what we're running into groundfish at the PFMC is data. We are missing data that is so important to feed into the models. So what we're doing is trying to find, as a recreational community, we're trying to find where those data gaps are, and we are participating already in trying to find fixes. One of those fixes is we're doing this fecundity study, collecting the biological samples. We started one, Craig participated in it out of Santa Barbara, and we went out fishing, trying to find the spawning stock for the copper. And we collected those, and then we took them back to UCSB, and we actually did the dissections and took all the sampling, right? And it was very educational. We probably will have another one coming up here at the end of the month, is what I just heard today. That is a collaboration between CCFRP, National Marine Fisheries Service, SAC, CCA Cal, and I might be missing some people. But that is a collaboration of all of us trying, and OPC help funded, trying to figure out how to get the data that is so important to the models fixed. Because if we don't have good data, all of these other issues are going to keep compiling on us, right? We have these issues with our coastal communities. We bring it up all the time. You guys are trying to put your plan together. You can already hear it. They're failing. Our coastal communities are dying. And that Morro Bay is a hot spot for it, right? We lost the processor up there. Now we're going to probably lose more of the wreck boats up there. It's a touristy area. If they can't get those people over there and get them into a closer fishery, they're gonna hurt. But there's more than that. We have the carb issue that came down, right? We had the Coast Guard requirements that came down, and these things are all adding up, and it's just not enough money. So carb is coming down. There's not enough money in the Cal Copy Fund. Talk to the treasurer, trying to figure out for the state if there's money that we can push over there. We're competing with agriculture and trucking on that money. It's very, very difficult. But we need to get there. But that also is now going to start turning on the recreational fleet. CARB is coming to us next and looking at us and saying, what are you guys next are going to do? You're going to have the same problem of trying to figure out how to get a zero emissions. Now, we've been doing this over time on the rec fleet. Just so you know, we've been improving our motors and our output. But can you get to zero and go offshore? Probably not yet. Can we keep it inside the bay with the taxis and some of the other stuff? Yeah, absolutely. There's smaller motors that can do that. But there's going to be this trade-off, right, of being able to do it and still have safety. And that's where the way is. That's what happened with the fleet. So
But think about where that's going to be. We need help with infrastructure. To support whatever this is going to be, whether that is going to be alternative fuels or the electrification, we just don't have it. It's not there yet. So then comes the wind farm projects, which is industrialization of our coastline, because they don't have the areas to do the manufacturing and assembly. That's going to shift our harbors, our ports, and our communities, and it's going to take away from our marine people now, right? It's going to plug up the ports, it's going to plug up the harbors, the mouths, because it's going to take time to be able to build those things and move them out. And that is going to take resources. A good example, if they build that platform or whatever, that island they're going to propose in Long Beach, that's along the breakwall. Do you know what habitat is along that breakwall right now that we treasure? And then they're going to put an island there and just kill all that habitat? What is that? Kind of doesn't work with this MPA and the 30 by 30 methodology or attitudes that we're trying to work upon, right? Well, the same thing's going to happen in other ports up and down the coastline. Hubble's going to be one too, right? They're going to have to dredge. They're going to have, those things are going to have keels under them. You're going to have big container ships to pull them, barges to pull these things. They're going to be going a mile an hour, and they're going to have to pull from Long Beach all the way to Morro Bay or all the way to Monterey. You know how long that'll take? So that's going to plug up a transit area also that we fish in, recreational and commercial. So all of these things, when I talk about a holistic approach of what's coming, it's bad. It's really scary for us because that crystal ball is just plugged. So I just wanted to bring these things up to you guys to keep them on the radar. No one answer is going to happen here, obviously, but thank you.
Thanks for the pep talk.
Hey, it's what we live with. Sorry, it's what we live with.
Yeah.
Decommission. Yeah.
All right. Anyone else in the room? Those of you who are left. The diehards. All right. Then we've got a couple people online. Dave, you're up first. Dave Kasheda.
Hi, this is Dave Kashida, Recreation Editor. I have a question regarding the 3030. So earlier this year, the CDFW established a 20 fathom RCA line, a rockfish conservation area line. Now, is that sufficient for 3030 because it's a conservation area, or does 3030 have a different interpretation of what a conservation area is?
The people that are equipped to answer that question are not in this room right now, unless that's Mike Escrow from Ocean Protection Council, and he is no longer here. He had to go catch a flight.
Okay, I'll bring it up later.
I don't think the fisheries, we're just trying to think back at the four tools they've got, and a fisheries management measure is not one of those tools.
Yeah, they have these 4 pathways, right? If you haven't seen their 30 by 30 pathways document, it's the Indigenous Marine Stewardship Areas, it's the National Marine Sanctuaries, it's the state MPAs, and then it's OECMs, other environmental conservation measures. Yeah, OECMs.
Well, and a rockfish conservation area by itself doesn't meet the requirements of all the other pieces that they want to include. That's why the National Marine Sanctuaries haven't been included yet.
Right.
It's more than just fisheries.
And the 20 fathom line is sometimes fishing, sometimes not. So it's not permanently closed.
Yeah.
Which we don't want.
Yeah, that's such a good point. So far, and I know that that OPC had highlighted that, I think in the pathways document or leading up to it, that the rockfish conservation areas didn't meet the definition of durable protection, which is necessary.
Not permanent. Yeah, not permanent. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the question, Dave. Next up, we've got Joe Farlow. Hi, Joe.
Hi. Thanks for taking my time to talk to me. I have a big concern. I'm a diver. I've been diving in Southern California for over 30 years, probably about 150 days a year in the water, 150 days every year. And the biggest thing I've seen now associated with the persistent kelp beds that I've dove for continuously for the last 25 years in Palos Verdes, Catalina, San Clemente Island, is this sargassum that's now come into effect, and it's there's complete habitat loss, both within MPAs and outside of them, because I've dove those MPAs before they were MPAs, and I've gone through them now, and yeah, I can document it and send data. I see a big data gap. I don't see much on the website talking about it on your Fish and Game website. It's just completely destructive. Just in Palos Verdes alone, over the last 5 years, I've noticed this continuous march of it from the south in. Now it's invaded throughout the north face of Palos Verdes, whereas a couple years back it was just around Point Vincente. But all of the just persistent beds at San Clemente Island that don't really see a lot of fishing pressure, just devastated by this sargassum now. So I have two questions, I guess. One is there any action plan on addressing invasive species within marine protected areas? And two, is there any data and any action plan in general to sort of get rid of the bad offenders, like the shipping companies that are bringing this stuff here, or in a way to get rid of it? Because it's kind of like the way tumbleweed, if you know the story of tumbleweed in the Midwest, and how tumbleweed came from Russia and then in flaxseed, right? And tumbleweed has destroyed so much habitat in the Midwest. It's very similar. We're in the middle of this. This is 20 years in now. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I can just say invasive sargassum, agree. It's a serious issue. Craig, anything you want to say in response more than that?
Serious issue, Southern California, it's some places it's ubiquitous, and the question is now, what do you do? Right? Do you risk spreading it more with removal efforts? Places where it hasn't established in Northern California, can we do more? We're addressing it. We do have an invasive species response team. So when we saw, for example, Clerpa in Newport Bay, we got on it immediately. We're trying to keep it out of there, keep that from spreading. Marine protected areas, we are working with our colleagues at the Ocean Protection Council and hope to have something to bring to the commission to share, to look at what does restoration look like in marine protected areas, and how much human intervention do we want to have, and what types of MPAs, and when and where, and when is it a natural living laboratory, and when do we have restoration or restorative actions? So that's all in the works. Good questions, and I wish I had better answers.
Yeah, in this Southern California area, it's really devastating. It's devastated the whole front side of San Clemente Island, Catalina Island, and now the place I'm at, this time of year during white sea bass season, 3-4 days a week, I'm just watching where the kelp beds used to be, and now they're just completely taken over by this. And there's no habitat, there's no fish in those areas now. There's the whole food web is destroyed by the fact that there's sargasso there and not kelp. And these are persistent kelp beds that I've been diving for 20 years plus that now are gone.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Joe. Yeah, we're on the same page. It's a really important issue that is worth spending more time talking about. Absolutely. All right, and the last hand that I see raised is Keith Rutzart. Hi, Keith.
Hello.
In your car?
I'm on the grapevine. I'm not driving. I have to get home. It's my wife's birthday today. I just wanted to say that Takers Reef project, it expires in 5 days, and don't have a place for the divers to go yet. And we're trying to get a scientific collecting permit, but we got that response back yesterday, and it's really not workable for us. So really don't have a pathway at this point, but just want to make it quick, and that's it. The information. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Keith. Best wishes to your wife. Happy birthday. All right. Seeing no other comments in the room and no other hands raised online, just want to thank everyone else. Everyone who's left and everyone who was here earlier today for being here. It was a long day, but I think it was a day that was packed with valuable feedback and content and robust discussion, and hopefully a harbinger of what's to come. mostly toned, super professional and civil and constructive. And I just appreciate that a lot. I think it makes everyone's job much easier if we can realize we're all coming from a place of mutual adoration for the ocean, and we have a lot more in common than we don't. So thanks to everyone for being here. Thanks to staff for sticking it out until 6:21. And with that, I adjourn the meeting of the March 19th Marine Resources Committee Fish and Game Commission meeting.